Hello, my name is Peter, and I am delighted to share this course with you. I'll take you on an exciting journey in the brave new world of blockchain technology. To give you a better idea of what we're going to cover, we'll start by viewing 8 pictures. Each of these pictures represents a specific way in which blockchain will change the world over the coming years. Thus, you will get an initial idea of the extensive use cases of blockchain and the huge potential this technology is bringing to the world. Okay, ready? Here we go. We start off with banking. Blockchain is frequently referred to as the Internet of Money. Bitcoin, the first implementation of blockchain technology, is the preeminent cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrencies allow people to store their money securely and make payments without intermediaries such as banks. This renders money transfers and purchases much simpler, faster, and cheaper. Okay, so blockchain provides great infrastructure for monetary systems. In other words, you can store and move money on it efficiently. How about other assets and property? In fact, this use case can be extended further to include all kinds of financial and real assets. Stocks, bonds, derivatives, commodities, and real estate can all be managed and transacted much more efficiently on blockchains compared to traditional systems. Another great implementation of blockchain is in supply chain management. Many companies are already actively developing blockchain solutions to monitor logistics in real time, to track and verify the origin of goods entering their supply chains and the conditions they are kept in. This can help certify the origin and life cycle of products, build trust in the system, prevent fraud, and improve outcomes for both suppliers and consumers. The authenticity verification feature of blockchains is so important that we'll follow up with some more specific examples. Let's talk about luxury goods. Diamonds are forever, right? And so is blockchain. Diamonds, works of art, and other items of high value are among the first areas where blockchain projects are innovating to provide transparency, security, and trust. Of course, bringing such efficiencies to the luxury goods market can unlock a lot of value by reducing counterfeiting and promoting higher ethical standards. This is a very exciting innovation, I'm sure you'll agree. Another application of the secure registry features of blockchain is in intellectual property. A time-stamped record on a blockchain could register any kind of copyrights, patents, or trademarks. So, we can use blockchain to verify the authenticity of pretty much any asset. How about the authenticity of people and their personal information? Digital identity is another huge area of application for blockchain. One of the first areas where such ID verification solutions are gaining traction is again in the financial sector, with the demanding Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering processes. Okay, so blockchain is great for managing physical and intangible assets and valuable information. How about other use cases? Here we see a screenshot of Steemit, a new social media platform. It is a decentralized blockchain-based social network, which uses native cryptographic tokens to reward users for contributing content and participating on the platform. In this way, users are incentivized to post high-quality content and build an active community. This helps create strong network effects, which then boosts the value of the whole network and its native tokens. In this way, blockchain helps create self-sustainable economic systems, which align incentives for all stakeholders and distribute value fairly. This aspect of blockchains is known as crypto economics. Finally, we couldn't go without mentioning everyone's favorite topic, initial coin offerings, or ICOs. As controversial as they are, the ability to issue digital assets directly on the blockchain and distribute them among a global community is a real game changer for startups and venture capital. Along with raising capital, this new alternative provides the important benefits of establishing a broad community of users and network effects, which create additional value for startups. So, here we are. We managed to go through many use cases of blockchain technology in just a few minutes. Get ready to discover a lot more useful knowledge along the way to completing this course. Before we dive into the amazing world of blockchain, I would like to share a few words with you about myself and my fascination with this technology and its business applications. My professional background is in finance. I have worked in investment banking across Europe and Asia on cross-border deals with parties from all over the world. Along the way, I have always been interested in innovations, new technologies, and venture capital. With time, this interest only grew stronger. I started actively investing in startups as a business angel. I have been quite proactive at that, working closely with these ventures and their management teams. Having been involved in the startup ecosystem, I realized that blockchain is the technology with the highest potential to impact, disrupt, and change the world for good. The financial sector hasn't been impacted much by recent advancements in technology that have already shaped many other industries. The advent of the Internet has changed the world in major ways. Take retail, media, and telecommunications, for example, and think what e-commerce, social media, and smartphones did for them. Amazon, Google, and Facebook, which were startups not too long ago, are among the biggest companies in the world now. If we look again at finance, it hasn't been changed that much by the Internet. Yes, we have a couple of innovations like online banking and peer-to-peer lending. We also have PayPal, which has grown substantially. But these are just some innovations on the surface. The core financial infrastructure and all related business processes have remained largely unchanged for over a half a century. Credit cards and ATMs, commonly used today, were the last major financial innovations that reached mass adoption, and they were introduced in the 1950s and 60s. Not to mention capital markets, where it still takes at least 3 days to settle a transaction. Thus, the financial sector has remained largely stagnant and lagging behind in terms of innovation. Well, I strongly believe that we are currently at the beginning of something as big as the Internet. Blockchain technology is the Internet of money, the Internet of value. Its brilliant innovation is creating decentralized financial infrastructure and secure value networks without the need of trusted intermediaries. This has an enormous potential to completely reshape the financial sector. And it won't stop there. Blockchain has useful applications in many other areas too. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? So let's go ahead now and start our blockchain journey together. Blockchain, the technology that took the world by storm in 2017. Bitcoin, blockchain, cryptocurrency are words that pretty much everybody has come to know nowadays. They entered people's minds through mainstream media, which finally paid some attention to this exciting new technology. Well, it was kind of hard not to pay attention to a market that increased in value by around 50 times over the course of 12 months, from the mid-high teens of billions of US dollars in January 2017 to over 830 billion US dollars on 7 January 2018. These are eye-watering figures, but they only represent the value of publicly traded crypto assets, meaning currencies which are in circulation, not the entire supply, much of which is still locked away and kept by founding teams. Don't worry, we'll go into more detail about this later in the course. The crypto assets and blockchain market is possibly the fastest growing industry the world has ever seen. Of course, this has to do with the speed at which information travels nowadays, which is also unprecedented. So what is blockchain? What is Bitcoin? What is cryptocurrency? A question everyone asked when they first encountered them, often being given an obscure answer, one involving terms like distributed database, cryptographic keys, hash functions, game theory, consensus protocols, and so on. No wonder it's hard to stay focused. But if you think about it, people were once baffled by terms like domain name, website, bandwidth, and download. My point is, blockchain technology is set to reshape the future and will soon be part of everyday life, just like the Internet now. And in the same fashion, anyone can get involved. We've seen people with diverse backgrounds from all corners of society getting involved with blockchain and cryptocurrencies, from the Wall Street tycoon to the average person, and even people with questionable reputation. On top of that, everyone involved has something to say about the glories or the evils of the technology. Even high-profile individuals and world leaders are trying to steer public opinion in one way or the other. Blockchain is the Internet of money, the Internet of value. Its key features: security, transparency, decentralization, immutability, and programmability are combined in a platform which doesn't need any centralized, trusted intermediaries in order to process transactions, value, and information transfers. By doing so in a direct peer-to-peer way, blockchain creates a completely new paradigm for global business. No wonder there are so many heated opinions and discussions over it, and oh boy, can it get overwhelming. What this shows, though, is how important this technology is and what it can bring to the world. As of December 2017, Satoshi Nakamoto, the publicly unknown founder of Bitcoin, became one of the 50 richest people in the world with a net worth estimated at around $20 billion, all based on his or her Bitcoin holdings. In January 2018, the co-founder, executive chairman, and former CEO of Ripple, Chris Larsen, made an even bigger jump, becoming the 5th richest person in the world. His holdings in Ripple's cryptocurrency XRP were valued at approximately $60 billion. This catapulted him ahead of people like the founders of Google, Larry Page, and Sergey Brin, and the founder of Oracle, Larry Ellison. Only Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Microsoft founder Bill Gates, Berkshire Hathaway's Warren Buffett, and Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg were ahead of him at the time. Blockchain has the potential to fix many problems on a global scale. There is an enormous number of industries which have become stagnant, centralized, and inefficient, thereby proving unstable in their current state to grow economically, create value, or solve existing problems. What we need is a technological revolution, and blockchain is ready to lead the charge. The financial sector will be among the first to be disrupted by blockchain technology. The last major technological innovations in the financial sector, the ATM and the credit card, were introduced way back in the 1950s and 60s. Not only that, according to the World Bank, their most recent study found 2 billion people who are unbanked. That's over a quarter of the entire global population. As you can imagine, this stunts global economic progress significantly. Not to mention the unbanked people, who are mostly from developing countries, are at a clear disadvantage. It is difficult enough to increase productivity and trade within their own country, let alone transact with the rest of the world. I doubt many would consider the fees for sending money overseas for these populations as fair. Money transfer services such as Western Union and MoneyGram were charging 10% on average in 2008 and 7.5% in 2016. Blockchain technology can disrupt the status quo and bring this to a halt. It can bring new, efficient solutions, and not just for money transfers, but for global trade finance, clearing and settlement, insurance and securities trading, and many more financial services and products. But it's not just the client-facing side of finance that blockchain technology can improve. It can also streamline compliance and regulatory functions like AML, anti-money laundering, and KYC, Know Your Customer. Oh, but it doesn't stop there. The list of sectors that blockchain technology can improve is vast, including, but not limited to, accounting and audit, healthcare, media, consumer goods, logistics and supply chain management, power and utilities, the internet, and even the government. Wow! We will get our hands dirty with these areas later in the course. But for now, let me give you a little taste of the ingenious ways blockchain is already changing people's lives for the better. Do you remember the awful Chinese infant formula scandal in 2008? 300,000 babies fell victim to melamine being added to baby formula. Melamine is a chemical used to produce plastics, which you'll find in your everyday whiteboard. In other words, something you don't want to eat. When added to milk, the chemical appears to contain higher protein content. A dirty trick that led to many infants being hospitalized. The effects of this scandal were felt worldwide and destroyed the reputation of China's food export industry. At least 11 countries refused to import dairy products from China. Chinese retailers would travel to Australia and other neighboring countries to buy huge stocks of their baby formula. and the Chinese government even executed several individuals involved in the scandal. Sadly, this is not an isolated incident. Many other companies use illegal and immoral ingredients in their foods and other consumer products, often being discovered when it's too late. That's where blockchain technologies come into action. They can help remedy and prevent counterfeit consumer goods. A startup called Wabi is well on the way to resolving these kinds of problems. By combining blockchain and RFID, radio frequency identification technologies, they can track and verify the authenticity of all ingredients and components used in consumer goods. As you can see, blockchain can literally help to save the children. Another example, a company called Everledger is working to resolve the long-standing issue with blood diamonds. The aim is to track the origin of each diamond and record it on the immutable blockchain database. Similarly, other startups are aiming to solve the problems of counterfeit art and other luxury goods with blockchain technology. Gradually, blockchain technology will become part of our everyday lives, improving the way we make payments and investments. It can be incorporated into how we register our properties, verify our identity, and even how we vote in elections. Blockchain can reform the Internet, bringing about Web 3.0 and beyond. A less centralized Internet with more peer-to-peer interaction will discourage large Internet monopolies and circumvent gatekeepers. This means consumers will enjoy a less biased and more free Internet. We hope we've shown you some of the amazing possibilities this technology presents to the world. If you're still a little confused, though, don't worry. The rest of this course will go deeper into each of these topics. We will show you how it works and its pros and cons. We will delve further into blockchain applications, the potential challenges, solutions to those challenges, and how the technology is expected to evolve in the future. We hope you are as excited as we are about this technology and the brave new world we are stepping into. This is just the beginning of the next industrial revolution. Welcome to the future. Please step into the world of blockchain. Now that you have had a sneak peek into the enormous body of knowledge that blockchain technology manifests, it's probably a good moment to take a step back and go back to basics. What is money? This is what we need to define first. A brief discussion will help solidify our understanding of the mix of finance and technology we have in the world today. Basically, we're going to look at the history of money. If we can grasp how the financial sector reached its current state, then we will understand better why blockchain technology is the natural next step in monetary evolution. So, what is money? Think about it for a second. It's not as easy to define as it might seem. The textbook definition would claim money has three main functions. 1. A medium of exchange. 2. A unit of account. And 3. A store of value. If you are still lost in these definitions, we'll give you a little more detail on what these mean. So let's take a simple example of a barter exchange. You trade one of your ranch's horses for a cow. Excellent! What a deal! Now, a week later, you go out for dinner. You finish the meal, the waitress comes over to give you the bill, and you prepare to pay her with part of the cow you got earlier. Whoa, this is not going to end well. This is where you need money. Money is your medium of exchange. You often cannot trade a good or service directly for another good or service. Money is an intermediate commodity that is universally accepted and has standard value for all parties. That's why it facilitates value exchanges more efficiently than barter trade. So, is that all we need money for? Actually, there's more to it. We use money also as a unit of account, meaning we use it to compare the value of goods or services to that of other goods or services, and to record these values. Money also needs to be a store of value, meaning it maintains its value or purchasing power over time. This eliminates any commodities or objects prone to spoilage or corrosion. For example, precious metals like gold, silver, and platinum are a great store of value as their shelf lives are essentially perpetual, whereas things like milk, wheat, or iron are not such a good store of value. Another desirable characteristic of money is scarcity, which, as the name suggests, means that it needs to have a limited supply. As they say, money doesn't grow on trees. If it did, it wouldn't be money. To give you a few more examples, stones wouldn't make a very good form of money because they are everywhere around in nature. For a community of people who live on a tropical island, shells would not be a good form of money because it would be so easy to find them on the beach. Gold, on the other hand, is a rare metal, hard to find in nature, universally appreciated for its aesthetic qualities and its industrial use cases. Gold is also durable. A gold coin will not shatter if you drop it, nor bend if you sit on it. However, with the right skills and tools, it is divisible. It can be turned into other things and shared if necessary. Fungibility is another key feature of money, meaning that all units of the same denomination are interchangeable. Think about a $100 bill, which is perfectly replaceable by another $100 bill, or a bar of gold, which is a perfect substitute for another bar of gold of the same size, weight, and purity. Finally, money needs to be easy to move and carry around in order to facilitate trade, and here is the only advantage of paper money over gold coins and bars. Now let's consider the concept of money as an abstraction of value. Money is as old as human civilization, and civilization itself is reliant on possessing ways in which to exchange, account for, and transfer value. What once started as barter trade, trading goods for goods, was replaced using standardized token money. Gold and silver were the first universally accepted natural choices for money. Actually, they fit the bill so well that they were the primary form of money for centuries across the globe and have been instilled in human culture. I bet when I say gold, you instinctively think of value or wealth. After this came paper money, a more user-friendly way to carry and move around value compared to precious metals. China was the first to adopt it in the 7th century. However, the Western world didn't catch up on this monetary innovation until Marco Polo introduced it to Europe around the 13th century. Even then, the first European banknotes weren't issued until the 17th century. It took people several centuries to accept the new paradigm at the time and shift from gold and silver coins to banknotes backed by these same precious metals as the widely used form of money. This led to the birth of the gold standard. The banknotes themselves didn't hold any intrinsic value like gold or silver coins do. Instead, paper money was backed by precious metals like gold and silver stored in a treasury vault somewhere. Think Fort Knox. The banknotes represented the right to collect said precious metals from a bank. More convenient than taking a wheelbarrow of gold bullion to the post office to pay the mortgage. This was the case until 1944. At the end of World War II, yet another related system was introduced, the gold exchange standard, under the Bretton Woods Agreement. This meant that many countries fixed their national currency's exchange rates to the U.S. dollar, which was in turn convertible to gold at a fixed rate. Not only that, but this convertibility was no longer available to individuals or companies, only to central banks. However, the Bretton Woods system ended in 1971 when the U.S. dollar convertibility to gold was terminated. So long the gold standard and commodity-linked money. Paper money is no longer backed by gold or anything else tangible, but just faith. Welcome to the world of fiat currencies. So how does paper hold any value if it's not backed by anything? Well, that's where concepts like legal tender come in. The fiat system, which we still use today, has governments assign value to a currency, declaring it a legal tender. This means a government decides whether a medium of payment will be recognized for financial transactions, trade settlement, or commerce in a country or jurisdiction. Some fiat currencies, like the U.S. dollar and the euro, are recognized internationally and used for global trade because they are backed by some of the most credible governments and largest economies in the world. To sum up, a fiat currency has value because a government uses its power to enforce this value, or because exchanging parties agree to its value. Some may even describe this as a collective illusion. It's not hard to see how problems could occur with this. Let's see some examples when the fiat currency system backfired under the control of irresponsible or corrupt governments prone to economic and political mismanagement. At the time of the independence of Zimbabwe from British colonial rule in 1980, the Zimbabwean dollar was worth about 1.25 US dollars. Soon after, inflation started creeping up, and got completely out of control when President Robert Mugabe began confiscating land from the white farming community in 1998, resulting in a near-total collapse in food production and the decline of foreign investment. In order to help pay the government's expenditures, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe started printing more and more banknotes with higher and higher face values. As a result, the annual inflation rate rose from 32% in 1998 to 231 million percent in July of 2008, when official statistics stopped being reported. After that, it was estimated by international economists that the hyperinflation peaked at a staggering annual rate of 89.7 sextillion percent in mid-November 2008. The monthly peak rate was 79.6 billion percent, which is equivalent to a 98% daily rate. In other words, prices were pretty much doubling every day. In 2009, the Zimbabwean dollar was completely abandoned in favor of using only foreign currencies. Once one of the richest countries in Africa, Zimbabwe descended into economic chaos, largely blamed on its government's policies. This is an extreme example of how the trust in a fiat currency can be lost, leading to economic turmoil. In Zimbabwe, the collective illusion quickly turned into a collective disbelief. This is not an isolated example of a currency crisis, though. There are many countries around the world where local currencies hold hardly any value, and people prefer keeping their savings in the so-called hard foreign currencies or other alternatives like gold and, most recently, Bitcoin. Currently, Venezuela is undergoing a period of raging inflation of its own. In January 2018, inflation was 84% for the month, implying an annualized rate of 150,000%, meaning prices would double every 35 days. Now, the Venezuelan government has come up with an innovative proposed solution for a stable currency, the Petro, a government-issued cryptocurrency running on blockchain and backed by the country's oil reserves. The Petro is intended to be a legal tender in Venezuela, which becomes the first country in the world to issue a sovereign cryptocurrency. It remains to be seen how successful or not this experiment will be. Such a centrally issued cryptocurrency is a far cry from the decentralized nature of Bitcoin and its digital siblings. However, it should also be noted that with its actions, Venezuela is recognizing and reaffirming the great advantages and potential blockchain holds. To conclude and summarize, we have seen how the idea of money has evolved through history from a more tangible to a more intangible concept, with each stage having its pros and cons. From barter trade, we moved to commodity money. Through commodity-backed paper money, all of which have some intrinsic value, on to the fiat money we use now. This was a historical journey from real goods and commodities to numbers on a computer screen representing value and money. Throughout all these stages, we had an idea of value in our mind, but it has evolved hand in hand with our civilization and technology. From something you can touch and actually use, to something you can touch but cannot use except for trade, to just an abstract idea. As you can see, the form has changed, but the idea of value has always remained the same. And we represent and communicate this idea of value in terms of money. Good, because this abstraction of value brings us to the next evolutionary step: digital cryptocurrencies powered by blockchain technology. Similar to the fiat system, this form of money has value because people believe in it. But there is more to it than just a government promise. Promises made by people have been broken many times in history. Here we have solid science, mathematics, and computer hardware guaranteeing the blockchain works as expected. Next, we'll see how the technologies underpinning Bitcoin emerged and how they were put to work together. This technology mix enabled us to have digital money we can trust without the need for any central agents or middlemen. Now, if this sounds like the logical next step for you, then stick with us, and we'll show you how it all happened. So, in the last few lessons, we gradually came to the conclusion what money is nowadays. It is an abstraction of value. We also said that the concept of money became less and less tangible throughout the years, up to the point when digital money was created. It will be great if we take some time to really understand what stands behind blockchain technology and how it allows us to create and work with digital money. Blockchain technology is commonly referred to as the Internet of Money or Value. But let's take this journey step by step. We would like to start by giving you a short account of the chain of events that led to the emergence of Bitcoin, the first globally recognized application of blockchain technology. The Bitcoin white paper was published in October 2008, the year when the global economic and financial crisis hit the world. Coincidence or not, Bitcoin seems perfectly designed to address many deficiencies of fiat money. Perhaps a little-known fact is that the Genesis block of the Bitcoin blockchain, where its first transaction is recorded, contains a hidden message by its creator Satoshi Nakamoto. The text shows a headline from the British newspaper The Times, thus showing a proof of the date when the Bitcoin blockchain was launched, and goes on like this. The Times, 3rd of January, 2009. Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks. Besides proving the date of the Genesis block, this message seems cleverly designed to express the tragic state of the global financial system at the time. It also implies the importance of the proposed solution as a stepping stone towards an improved monetary system. Being embedded in the Genesis block, and given the immutable and robust nature of the Bitcoin blockchain, that message stands there as an everlasting reminder for future generations. Our core goal here is to understand how blockchain functions and why Bitcoin became so popular. However, in order to do that, we need a quick recap of some macroeconomic events that took place in recent history. Since the dissolution of the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1971 and the introduction of the modern fiat currency system, the world has entered a new era of mostly freely fluctuating foreign exchange rates. National central banks started implementing various monetary policies to manage money supply in their respective economies. Monetary policy objectives may have had various nuances around the world, but a common widely accepted theme has been inflation targeting. This is done in order to provide healthy, stable, low inflation rate, facilitating sustained economic growth. By targeting low inflation rates, central banks around the world aim to create stable economic conditions, providing the right incentives for consumers and businesses' economic activity in the absence of huge price swings up or down. This strategy has had varying degrees of success throughout the years and across different countries. In the same period, there has been unprecedented credit growth and accumulation of debt globally, which led to the subprime mortgage crisis, credit crunches around the world, and the global economic recession. When banks started failing and investments in new economic ventures decreased, governments and central banks around the world realized that they needed to do something in order to stimulate the economy, and hence started rounds of quantitative easing, frequently abbreviated as QE. This resulted in unprecedented supply of new fiat money entering the economy, and close to zero, and in some cases even negative interest rates, which is another economic phenomenon unheard of in standard economic theory and practice. The idea of printing so much money was to stimulate the economy and save the financial system from collapse. However, as it happens frequently, there were also some side effects of such policies. The price of real and financial assets, like global equities and real estate, rose significantly, thereby debasing the store of value aspect of fiat currency. Social inequality has also increased meaningfully since the global recession. This is again due to the huge amount of liquidity or new money supply entering the global financial system and pouring into asset classes such as real estate, stock markets, and venture capital. This, of course, inflated their prices. As these asset classes are normally accessible mostly to wealthy investors that use the services of savvy asset managers, the net effect was a growing wealth gap. On the other hand, the majority of people with little or no investable assets, whose income is based mostly on labor wages, haven't nearly experienced the same wealth effect. This has probably had implications on the global political landscape in recent years, but since political economics is not our scope here, we'll leave that for another discussion. Long story short, in the midst of such unprecedented and critical events in the global economic and financial landscape, Bitcoin was born. Welcome back to the Blockchain for Business course. In this lesson, we will talk about the early scientific breakthroughs that led to the creation of Bitcoin. But first, I'd like to ask you a favor. I would be really grateful if you would go to the course dashboard. That's easy to do. All you have to do is click here and leave a rating for the course. This will mean a lot to me and help other students know that this course is worth taking. The reason I am asking you to do this now is that this is a large course and most people do not complete all the lessons in one sitting, eventually forgetting to leave a rating. So please, do it now. It should only take a couple of seconds and it will really validate our efforts. Thank you so much for this. Okay, now, having said that, let's continue exploring the early scientific breakthroughs that led to the creation of Bitcoin. Parallel to the economic events we just described, the technology community has been undergoing an evolution of its own. Many brilliant technical minds have been working hard on solving problems to enable secure digital currency payments. In fact, the Bitcoin white paper references such prominent scientific publications as the 1957 Probability Theory book by William Feller, the 1998 research publication on B-money by Y. Day, and the 2002 Hashcash computer science paper by Adam Back. Before we dive into the Bitcoin blockchain, we should tell you that the concept of digital currencies is not entirely new, and certainly was not invented with Bitcoin. Satoshi, the founder of Bitcoin, built his project considering and utilizing existing scientific research carried out in several disciplines. He also added a few innovative solutions of his own, putting everything together and making it work in a brilliant way. Here is a summary of some notable scientific breakthroughs preceding Bitcoin, some of which Bitcoin builds upon. In the early 1980s, David Chaum, a brilliant mathematician, published several research papers on cryptography and its applications in electronic payment systems. Then, a few years later, he founded DigiCash Incorporated, developing the eCash software which enabled users to store money in a digital format cryptographically signed by a bank. Users could also spend such digital money at any shop accepting eCash. There was no need to open an account with the vendors or to give them your credit card numbers. In 1998, Y. Day, a computer engineer, published a paper proposing what he called B-money, an anonymous, distributed electronic cash system based on a peer-to-peer network, where nodes, the computers participating in the network, collectively maintain and update a ledger of transactions. The importance of Y. Day's work is highlighted by the fact that Satoshi Nakamoto referenced B-money in his original Bitcoin white paper. In 1997, Adam Back introduced his Hashcash concept. This was designed as a system to prevent email spam. The idea is that in order to send an email, users' computers need to do some calculations first. As it takes time, energy, and processing power to do such calculations, this adds a cost base to sending an email. Such a cost is not expected to be prohibitive for legitimate email users, as the number of emails they send is reasonably low, while it should discourage spammers who send thousands of emails daily. For this purpose, hash functions are used. These are a special type of mathematical functions. A computer would need to calculate a hash function multiple times in order to find the required solution to a computational puzzle. We'll talk more about hash functions later. A closely related subject, the term proof of work, was first introduced in 1999 by the computer scientists Marcus Jacobson and Ari Jules. They define it as a proof that certain amount of computational work has been done in a specified period of time. A similar idea was implemented in Bitcoin's proof-of-work algorithm as described in Satoshi's white paper. The network timestamps transactions by hashing them into an ongoing chain of hash-based proof of work, forming a record that cannot be changed without redoing the proof of work. So, basically, proof of work is a proof that certain amount of computational work has been done by a computer. Such work has identifiable cost to it. Therefore, proof of work is a proof that external resources have been invested in doing certain amount of work, and thus the work done arguably has value. Now back to our historical overview. Around the same time, Nick Szabo, another prominent computer scientist, came up with the concept of bit gold, which was never implemented in practice, but has been called a direct precursor to the Bitcoin architecture. Nick Szabo described his idea as follows. I started thinking about the analogy between difficult-to-solve problems and the difficulty of mining gold. If a puzzle took time and energy to solve, then it could be considered to have value. The solution could then be given to someone as a digital coin. In a BitGold network, solved cryptographic puzzles would be sent to the community, and if accepted, the work would be credited to the person who had done it. This would then translate into newly generated digital coins. A new puzzle would only be released once a solution to the previous one was found and accepted by the community. In the process of solving such tasks, community members who come up with solutions would own growing amounts of new digital property. Another prominent figure in the early cryptocurrency community was Hal Finney. He was a computer scientist who later participated in the first-ever Bitcoin transaction with Satoshi. Hal Finney made a valuable contribution to the growing body of research into digital currency systems, introducing reusable proof of work, building upon the proof-of-work concept introduced earlier. All the scientific milestones mentioned here, and some others, contributed a great deal to the advance of digital currencies and the birth of Bitcoin. Now, with all this background in mind, let's dive straight into the workings of Bitcoin. So, what is Bitcoin? Perhaps it is best to start with the words of its creator, Satoshi Nakamoto, which we find in the original white paper. Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. A purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash would allow online payments to be sent directly from one party to another without going through a financial institution. Digital signatures provide part of the solution, but the main benefits are lost if a trusted third party is still required to prevent double spending. We propose a solution to the double spending problem using a peer-to-peer network. The network timestamps transactions by hashing them into an ongoing chain of hash-based proof of work, forming a record that cannot be changed without redoing the proof of work. To understand what Satoshi meant with these words, we'll have to explain a few important concepts in a bit more detail. First off, Bitcoin's creator placed a great emphasis on the network's peer-to-peer nature. This means that Bitcoin is a decentralized network. There isn't any central party responsible for managing the system. It is a truly democratic platform open to everyone to participate and contribute. As Satoshi Nakamoto suggests, the main idea is to have a system without intermediaries that still prevents double spending with the sole involvement of peers on the network. Until Bitcoin came around, people could not transact directly with each other over the Internet without the involvement of a trusted central party. This is because money transmitted electronically isn't like other types of information or digital items. You can take a picture and share it with all your friends on Facebook, but if you have $1 and want to share it, you cannot send the same $1 to each of your friends. Double spending can occur when a user tries to spend the same unit of digital currency or coin twice at the same time, thus effectively multiplying the money one has by just copying it. This is equivalent to counterfeiting currency in the real world. If double spending were to exist, the system would not be an effective store of value and would lack one of the fundamental prerequisites of money: scarcity. Imagine you are shopping online, and you want to pay using digital currency. Let's say you have a few coins in your wallet. You like a brand new movie on Amazon and an audiobook on Audible. You want to have both, but the digital money you have is sufficient for one of the two only. What if you were able to use the same digital currency in order to buy both goods? Before the Amazon or Audible guys know that you have spent the same coins twice, you will be able to click purchase on both websites in the same few seconds and download the products. Double spending is a problem that is unique to digital currencies because digital information can be reproduced relatively easily. Physical currencies do not have this issue as they cannot be easily replicated. You all probably have an idea of all the protections in place that secure the banknotes in your wallet from anyone simply copying them. Bitcoin was the first digital currency system to solve the double spending problem in a decentralized way, and the solution is indeed elegant and ingenious. All transactions on the Bitcoin network are recorded on a shared public transaction log, also known as blockchain database. On the Bitcoin blockchain, the network timestamps the first transaction where the owner spends a specific coin and rejects any subsequent attempts by the same owner to spend the same coin, thus eliminating double spending. The network is smart, and its blocks keep record of who owns a coin right now and who has already spent it. At this point, you may think, okay, but this doesn't seem like such an incredible innovation. After all, they just keep a record of all transactions in order of appearance in a ledger, just like any bank or similar financial intermediary does. Well, yes, but the uniqueness of this solution is that the transaction verification and recording is done in a decentralized way by the entire network, rather than by a single trusted central authority. Remember, Satoshi's goal is to eliminate third parties that can be potential central points of failure. Hence, any such verification must be performed by peers themselves and not by any middlemen. In our next lesson, we'll discuss in more detail how Bitcoin's decentralized model is different from the existing legacy financial infrastructure. Stay tuned, and thanks for watching. As anticipated, our goal here is to briefly discuss how the participants in a blockchain network ensure the double entry accounting principle is taken care of. We'll also show you how this solution is different from the other existing solutions of the legacy financial system. In the Bitcoin blockchain, payments are settled through a so-called consensus mechanism, which works based on economic incentives rooted in game theory. I know this sounds a bit complicated, but we'll make it easy for you, I promise. The consensus process aligns the interests of all network participants, so their best course of action is to support truthful verification and record-keeping of all transactions. We'll cover the consensus mechanisms in more detail later on. For now, here's what Satoshi himself wanted to share about this issue. The problem, of course, is the payee can't verify that one of the owners did not double spend the coin. A common solution is to introduce a trusted central authority, or mint, that checks every transaction for double spending. After each transaction, the coin must be returned to the mint to issue a new coin, and only coins issued directly from the mint are trusted not to be double spent. The problem with this solution is that the fate of the entire money system depends on the company running the mint, with every transaction having to go through them, just like a bank. We need a way for the payee to know that the previous owners did not sign any earlier transactions. For our purposes, the earliest transaction is the one that counts, so we don't care about later attempts to double spend. The only way to confirm the absence of a transaction is to be aware of all transactions. In the mint-based model, the mint was aware of all transactions and decided which arrived first. To accomplish this without a trusted party, transactions must be publicly announced, and we need a system for participants to agree on a single history of the order in which they were received. The payee needs proof that at the time of each transaction the majority of nodes agreed it was the first received. So the root of the problem is to secure a consensus process through which all participants in the network are on the same page at any given time. This process must be so robust that all participants trust it with their money. The simple solution is to introduce a trusted central authority to run the ledger of transactions, just like a bank. As history has shown many times, such central parties or middlemen can present a risk of their own, and far too often have been compromised. Therefore, Satoshi goes for the more difficult solution, to secure and maintain decentralized consensus in a global payment system. In fact, this problem is so complex that nobody had ever solved it before. Let's run through a few examples of how different existing payment systems work. Banks have been the traditional payment intermediaries for centuries. They maintain accounts for their customers, process payments, and provide other financial services. They also maintain the relevant financial infrastructure. Currently, electronic bank transfers are done in the following way. An account holder orders a bank transfer from his or her bank account to another bank account. The sending bank uses IBAN and BIC codes to direct the payment to its destination. IBAN stands for International Bank Account Number. It is an international system for identifying bank accounts to facilitate cross-border transactions. BIC stands for Business Identifier Code, which is also used for payment identification. The sending bank transmits a message to the receiving bank via a secure communication network called SWIFT. This stands for Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication. The message contains instructions to the receiving bank to make the payment to the destination account. The banks involved must hold reciprocal accounts with each other, or the payment must be routed through a correspondent bank, which is another intermediary holding accounts with both banks on opposite sides of the transaction. The actual transfer is not instantaneous. Funds may take several hours or even days to move from the sender's account to the receiver's account. All banks participating in the transfer get fees for the services provided from the sender and the recipient. Credit and debit card transactions involve an even longer list of intermediaries. Besides the payers and payees banks, where they hold accounts, there are a bunch of other payment processors on both sides, and the Visa or MasterCard network in the middle. Visa and MasterCard hold huge market power in this value chain, and this is easy to see in their profit margins. Everyone can check that in their financial accounts as they are publicly listed companies. A basic credit or debit card transaction involves the following steps. A consumer initiates a payment at the point of sale, or POS for short, to a merchant or retailer. This is done via POS terminal if in-store, or via website if online. The merchant then transmits the sales data to a merchant acquirer. The merchant acquirer can be the bank, where the merchant holds an account, or another payment processor. Many banks participating in card schemes outsource this part, which is basically a back-office function, to external providers. The merchant acquirer routes the transaction request data through a card network such as Visa or MasterCard. The card network sends the transaction request data to the card-issuing bank. The card-issuing bank remits the funds back through the card payment network. The card payment network passes on the funds to the merchant acquirer. Finally, the merchant acquirer credits the merchant's deposit bank account. Needless to say, all intermediaries involved in the process get paid substantial fees for passing the money on through the system. This process can involve more steps if banks on both sides decide to outsource more of the back-office transaction processing to third-party intermediaries. The whole cycle, in theory, can be completed in 12 hours, but typically takes 3 to 4 days, depending on individual contractual agreements between the various intermediaries involved. PayPal functions as another electronic payment intermediary. It is an internet company with global presence. Its services are mainly targeted at e-commerce, connecting customers and merchants. All parties using PayPal and holding accounts with it can send payments to each other through the system. PayPal also integrates with the legacy banking and credit card payment infrastructure. PayPal is not regulated as a bank because it doesn't operate a fractional reserve system like banks do. This is related to the activity of taking deposits, making loans funded by these deposits, and keeping only a fraction of the deposits in reserve. This obviously creates credit risk for deposit holders. So as PayPal doesn't do that, it follows lighter regulation as a money transmitter. This model is quite centralized, similar to the banking model, and is subject to all the risks associated with that. To summarize, designing a centralized payment architecture is much easier than designing a decentralized one. However, the centralized model presents security threats from hacks because there is a clear and attractive target for such attacks. A centralized system also presents a more expensive and inefficient solution for customers because it tends to create monopolies or cartels. This would concentrate market power in the hands of a small group of intermediaries, which can extract disproportionately large value in the form of transaction fees. The customer outcome, resulting from the legacy financial infrastructure, is expensive and slow transactions. This sector has not seen any major innovation in a very long time and is ripe for disruption. In contrast, a decentralized payment network like Bitcoin implements the more difficult solution of decentralized consensus in transaction processing. This design enables it to deliver a much more efficient solution for all parties involved. Payments go directly from peer to peer, and security and processing are guaranteed by the entire network. Funds are sent and received in a matter of minutes. All network participants maintain consensus on the current state of the transaction ledger at all times. Doesn't this sound amazing? Direct peer-to-peer interaction is always a superior solution for all parties involved. There are no rent-seeking intermediaries stuck in the middle to extract value from the counterparties. And now we have the technology to do that in payments as well as in any other type of transactions involving value transfer or record keeping. If you like this solution, let's go ahead and develop deeper understanding of how Bitcoin works. Now that we know what double spending is and how Bitcoin resolves this issue, we are ready to continue further and provide a holistic view of Bitcoin's architecture and ecosystem. The main pillars of Bitcoin are the following fundamental technologies and science: blockchain or distributed ledger technology, cryptography, consensus mechanism rooted in game theory, which in this case is proof of work, peer-to-peer network, and software code base. We call this framework Bitcoin's 5 forces. In the next few lessons, we will delve into the specifics of each of these areas and explain how they are combined within Bitcoin. Stay tuned as things really get interesting. Blockchain or distributed ledger technology. The first of the 5 pillars we'll examine more closely is blockchain technology. Finally, we got to the point where we'll give a straight answer to the question everyone has been asking and which is central to this course. What is blockchain? Blockchain is a decentralized database which is distributed over a computer network, with each computer in that network storing an identical copy of the same database file. In the context of financial transactions, this is also referred to as distributed ledger technology because a ledger is an accounting book or a collection of financial accounts. In finance, we use a ledger to record all accounting related to a specific account. A company's bank account would have a ledger that contains many transactions. Every time money comes in or goes out, a new entry would have to be registered in the ledger. In the same way, a blockchain distributed ledger keeps the same information related to a series of transactions across multiple computers, forming a peer-to-peer network. The idea of hundreds or thousands of computers storing the same file does sound a little strange at first, doesn't it? I wouldn't be surprised if your first thought was redundancy. But such redundancy provides security and ensures there is no central point of failure in the entire system. It protects from attempts to manipulate the system by actors acting in ill faith. This in turn provides the opportunity to eliminate any centralization, or in other words, to cut the middlemen. Such decentralized blockchains work through a consensus mechanism or algorithm. There are different types of consensus algorithms, and we'll cover the main ones later on in the course. For the moment, it's important to understand that these consensus algorithms enable the different nodes, which are basically the participants in the network, to verify new transactions and maintain a uniform view on the up-to-date state of the ledger. After new transactions are verified, they are ordered and grouped into blocks, which are then linked to previous blocks. Each new block is built on top of the last block in chronological order. Each of these blocks is a type of data structure containing information, and more precisely, transaction records. Generally, distributed databases can contain any kind of data, not just financial or economic data, but blockchain security and design make it especially suitable to use for value exchanges. Hence the expression that blockchain is the Internet of value, or the Internet of money. Transactions once put on the blockchain are normally irreversible, and their record is permanent and immutable. New blocks are created at regular intervals of time and are time-stamped. Each new block is linked to the chain of previous blocks, hence the term blockchain. We should note that Satoshi never mentioned the word blockchain in the original white paper. He mostly referred to the technology as a proof-of-work chain. The closest he came to saying blockchain was with phrases such as the next block in the chain or chain of blocks. The term blockchain was popularized by early Bitcoin companies like blockchain.info. In our next lesson, we'll dig a bit deeper and discuss why blockchain has the potential to revolutionize the financial and industrial world and how it can improve the communication and informational asymmetries between trading partners. The usefulness of blockchain technology comes from its security, immutability, and transparency. All nodes, which is a technical term for all devices participating in the network, have access to the updated and verified information stored in the database simultaneously and at all times. These features enable huge potential financial and industrial applications. Both the private and public sectors can benefit from blockchain technology. The second part of the course focuses extensively on such applications and the way blockchain can transform industries and businesses around the world. Okay, we already said that recording information and organizing it in a ledger resembles an accounting system. Blockchain is like a pretty sophisticated accounting system from a technological point of view, but still an accounting system. A blockchain distributed ledger is stored and maintained by an entire computer network, rather than on a single computer, server, or piece of paper. This is a true element of innovation. If you are still not convinced by the value proposition blockchain brings, consider the fact that the accounting system as we know it today has existed since the 15th century. Yes, that's right. The double-entry accounting system was introduced by Luca Pacioli in 15th century Italy. It is based on the idea that we have two effects on each side of a transaction, a debit and a credit. This formed the basis for company balance sheets, which are the ledgers of assets and liabilities, in other words, what a company owns and what it owes. By codifying these rules, Pacioli provided much-needed order and tools to enable enterprises to scale efficiently and track and communicate all of their financial information internally and externally. Over time, the complexity of economic transactions has increased, and business enterprises and government bodies can find handy some new tools. In Pacioli's time, business audits were done regularly, on a daily basis. This is not the case anymore. It's impractical to have real-time reporting at the scale at which corporations operate nowadays, at least not in the traditional way. Such lack of accountability has resulted in a number of high-profile corporate disasters and bankruptcies. We've all heard the cases of Enron, WorldCom, and Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme, to name a few. Blockchain can change all this. With its transparency, security, and immutability, it can provide almost real-time audited reporting to stakeholders and regulatory bodies. Imagine how much efficiency and further progress such technology can bring to the world. Before we move on, we should mention that blockchains can be classified broadly into two main categories: public or permissionless blockchains, and private or permissioned blockchains. The distinction comes down to who owns the network infrastructure. It is similar to the distinction between the Internet and corporate intranets. The first type is a public network, which everyone with the right hardware and software can join, support, and use. This is the case with the Bitcoin blockchain, as well as most other public crypto assets. Here, the benefits of decentralization are the most prominent. The second type is owned by an organization or a consortium and is open only to its members, or whoever has a permission to access it granted by a gatekeeper. This is much closer to a centralized database, despite the fact that it's still a distributed computer system. Many large financial institutions and other corporations are actively developing such private blockchains to streamline their operations and benefit from the efficiency that blockchain architecture brings about, while still maintaining the privacy required for their internal operations. Think about the current state of the banking system. At present, all banks are required to do careful due diligence on each and every one of their clients to prevent financial crime like money laundering and terrorist financing. This requirement is called Know Your Customer, or KYC for short, and takes a huge amount of time and paper processing by large teams at each bank. Each bank does KYC separately, so the process can be repeated many times over for the same clients if they have dealings with different financial institutions. Imagine how this process can be optimized if a group of banks shares a private blockchain where each client is onboarded only once, and all parties can trust the information in it. The regulators and other government authorities could also access and audit this information at any time. Another straightforward example that comes to mind is securities trading and settlement. Currently, this process involves multiple steps and intermediaries, which makes it expensive and time-consuming. When a buyer and a seller want to trade a security such as a stock, they need the involvement of a stock exchange, clearinghouse, and often broker-dealers to execute such a transaction. All the trading information must be recorded strictly and made available for regulatory audit. The necessary steps take at least 2 or 3 days until a trade is settled, meaning that the buyer has received the stock, the seller has received the money, and everything is recorded properly. All these processes can be streamlined on the blockchain, thus enabling simultaneous trade execution, clearing, and settlement in a matter of minutes. And again, regulators will be able to check the transaction records instantly at any time. These are just a couple examples demonstrating some cases of blockchain technology that can streamline the financial sector. Various implementations of blockchain technology can fit different purposes, objectives, and industries. We'll go into greater detail of such industrial applications later in this course. In our next lesson, we'll get acquainted with another of Bitcoin's 5 forces, cryptography. All right, things are becoming more and more interesting. Now we get to the crypto part of cryptocurrencies, which is a well-publicized term you've probably heard plenty of times, especially over the last year or so. This sounds a bit mysterious, a bit puzzling, a bit cryptic, doesn't it? Many of you have probably heard the word cryptography, but it is probably one of those terms that go in our dictionary without fully understanding them. In a few words, cryptography is the science of secure communication. It is useful in order to secure private information from being accessed by unauthorized third parties who can potentially act in bad faith. The process involves 2 main steps. First, encryption, which consists of scrambling the information so that only the intended recipient can access it. And then decryption, which is unscrambling the encrypted information in order to access and use it. The encryption and decryption process usually involves mathematical techniques of varying complexity. The value added by cryptography was recognized a long time ago, and such techniques have been used for millennia. Julius Caesar is known to have used encrypted messages to communicate with his generals. His technique was simple by today's standards. He used letters that were 3 positions away in the alphabet after the intended letter. For example, the letters ABC would be represented by DEF. In fact, this encryption method is widely known as the Caesar cipher. Another famous example of the use of cryptography, which has high historical significance, was the Enigma machine, invented by the German engineer Arthur Scherbius at the end of World War I. Enigma was commercialized in the early 1920s, and the German army adopted it soon after in order to secure its military communications. Enigma has nearly 159 quintillion different combinations of characters and numbers, precisely the number you see on your screen. The Enigma cipher was considered unbreakable at the time and gave an edge to the German army during World War II. However, a team led by the brilliant English mathematician and early computer science pioneer Alan Turing managed to crack the Enigma code, which helped the Allies win the war. These events were recreated in the 2014 film The Imitation Game, so you guys can check it out to see more about the full story. We'll come across further references to the genius of Alan Turing and his impact on modern computer science in later chapters, where we discuss the next generation of blockchain technology, Blockchain 2.0. Okay, in our next lesson, we'll continue learning about cryptography, and we'll provide some important definitions. This will do for now. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we'll introduce some important concepts that will help you understand cryptography's role in the world of blockchain. Cryptographic ciphers are encrypted and decrypted with keys. These keys are basically secret pieces of information or parameters which typically look like strings of characters. Think about something like a password or passphrase that locks and unlocks access to an encrypted message. These are actually keys to the cryptographic algorithms and help convert ordinary information, called plain text, into unintelligible text, called ciphertext, and vice versa. There are 2 main types of cryptography. Symmetric, also known as secret key cryptography, where the same key is used for both encryption and decryption, and asymmetric, also known as public key cryptography, where the key used for encryption is different from the key used for decryption. Let's provide a very simple example describing the difference between the 2 types of cryptography, shall we? A cat wants to send a dog a hello message, but doesn't want anybody else to be able to read the message. If it uses the first technique, the cat will have to share the same secret key with the dog. It will encrypt the plain text hello into ciphertext using the shared secret key. Once the dog receives the ciphertext, it will be able to decrypt it with the shared secret key, and that's that. But it isn't always convenient to share your secret key with an external party, right? It is much more convenient if both parties have their own secret keys and come up with a mechanism to be able to share information with each other. This is where the second type of cryptography can help us. In this case, the cat encrypts its hello message with the dog's public key, a key available to everyone, and this converts the plain text into encrypted ciphertext, which is then decrypted by the dog with its private key, a key the dog hasn't shared and shouldn't share with anyone. And this is how the second type of cryptography works. Actually, the second type of cryptography is the one used to provide security and privacy in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Actually, the Bitcoin blockchain is the largest civilian deployment of public key encryption technology in the world. Only the U.S. Department of Defense makes a larger use of such technology, which says a lot about its merits. Several cryptographic techniques are used to secure the Bitcoin blockchain, including public and private keys, hash functions, and digital signatures. Any person who has ever used a cryptocurrency to make a transaction should be familiar with how keys work. Each user has a pair of keys, a public and a private one, which enable transactions on the network. You can see here some examples of public and private key pairs in Bitcoin. The public key is used by the sender to encrypt information regarding the transaction, which can then be decrypted only by the receiver with his or her corresponding private key. The public key can be shared openly as it serves like an address or account which can only receive funds. The private key must be stored securely and never disclosed, as it and only it gives access to the user's funds on the blockchain. If the private key is lost, access to the funds is lost permanently. There is no such thing as a password reset function on the blockchain. Users need to take responsibility for storing and backing up properly their private keys because there is no central authority on the network that can reverse misplaced transactions or restore private keys. Please make sure you understand well the implications of any loss of private keys and take all measures to avoid it. You should treat the private keys for your Bitcoin or other crypto assets with the same care you treat any physical cash, gold, or diamonds you may have. The difference here is that you can back up your private key, as it is a string of characters that can be copied. Therefore, you can print it on paper, save it on a USB memory stick, or use special devices called hardware wallets like Ledger or Trezor that can securely store your private key. In our next lesson, we'll explore another major application of cryptography in Bitcoin, cryptographic hash functions. Thanks for watching. Earlier we said that all nodes store identical copies of the blockchain database, didn't we? And that's an issue that undoubtedly results in a lot of data storage and redundancy. However, this is the price we have to pay in order to obtain a truly decentralized peer-to-peer system without any middlemen. Moreover, data sets can be different in size. Some blocks may have 200 transactions, other blocks may have 500 transactions, still others may have 1,000 transactions. All these transactions also typically vary in the size of the information they contain in terms of kilobytes. The only capacity limit in the Bitcoin blockchain protocol is in the size of each block, which has been 1 megabyte since 2010. It was recently amended to effectively 1.4 megabytes with the latest upgrade of the Bitcoin software. But again, block sizes can vary up to that limit. You can check for yourselves what blocks look like on blockchain.info or other online block explorers. Here you can see some example blocks. Therefore, a blockchain can benefit from some standardization and rationalization of the data it stores. A mechanism that allows us to address this issue are cryptographic hash functions, which are an efficient way to secure data integrity and reduce file size. Hash functions are used to convert input data of any length into a compressed, unique, fixed-length string of characters, also known as a bit string. This output data serves as a unique reference code or digital fingerprint to verify the authenticity of some underlying data set without the need to actually check the entire data set. Here is a good example of what a hash function does in practice. Imagine you have files of different size, as shown in the image, a situation that frequently occurs in practice. As we said, different transactions have a different size in a given block. However, we want to be efficient and to be able to verify that these files belong to the blockchain through a fixed number of characters. Using a hash function, we can do that. See how the two files that are different sizes have a hash value that is of the same size? Good. The hash function we use is the same, but the hash value is different because the two inputs, the files, are different. Here's an example illustrating this even better. For the same input, the same sentence we have in this picture, and the same hash function, we obtain two totally different hash values because in the second sentence we have used a capital A instead of a small a. See? The two hash values are completely different. In practice, a hash function is a mathematical algorithm that maps data of arbitrary size to a bit string of a fixed size, also known as a hash. It is designed to be a one-way function, meaning a function that cannot be inverted and recalculated backwards to get the input data. The only way to recreate the input data, if one has the output only, is to attempt a brute force search of all possible inputs to see if they produce a match. A brute force search is basically systematically trying all possible combinations to find the solution. Hash functions are heavily used in the proof-of-work blockchain consensus algorithm. In our next lesson, we'll talk about digital signatures, a very important topic in the world of blockchain. Digital signatures are another important cryptographic technique we would like to share with you. They are used for authentication of the origin of transactions on the blockchain. They enable the receiver to verify that the transaction received was originally sent by the sender using his or her private key. This process again includes mathematical calculations. Surprise, surprise, the world of blockchain is made of mathematics and computing power. Basically, the digital structure is generated out of the sender's private key being processed through a digital signature algorithm. The resulting code output is then attached to the signed message and acts like a signature. It identifies the sender of the message. Each transaction has a different digital signature generated through the digital signature algorithm to increase security. It is impossible to generate a valid signature for a party without knowing that party's private key. Please note that we use the words transaction and message interchangeably here because transactions on the blockchain are basically messages broadcast through the network. When you send cryptocurrency to another person, you are basically sending them a message. Furthermore, digitally signed transaction methods are unforgeable, meaning they cannot be intercepted and modified or reproduced while in transit. Digital signatures are also non-reusable. They cannot be separated from a transaction message and used for a different message, given that the algorithm creates a new signature for each transaction. To conclude the topic, let's put these cryptographic solutions into the words of the great Satoshi himself. We define an electronic coin as a chain of digital signatures. Each owner transfers the coin to the next by digitally signing a hash of the previous transaction and the public key of the next owner and adding these to the end of the coin. A payee can verify the signatures to verify the chain of ownership. All right, we are doing great. We covered some important topics involving a great deal of multidisciplinary science. The good news is that most of this science has been built into the Bitcoin architecture in an elegant and effective way by Satoshi, so that the system runs smoothly. The only thing you need to take care of, personally as users, is to protect your private keys. Please make sure you fully understand the importance of this for your own financial health if you decide to deal with cryptocurrencies. Now we are ready to move on to the next brilliant engineering solution that powers Bitcoin, consensus mechanisms. Stay tuned, and see you in our next lesson. The Byzantine generals problem was first introduced in a computer science paper published in 1982. The problem discussed in the paper is that reliable computer systems must be able to function effectively in the presence of faulty components that may send conflicting information to different parts of the system. This issue is even more acute when we talk about decentralized computer networks. Imagine the following thought experiment. The Byzantine army has surrounded an enemy city. The army is organized into several units. Each unit is commanded by a general, and they all need to come up with a coordinated plan of action. However, they are located away from each other, and the only means to communicate among themselves is via messages. To make things more complicated, one or more of the generals are possibly traitors. The presence of disloyal generals means that misleading messages could be sent aiming to disrupt any coordinated plan of action, be it attack or retreat. To find a successful solution to this conundrum, the Byzantine army needs to find its path to coordinated action one way or another. To achieve this, the Byzantine army needs an algorithm that works effectively towards a coordinated outcome where the loyal generals follow it and the traitors don't. Now that you are familiar with the problem, let's see its solution. It's called the Byzantine fault tolerance algorithm. Over the years, there have been several proposed theoretical solutions involving game theory and math. The first practical implementation of Byzantine fault tolerance algorithm came with the Bitcoin's proof of work. In this case, the generals are nodes on the Bitcoin network, also known as miners. A network node is a connection point that can receive, create, store, and send data across a network. In other words, nodes are the connected dots that make up a network. To simplify, think of it in the following way. In the image we traditionally use to depict a blockchain, every single computer is a separate node. They are all connected and can receive, create, store, and send data to each other. In the context of the Byzantine fault tolerance algorithm, the important concept to grasp is that these mining nodes start from the assumption that nobody else on the network can be trusted. Proof of work secures network consensus, even in the presence of non-compliant nodes. That is, even if there are some Byzantine generals who are not acting in the army's best interest, coordinated action can still be achieved. Let's see how this mechanism works in Bitcoin. As we all know, Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer network where all activities are done by its users through appropriate software and hardware. These activities include making transactions, receiving transactions, and verifying and transmitting transactions. Now, this is where we need to introduce the concept of mining, which many of you have probably heard. Mining is an activity carried out by network participants which involves proof of work and results in generating new coins as a reward for the miner who successfully did this proof of work first for each new block. Proof of work requires a hefty number of calculations done by a computer aimed at solving cryptographic hash puzzles. These are the same puzzles described earlier, enabling the network to function and to continue exchanging transaction messages with other network participants. Let's dig into the nuts and bolts of this mechanism to figure out how it works. First, let's see how miners create new blocks. Mining nodes collect and aggregate new transaction data. Upon receiving such data, each node independently verifies each and every transaction against a long list of criteria, including tracking the source of the digital money being spent, checking for double spending of the same money, checking if the total transaction volume is within the allowed range of 0 to 21 million bitcoins, as 21 is the maximum total supply of Bitcoin allowed by the system. And the list goes on. The Bitcoin software installed on the node performs a number of other checks and balances. Verified transactions are aggregated into transaction pools, also called memory pools or mempools, where they wait until they are included into a block. As miners compete with each other to be the first one to come up with a new valid block, they need to make sure the transactions in their mempools have not already been included in previous blocks. After collecting and arranging verified transactions in a candidate block, the miner needs to construct the block header, which includes a few important components: a summary of all the transaction data in the candidate block, a link to the previous block in the chain, also known as a parent block, a timestamp showing the time of creation of the block, and a valid proof of work. The summaries of what's included in a given block are done through hash functions, which process data in such a way that results in a standardized unique identification code. This identification code is also referred to as a digital fingerprint. In this way, the system has a unique identifier for each block of transactions. Here are some examples of block headers as viewed in blockexplorer.com and blockchain.info. As you can see on top, just below the block number, there is a long alphanumeric string called block hash, or just hash. Alphanumeric means that it consists of both letters and numbers. This is a type of encoding data and is the output result of processing the block header data below through Bitcoin's cryptographic hash function. You may have heard the name of this function, SHA-256, which stands for Secure Hash Algorithm. You probably remember that we mentioned and briefly explained hash functions in the section about cryptography. We are discussing them again here because they play such an important role in proof of work. As we've learned, a hash function can digest any kind of data, of any size, into a fixed-length string of characters, which can serve as a unique digital fingerprint or identifier. Moreover, these cryptographic hash functions only work in one direction. Once we have the output, we cannot simply invert the function, plug in the output, and get input data on the other end. To illustrate what it means to invert a function, consider the four basic mathematical operations. Addition and subtraction are inverse functions of each other. Multiplication and division are inverse functions of each other. We can always construct equations with these functions to find any unknown variable. For example, 3 times x equals 15. X equals 15 divided by 3 equals 5. Many mathematical functions can be inverted in a similar way. However, this is not the case with cryptographic hash functions. The only feasible way an unknown random variable can be found in a cryptographic function's input data set is by trying different values for the unknown, one by one, given all the known parameters, in order to find out what works. This is basically a brute force approach of trying potentially all possible combinations, and this is precisely the element of work as used in proof of work. The work comprises all the iterative computations a computer needs to do to find a solution of the cryptographic puzzle. In this lesson, we'll explain two important terms that will help you understand the mining process fully. These terms are nonce and difficulty. If we take another look at the block header data example, we will see both of them. Okay, perfect. The nonce is a random variable, or a source of randomness in the mining process. The degree of difficulty, on the other hand, is a temporarily fixed number calculated by the Bitcoin protocol that remains constant for 2016 blocks, or approximately 2 weeks, a period set by the system after which it is adjusted. When a miner starts building or mining a block, like the one we see here, all the parameters are known except for the nonce. The nonce is the missing piece of the puzzle that needs to be found and plugged in, so that the resulting block header hash is less than the target difficulty level. Here's how this idea works in practice. Miners need to find a nonce, that is, a random number, for which the block hash is less than the specific target difficulty level. You can think about target difficulty as a fixed number, or a constant, and hence the nonce is the only component of randomness in this calculation. The process is done by trying different values for the nonce repeatedly until a satisfactory hash is found. To illustrate this with an easy-to-understand example, consider a game of dice. 2 players play the game and compete with each other. Each throw 2 dice. The first one who manages to throw a sum of the 2 dice which is lower or equal to a predetermined target number wins. If the target level is 10, the game is relatively easy, as only combinations summing up to 11 and 12 cannot win. All other combinations win. If the player throws a 3 and a 4, the sum of the dice makes 7, which is lower than 10, and hence they win. If instead they throw a 5 and a 6, they don't win because the sum of the 2 dice is higher than the target level. Now, if we want to make the game more difficult, we can decrease the target level to 5. In this case, a player needs to throw a dice sum of 2, 3, 4, or 5 in order to win. The odds of this are much lower compared to the previous target of 10, so the game becomes more difficult to win. If we want to make it really, really hard, we can reduce the target level to 2, and then the only winning combination would be 1 and 1. The Bitcoin cryptographic computational puzzle works in a similar way. Okay, so at this point, we still need to clarify why the block header hash needs to be less than the target difficulty level. Well, target difficulty is determined by the Bitcoin protocol based on the total amount of computer power that is plugged in and trying to solve the puzzle. As this is a random process which follows a known statistical distribution, we can calculate in advance what the odds are of finding a nonce that solves the puzzle. This means that we can also calculate the expected average time to find a solution of the puzzle by any node on the network, given the total processing power deployed. As we said before, target difficulty is adjusted by the system every 2016 blocks, or approximately 2 weeks. This is calculated by the Bitcoin software in such a way that the average time to mine a block stays around 10 minutes. This 10-minute block time was chosen as a reasonable compromise between speed and security of transactions on the blockchain. Since more computing power would lead to faster mining of new blocks, the target difficulty needs to be updated periodically in order to keep this process in check and ensure that block time is maintained at 10 minutes on average. If new blocks are mined too fast, this may present challenges to achieving decentralized consensus about the current state of the blockchain, as information about new blocks needs to be spread across the network and reach all nodes. Okay, great. Let's provide an idea about the computer processing power that is currently deployed in this process, shall we? It is defined as a hash rate, or number of hash function calculations per unit of time. The most powerful Bitcoin mining chips can currently perform at a rate of 14 terahash per second. This is 14 trillion hash function calculations per second, and a trillion is a number with 12 zeros. Pretty amazing, right? You should also consider that these chips are designed specifically to optimize the calculation of this particular hash function, and they cannot do anything else. They are called ASICs, which stands for Application-Specific Integrated Circuits. Of course, the more mining nodes there are, and the more powerful the chips being deployed are, the higher degree of mining difficulty over time. Here's a useful visualization that shows us how the hash rate and difficulty have evolved, hand in hand, since the launch of Bitcoin. All right, excellent. We are almost there. Let's provide a quick summary of the mining process described so far. At the beginning of the process, miners collect new transaction data broadcast on the network and verify it against a set of criteria according to the Bitcoin protocol. Then they order the new verified transactions in blocks. Once they have organized transactions into blocks, miners prepare the new block header and calculate proof of work. The first miner to find a solution to the proof of work puzzle, in other words, to compute a valid hash for the new block being mined, successfully mines this new block and includes it in the blockchain as the latest block. The successful miner gets the block reward for the work done in terms of newly generated coins, which is known as coin-based transaction. The target difficulty for all miners on the network is adjusted by the protocol every 2016 blocks, which is approximately 2 weeks, in order to maintain the average time between blocks at around 10 minutes. This adjustment is done in order to account for the amount of computer processing power deployed by miners on the network. Thus, the more mining power plugged into the system, the lower the bar is, making the hash puzzle more difficult to solve. However, the average block time is kept at 10 minutes. Okay, this will do it for now. I hope that with this lesson we made things fairly clear and you were able to understand how the mining process works. Please post in the course Q&A section if we can help with additional clarifications. In the next lesson, we'll complete the puzzle of distributed consensus, adding game theory into the mix. Stay tuned. All right, we are making excellent progress. Here's where game theory comes into the picture. Game theory is the study of rational decision-making situations where the choices made by one party can impact all parties involved. The theory researches different scenarios of cooperation or conflict among the various parties. Its main applications are in economics, political science, and psychology, as well as in logic and computer science. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Let's see how it applies to Bitcoin's decentralized consensus. First, we need to consider that Bitcoin mining is a capital-intensive business. This means that miners need to make a large capital investment in expensive computer hardware, also known as mining rigs. Bitcoin mining is so industrialized nowadays that most of the hash power comes from large data centers known as mining pools. Besides capital expenses in physical hardware, a mining operation incurs significant operating expenses. Such expenses include electricity for running the computers and for cooling them off. The intensive hash calculations done by the mining chips generate a lot of heat, so chips need to be cooled down continuously to keep working properly. Remember that Bitcoin is a global transaction network that runs 24/7, so mining computers run proof-of-work calculations non-stop. On top of that, there are property expenses for the physical location where miners have installed their computers, internet service fees, maintenance expenses, and other costs. All these investments and expenses are effectively put at stake by the miners and are a huge economic incentive for them to act according to the Bitcoin protocol. This system design effectively guarantees the security of the decentralized consensus mechanism and the integrity of the blockchain. You may wonder why that is such a solid guarantee that the Bitcoin system will work properly. Bitcoin mining is a very competitive business. Miners compete based on their computer hash power to be the first to solve the proof-of-work puzzle, remember? They do this in order to collect the block reward for adding new blocks to the chain. This process is so competitive that at present it's considered to be profitable only at places with very cheap electricity. A naturally cold climate is a great advantage too. If a miner doesn't follow the protocol when mining a new block, the block will not be accepted as valid by the other nodes on the network. This means no block rewards and substantial economic losses for the delinquent miner. Therefore, the best course of action for each miner is to follow the rules and cooperate. This seems like a brilliant application of game theory to solve a complex problem and align the interests of network participants, right? In our next lesson, we'll examine some scenarios of how a miner could potentially misbehave and what would happen in such cases. Thanks for watching. As anticipated, in this lesson, we will discuss scenarios in which miners could potentially misbehave. One such threat could be a miner who decides not to follow the rules for block rewards and tries to grab more coins in the Coinbase transaction. According to the protocol, block rewards were 50 Bitcoin initially, with the issuing schedule halving every 4 years. So currently it is 12.5 Bitcoin after it has halved twice since the launch of Bitcoin. Suppose a miner decides to try and reward himself or herself with 1,000 Bitcoin for mining a block rather than 12.5 as per the protocol. How could a miner do that? Remember that miners construct new blocks. When they do so, the first transaction they include in a candidate block is the Coinbase transaction, which sends them newly generated coins for the block reward. This Coinbase transaction, of course, will be valid only if the entire block is valid. Even if such a greedy node successfully does the proof of work and comes up first with a solution to the cryptographic puzzle, the block will be rejected by the other nodes on the network. They will immediately spot the irregularity in the Coinbase transaction and will not accept this as a valid block. You may wonder how they do this. How do the other nodes accept or reject a new candidate block? First, they check if all the criteria for valid blocks are met in accordance with the protocol. These include properly verified and recorded transactions, link to previous block's hash, correct block reward, timestamp, and proof of work, among others. Now imagine that all these checks are correct, but there are several candidate blocks to be included in the blockchain at the same time. A candidate block would be confirmed as valid when it is included in the blockchain. And how does that happen? A block is confirmed as a part of the blockchain when miners start building new blocks on top of it. Remember that a hash of the previous block, known as parent block, is one of the components of the new block's header. This hash is the link to the previous block in the chain, and each block that follows has this parent block link. This is how the blockchain is formed. When miners need to choose the parent for their new block among several candidate blocks, they choose to extend the longest chain. That is, they choose to mine on top of the block that is part of the longest existing chain, with the largest amount of cumulative work done. As usual, by work we mean proof of work calculations. Why do they choose which chain to validate in this way? Because the most accumulated proof of work clearly points to the main chain. which starts with the very first Bitcoin transaction and the first block ever created, the Genesis block. By selecting the parent block, miners effectively vote with their mining power on the state of the blockchain. In this way, the original main valid chain is always extended, and more cumulative proof of work is added to it. Miners do this while pursuing their own economic interest to earn block rewards. Remember, miners get rewarded only if they mine valid blocks. The incentive structure aligns individual miners' interests and best course of action with those of the network as a whole. This is game theory at work. Each block mined on top of a new block will count as one confirmation of this block and all transactions in it. The more blocks built on top of a given block, the more confirmations this block has, and therefore the more secure and immutable all transactions in it are. Block reward coins received by miners become spendable after 100 block confirmations. This is further protection embedded in the system to secure miners' integrity and to mitigate any risks of manipulation attempts by miners, such as changing the consensus rules or double spending. In our next lesson, we'll discuss a hypothetical scenario where a miner tries to create a double-spent transaction and what would happen in that case. Thanks for watching. Imagine the following scenario. John wants to buy a car with Bitcoin. He finds a sports car dealer who accepts Bitcoin. John buys an awesome orange Lamborghini for 10 Bitcoin. Right after the payment is made and included in the blockchain as the top block, John drives away in his new Lambo. The vendor has delivered the product with no delay. However, the vendor didn't know that John had colluded with Mr. Lee, who is a miner. Actually, Mr. Lee operates a huge mining pool with a lot of processing power. Think about a big data center full of computers focused exclusively on mining on the Bitcoin blockchain. Mr. Lee immediately remines the same block containing John's payment to the car vendor, but this time the new remined block sends the same 10 Bitcoin back to John's wallet. This is double spending. The same coins have been spent twice. John got the Lambo and his money back, so he got the Lambo for free. This situation creates a fork in the blockchain, meaning that two different blocks were mined at the same height of the blockchain. In other words, they were mined on top of the same parent block in very close proximity. The next thing Mr. Lee does is continue mining on the chain containing the double-spent transaction to extend it and validate it further as the longest chain. This kind of consensus attack is known as a 51% attack. Despite the name, it doesn't actually require 51% of the network hashing power. 51% is rather the threshold at which such an attack is almost guaranteed to succeed. Such a scenario could be prevented easily if the vendor waits for more block confirmation before delivering the goods. Generally, it takes 6 block confirmations to consider a transaction pretty much immutable. Therefore, it is recommended for large value purchases to be delivered at least after 6 block confirmations, which amounts to waiting for an hour. Small value items such as a cup of coffee can be delivered faster, after just 1 block confirmation, or even before any block confirmations at all. This is because vendors' risk is limited to a small amount, while customers wouldn't like to wait much for their coffee. Although block confirmations ensure the transaction has been accepted by the whole network, a vendor can still accept a small valid transaction with no delay. This is similar to a credit or debit card payment made without an ID, signature, or PIN code, which is a common practice for low-value purchases nowadays. So, waiting for a sufficient number of block confirmations is one way to provide security against potential 51% attacks and double spending. Another protection embedded in the system comes from the miner's economic resources at stake. As we said, mining blocks and calculating proof of work consumes a lot of resources. If some miners decide to attack and take control of the network for their own benefit, this would be a very risky and expensive strategy. It would require an immense amount of computing power to succeed. We already mentioned the gigantic amount of hash power plugged into the Bitcoin network, so this is what any delinquent miners like Mr. Lee from our illustrative example here would need to compete with in order to tamper with the distributed ledger. The more blocks that are built on top of a given block, the more confirmations it has, and the harder it is to be manipulated. If some miners want to change a previous block in order to create double-spent transactions, divert funds, or for any other reason, they would need to remine all subsequent blocks. Moreover, all this work would be done basically for free, as they wouldn't earn any meaningful rewards on remined blocks. This is the case because their alternative chain would be competing with the original chain to become the longest and main chain of blocks. If not the longest, it would be ignored by the network, and no other miners would validate it by working on extending it. Remember, miners always start building their new blocks on top of the longest existing chain, which contains the most cumulative proof of work done since the Genesis block, the first block ever created. In this way, and by linking each block to its parent block through hashes that contain all the block information, the entire network validates and confirms each and every transaction ever made on the blockchain. Every 10 minutes, when a new block is added to the blockchain, all transactions, right to the first one Satoshi made when he created Bitcoin, are revalidated and reconfirmed by the entire network. Consider also that while non-compliant nodes are remining past blocks, all the other honest nodes keep mining and extending the original main blockchain. Therefore, the non-compliant nodes need to keep mining at a faster rate than the rest of the network, deploying more processing power and consuming more electricity without any meaningful compensation. The further back in time such an attack on the blockchain occurs, the lower the chance that it would be feasible. And we are not talking years here, and not even months. We are talking weeks and days. There are 144 block confirmations occurring every 24 hours. As we already mentioned, 100 block confirmations are required by the Bitcoin protocol for block reward coins to become spendable, so this is considered long enough to mitigate the risk of potential conflicts of interest for miners. That's why it's so hard for an attacker to manipulate or take control over the Bitcoin blockchain. Now that the network has been live and up and running for almost a decade, the computer power plugged in mining, supporting the blockchain and following the rules of the protocol, is enormous. This architecture probably makes it much more robust than any other payment network infrastructure that has ever existed. There is another important detail we need to mention when talking about consensus attacks and their potential impact. These attacks can potentially disrupt the security of decentralized governance and availability of the network, but they cannot steal or spend other people's funds. This is because the only way to control funds on the blockchain is through private keys, which we covered in our cryptography section. Any potential consensus attackers can only manipulate their own transactions on the blockchain and possibly create double-spent transactions with their own funds. That's quite important to remember. Okay, this pretty much covers what we wanted to say about the decentralized consensus mechanism that provides security of the protocol by design. The Bitcoin blockchain architecture is extremely effective and efficient in providing tamper-proof, censorship-resistant track of record. It's hard to imagine a better accounting and record-keeping system, really. Let's summarize all the steps in the Bitcoin mining and consensus process we covered. Mining is highly competitive. Miners compete with their computing resources to mine blocks that satisfy the requirements of the decentralized consensus protocol. At each round of mining a new block, the winner is the miner who is the first one to find a solution to the proof-of-work puzzle, which makes the new block valid. The newly mined block is included in the blockchain by consensus expressed by all miners who immediately start building their new candidates on top of it. They do so by referencing its hash as a parent block to win their new candidate blocks. The winning miner gets the block reward, which currently stands at 12.5 Bitcoin. The security of the decentralized consensus mechanism is guaranteed by the miner's economic resources at stake, the proof-of-work algorithm, and the huge amount of hash power plugged in the network. This system is thrustless, meaning that there is no central trusted authority to verify and process transactions. It works without the need of any party on the network to trust any other party. Instead, it works purely based on economic incentives, which are directed at the right course of action. Miners need to adhere to the protocol in order to be rewarded, otherwise they waste their resources with no reward. These are the game theory and crypto economics that hold the decentralized system together. Fascinating stuff, isn't it? I am sure you will agree the science behind Bitcoin is extremely well thought out and elegant. All right, we've covered so much ground, By now, you know about blockchain, cryptography, mining, and proof of work. We are continuing our journey in the world of Bitcoin. In this and the next lesson, we will cover the other forces that power Bitcoin, its peer-to-peer network, and software codebase. Here's a tricky question for you. What are financial transactions nowadays? The right answer would be they are messages transmitted over a communication network. That's the way every bank transfer and every credit card payment work. In fact, bank transfers are commonly referred to as wire transfers. You may have been wondering where this term comes from. It comes from the telegraph. The telegraph, probably the oldest type of long-distance communication infrastructure, transmits text messages over a wire. This is what Western Union started using in 1872 to transmit messages about payments. After a message with payment instructions was received at the destination, the local office made the payment to the designated person. That's how the concept of wiring money started. Needless to say, this process has evolved through multiple steps until present day, but at its core it continues to be based on transmitting messages. Financial networks are, in essence, communication networks. So what's different and unique about Bitcoin now? Bitcoin is structured as a peer-to-peer network on top of the Internet. Decentralization of control is a core design principle that is achieved and maintained by a fiat, peer-to-peer network architecture. The Bitcoin network is a collection of nodes and peers that run the Bitcoin protocol. And the Bitcoin protocol is a piece of software engineering just like the Internet Protocol, or IP for short. Everyone nowadays has heard of IP addresses, which are used for communications over the Internet. Just like World Wide Web, with its websites, domain names, and other applications, the Bitcoin network is a layer operating on top of the Internet. The web has become pretty centralized over the years, with gigantic corporations holding enormous market power in e-commerce, web search, social networks, and many other areas. Besides market power, they control their users' private data too, like identity information, credit card details, addresses, contact details, and so on. This may be an even more important issue to which users should pay attention. Bitcoin and the other public blockchain network protocols can bypass the web. In fact, in some areas they can provide a viable and superior alternative. Beyond payments, there are other game-changing blockchain applications which we'll cover in detail later in this course. Now let's have a look at the various functions that participants on the Bitcoin network perform. These network participants, or peers, are referred to as nodes. All nodes can verify transactions, send and receive transaction data across the network, and keep a full or partial copy of the blockchain database. In addition, some nodes on the network are involved with the mining function, which we discussed earlier. It involves calculating the proof of work algorithm and creating new blocks. Please remember that not all nodes on the Bitcoin network do mining, as it requires substantial resources and specialized equipment. It's important to distinguish between nodes that keep a full copy of the blockchain, referred to as full nodes, and nodes that keep only a partial copy, referred to as lightweight nodes or SPV nodes. SPV stands for Simplified Payment Verification. Full nodes can autonomously verify transactions without external reference. They use a bottom-up verification approach. This means that they can track each and every coin from the moment of its creation through all transactions it's been involved in. In doing so, they start from the genesis block and they go up the chain of blocks to get to the current transaction that needs to be verified. In this way, they know which coins have been spent and when, and who is the rightful owner of each coin at all times. Maintaining a full node comes with its own resource requirements in terms of storage capacity, as the size of the Bitcoin blockchain currently stands at 160 gigabytes. Alternatively, nodes can store a part of the blockchain only and still be able to verify transactions. Such nodes are called lightweight, and they use simplified payment verification. This is a top-down approach. Lightweight or SPV nodes keep just the block headers of all blocks, which takes a small fraction of the storage space required for the full blockchain. To verify a transaction, they check which block this transaction belongs in, and then make sure there are at least 6 blocks built on top of that block. In this way, lightweight nodes rely on the work done by full nodes as a proof by proxy that the transaction being verified is in order and has not been double spent. Lightweight nodes effectively verify transactions by checking the proof of work in the chain of blocks these transactions belong to. Many Bitcoin wallets, especially those on smartphones, are lightweight nodes. Here's a visualization of the main types of nodes on the Bitcoin network in terms of the functions they perform. A single node can perform all of the functions described, which is the case with full mining nodes. Now that we know the inner workings of the Bitcoin peer-to-peer network, let's take a look at it from a broader perspective. The main Bitcoin network is referred to as mainnet. This is where all the real-life transactions take place. There is also a test net, where new upgrades to the technology are tested. It works in a similar way, but it has a separate blockchain and currency, test bitcoins, or simply testnet coins. Testnet coins are meant to be worthless, as the testnet is just for experimental research and development purposes. Any new piece of software intended to be deployed on the main net should first be deployed on the testnet to eliminate any potential errors in the code. This is a security measure to make sure any new code works as expected, because as you can imagine, any mistakes on the main net can be quite costly. We should also mention several specialized entities that are connected to the Bitcoin network to provide specific services. These entities and services are part of the everyday user experience, so it is quite useful to be familiar with them. They typically connect by running full nodes on the Bitcoin network. One type of such specialized service providers is exchanges, where Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies and crypto assets are traded. Another interesting type of entity on the network is mining pools, which can connect many mining machines working together with just one full node. This is an efficient way to structure mining operations, as only one server can maintain a full node, while all the other computers in the pool focus just on doing proof of work calculations. In this way, the pool makes its own private network, which relates to the Bitcoin main net as one full node connecting many miners at once. Blockchain explorers, or just block explorers, are yet another type of entity that provides useful services by running a full node. They function as search engines for the blockchain. They provide user interface that can be used to track transactions in blocks, so people can see the flow of funds on the blockchain from one address to another. For example, when a person sends some coins to an address, the status of the transfer can quickly and easily be checked with a block explorer. In summary, Bitcoin is the first ever implementation of a decentralized peer-to-peer network for payments and value transfer over the Internet. The system works smoothly without need for trusted third-party authority of any kind of middlemen. Decentralization of control is a key design feature which eliminates any central points of failure. All right, this will do it for now. In our next lesson, we'll continue by discussing the software code base powering Bitcoin. As we all know by now, the Bitcoin ecosystem consists of users, miners, software developers, and applications like exchanges, wallets, and blockchain explorers. Other stakeholders are expected to get increasingly involved as well. Regulators and governments around the world are already paying close attention to the ecosystem. In this part of the course, we'll focus on the software side of things. All participants in the Bitcoin network run software which is developed and maintained by software engineers. Bitcoin was first developed as a software protocol by Satoshi Nakamoto, who produced the initial code base. Shortly after the launch, Satoshi passed on the continued development and maintenance of the code to a group of software development enthusiasts who embraced the idea. This initial group has evolved into the core development team of Bitcoin. That said, Bitcoin is an open source project and everyone can review the code and contribute with development proposals. Bitcoin Core is the open source software codebase that powers Bitcoin. It is known as the reference implementation of Bitcoin, meaning that it is the main point of reference of how the Bitcoin system functions. It determines all aspects of the system, such as wallets, transactions, block validation, node setup, and network protocol in the peer-to-peer network. Now, on to the key software applications used in the ecosystem. Wallets, containing users' private keys, are the tool necessary to store funds and make transactions on the blockchain. They are the most common user interface to the Bitcoin system. In a way, this is similar to web browsers, being the most common user interface to the World Wide Web and its HTTP protocol. All wallets basically contain cryptographic keys giving access to coins on the blockchain. We covered cryptographic keys in detail in our cryptography section. Wallets can be divided into several types depending on the way they store and manage keys. We can have desktop wallets, representing software applications installed and run on PCs and laptops. We can also have mobile wallets, which are mobile applications installed on smartphones. In addition, there are web wallets, which are accessed through a web browser. These wallets are stored on a third-party server, similar to some email account services such as Gmail. Besides these software wallet applications, we can also have some wallets which are not software-based, but we should mention them here anyway as they are quite important. These are hardware wallets and paper wallets. Hardware wallets are specialized hardware devices designed to securely store private keys. In their appearance, they are similar to USB sticks. Paper wallets, on the other hand, are a surprisingly low-tech but highly effective solution against potential hacking attacks, and they simply store cryptographic keys on paper. Of course, such paper wallets must be securely physically stored to mitigate the risk of theft or loss. Wallets that store keys offline are also known as cold storage. We'll repeat this here again, as it is so important to remember whoever controls the private keys controls the funds on the blockchain, so any wallets must be managed, secured, and backed up with the greatest diligence. Besides wallets, another commonly used software application is a blockchain explorer, which we already mentioned earlier. This is a tool used as a search engine for the blockchain. It allows to track transactions, blocks, and address balances. To provide a familiar analogy from the web, you all probably have used Google Search to find a website on the Internet. Similarly, you can use a block explorer to find a specific transaction or an address and its related balance and activity on the blockchain. In this way, you can verify if your transaction has gone through. In other words, if it has been included in a block. This is a primary example of the transparency of public blockchains, as everyone can use a block explorer to search for any transaction or address and verify all related activity. Now let's have a look at the programmability aspect of Bitcoin. Some cryptocurrencies are referred to as programmable money. Bitcoin is indeed a programmable digital currency. It uses a programming language called script when structuring and processing transactions. As the name suggests, this is a script type of language which supports small programs called scripts. They automate the execution of a list of tasks or commands that otherwise could be executed one by one manually by a human operator. Script is a high-level programming language with limited functionality. It is also domain-specific, meaning that it is specialized to its application domain. Bitcoin's transaction script was specifically designed to be limited in scope in order to require minimal processing and to be executable even on very simple devices. Its limited scope also enhances security because this leaves less space for coding errors. As you can imagine, any errors in the system which processes money transfers can be quite costly. Bitcoin's transaction script includes functions that drive transaction execution. Each transaction script can have multiple steps. Most importantly, when a sender signs a transaction with a cryptographic key, the script locks the coins being sent, which are basically transaction inputs. These coins or transaction inputs then can only be unlocked by the receiver's private key. After that, the coins in the form of transaction outputs are transferred to the receiver's account and are controlled by the receiver's private key. Given these two steps of each Bitcoin transaction, the most common scripts used to validate transactions are a locking script and an unlocking script. Bitcoin transaction scripts can also be a bit more complex, involving several conditions to unlock coins or transaction outputs. In this way, it becomes possible to structure multi-signature transactions requiring more than one private key to unlock the coins. This can be used to send money to multiple receivers in one transaction or to send money to an entity with multiple stakeholders who have joint control over the funds. For instance, a company with several partners which receives Bitcoin may find multi-signature transactions a useful way to manage such transfers. Another useful feature for transaction structuring are time locks. Time-bound transactions can be included in a script such that funds are unlocked at a specific time or after a specific period of time following an event. There are other useful logical conditions that can be included in Bitcoin transaction scripts. These include conditional clauses such as if, then, else. You are probably familiar with the if and other conditional functions if you have used spreadsheet software like Excel or have experience with computer programming. The purpose and effect of such clauses in a Bitcoin script are similar. The funds are unlocked only if certain conditions are present. The various programming features of the Bitcoin script language can be combined together to produce more complex conditional transactions than a simple payment. For example, escrow account type of transaction structures can be programmed and automated with Bitcoin scripts. Escrow accounts are typically created when two parties agree to a payment, but only if certain conditions are met. The payer creates an escrow account with a trusted third party, usually a bank, and transfers the funds to it. Once the necessary conditions have been met and the third party is able to verify that, it transfers the money to the intended recipient. In Bitcoin, payment conditions can be programmed to automatically execute a transaction without any need for a third-party agent. This logic and functionality is the basis for the so-called smart contracts, which you may have heard of. We'll discuss smart contracts in more detail in our next section, where we will examine Ethereum, which takes smart contracts to the next level. Thanks for watching. There is another way we can look at Bitcoin as an application platform. The key features of the Bitcoin blockchain, such as programmability, transparency, immutability, integrity, accountability, auditability, decentralized consensus, timestamping, security, direct peer-to-peer interaction, and open-source nature, among others, can enable a large range of applications beyond payments. Bitcoin was originally designed as a payment system, but the baseline technologies that power it open up much broader use cases. While users of the system see accounts, balances, payments, and wallets, there is a fundamental technological layer underneath. This architecture and its building blocks can be used to create many other useful applications on the Bitcoin blockchain. Let's have a look at a few examples. Digital notary and asset registers. The blockchain properties of Bitcoin make it a perfect system for demonstrating proof of ownership. Blockchain technology can be an effective and efficient solution for real estate property registers, shareholder registers, and other investment securities registers. It can be used to register the ownership and transfers of any kind of asset or property rights, including intangible property like trademarks and intellectual property. Such implementations can be realized through separate, dedicated blockchains, but the Bitcoin blockchain can be used as well. And the Bitcoin blockchain has some clear advantages over any other alternative blockchains. It is the most secure, the most immutable, and decentralized one. This is the case because it is the first and foremost successfully operating public blockchain and has the largest pool of computing resources securing its decentralized consensus system. In this way, assets external to the blockchain can be digitalized and traded on it, in addition to intrinsic assets, such as bitcoins. Another use case for which blockchain is perfectly suitable is trade finance. Imagine that a retailer in Europe wants to import and sell merchandise from China. For example, consumer electronics like TVs, refrigerators, microwaves, and so on. The retailer orders the merchandise from the manufacturer, which then needs to be loaded on a cargo ship and sent to Europe. Both parties to this transaction need security and assurance that they will get what they expect out of it. Travel times for ships to deliver goods from China to Europe are around 1 month. This raises counterparty risk that one of the parties may not receive its fair share of the value exchange. From the perspective of the vendor, in this case the Chinese manufacturer, they need to be confident they will get paid before they load the merchandise on the ship, because at this point shipping costs start getting incurred. The merchandise is also at risk of being stolen or otherwise compromised while in transit. From the perspective of the buyer, the European retail company, they need to be confident they will receive the merchandise safe and sound before they release the payment to the vendor. This type of international trade transaction is currently managed by trusted third parties such as banks. International banks offer trade finance services like escrow accounts and letters of credit. The way the system currently works is, the buyer deposits the funds for the payment to the vendor in an escrow account held at a bank. The bank then issues a letter of credit to the vendor guaranteeing the funds are there and will be released upon successful delivery and receipt of the goods. The problem with this is that such middlemen can position themselves as gatekeepers at strategic points in the business value chain where they control access to the flow of economic resources. If intermediaries are very large organizations, they may end up monopolizing the control over trade channels and be able to extract much larger value from the economy than the value they create. This scenario is defined in economics as rent-seeking. You can probably see how trade finance services can be automated with a single smart contract on the blockchain. This new technological paradigm will render such transactions much cheaper and more efficient. A single technological interface will facilitate direct interaction between buyers and sellers, thus eliminating any potential rent-seeking behavior by intermediaries acting as gatekeepers. Moreover, this interface can be a public, open-source technology such as the Bitcoin blockchain, which is not controlled or owned by any single third party. Let's have a look at yet another blockchain use case, crowdfunding. The crowdfunding use case can be enabled by smart contracts releasing funds to the project upon reaching certain milestones or targets. These can include successful delivery of the product to the market or achieving certain level of revenues or profits. In this way, blockchain can be a viable decentralized alternative to Kickstarter or other existing startup funding platforms. Funds can be locked in a smart contract and released at stages upon meeting certain conditions, in this case, the project receiving milestones. Again, the Bitcoin blockchain can provide the transaction protocol infrastructure to implement such solutions as second-layer technologies with user interfaces on top. Again, these are not just hypothetical use cases and applications. There are projects that have been developing such solutions already for a few years. One such application is called colored coins. The term comes from marking or coloring a nominal amount of Bitcoin to represent something more than the amount of digital currency itself. Colored coins can serve as a certificate of ownership of any kind of asset, commodity, or property. They use Bitcoin transaction scripts to encode and store additional data related to such other assets or properties. This additional data is called metadata. When colored coins are created or issued by inserting the relevant piece of code in a Bitcoin transaction, this registers the external asset on the Bitcoin blockchain and creates an asset ID with timestamp. When such colored coins are transacted on the Bitcoin blockchain, this effectively transfers the value and ownership of the external assets associated with the colored coins. Another similar project is the Counterparty Protocol. It is a secondary protocol layer built on top of Bitcoin. Like colored coins, it enables digitalization of ownership rights and transfer of any kind of external assets. It also features a decentralized asset exchange and smart contracts. The Counterparty Protocol, in turn, can serve as a platform for other applications to be built on top of it, using its additional functionality and the security of the underlying Bitcoin blockchain. Okay, now, time to summarize. In this section, we provided an overview of the Bitcoin blockchain as an application platform. Its programmability enables the creation of smart contracts that can automatically execute business logic and be applied in a wide range of industries and markets. It can also be used to create digital tokens, representing any type of physical asset from the real world. In this way, such assets can be traded easily and value can be transferred. These transactions can be implemented with smart contracts, thus enabling complex transaction structures to be programmed and executed automatically. The Bitcoin blockchain enables all this to be done in a direct peer-to-peer, highly secure, fast, and cost-effective way globally. All right, what a breathtaking journey through the amazing world of Bitcoin. Now you should be able to appreciate what a unique system Bitcoin is. It is the first and foremost implementation of a decentralized digital currency and peer-to-peer payment system. Please remember the 5 powers driving Bitcoin are blockchain technology, cryptography, the proof-of-work consensus protocol, hardware and network infrastructure, and software protocol layers. All this creates powerful network effects that are further reinforced with the growth of the Bitcoin community and ecosystem. With increased user adoption, more applications and use cases, the value of the network grows, which in turn creates incentives for further development and innovation, leading to an even higher future growth potential. We started our Bitcoin journey from the roots of the technology and reviewed its successful launch and evolution. We went on to examine more sophisticated concepts and related applications like smart contracts and digital property rights. We can refer to Bitcoin as Blockchain 1.0, as it is the first generation of this technology, and it started this new industrial revolution. We hope you appreciate the amazing journey so far. Now that we are well equipped with solid understanding of the foundational blockchain technology, we are ready to move on and review the next generations of blockchain. Follow us as we step into the world of alternative or altcoins and blockchains, and most importantly, Ethereum, which we can call Blockchain 2.0. As you will soon find out, Ethereum takes smart contracts and smart assets to a whole new level with its complete and flexible programming language. This opens up an even broader range of opportunities and futuristic concepts, such as decentralized autonomous organizations, which can potentially be managed automatically without any human management involvement. That said, the underlying blockchain architecture still remains similar to that of Bitcoin. This highlights the proven technological breakthroughs and foundational importance of the Bitcoin blockchain. Nevertheless, the blockchain space is undergoing stratospheric growth and continued innovation, so we should expect more interesting developments. The next such big thing, representing the second generation of blockchain technology, is Ethereum. So let's move on and see what it is all about. All right, excellent. We are making excellent progress. You already understand how each of the 5 forces shaping Bitcoin's technology work. In this part of the course, we are ready to introduce Ethereum, the second largest blockchain-based crypto asset by market value and significance. As we've said in our previous lessons, Bitcoin ignited the blockchain industrial revolution and quickly started gathering a passionate and dedicated community of enthusiasts and supporters. A new movement was set in motion by the ingenious system Satoshi created. The momentum accelerated at an exponential rate and generated a snowball effect of innovation. Further technological disruption and breakthroughs in the blockchain space were imminent. These effects were reinforced by the open-source nature of Bitcoin. Many developers started experimenting with the Bitcoin code by creating alternative cryptocurrency protocols. Such new alternative coins came to be referred to as altcoins, given the fact that they are alternatives to the original coin, Bitcoin. By far the greatest impact and the most significant innovation in the altcoin space has come with Ethereum. That's why over the next several lessons we'll be examining it extensively. Ethereum represents the second generation of blockchain technology with enhanced functionality beyond payments and asset transfer. Its key domain area is decentralized computing. The vision of Ethereum's founder, Vitalik Buterin, was to create a decentralized global computer, which was implemented through the Ethereum virtual machine. Ethereum works based on the same fundamental principles and technologies underpinning Bitcoin: blockchain, cryptography, proof-of-work decentralized consensus mechanism, peer-to-peer network, and software codebase. The key innovation which differentiates Ethereum from Bitcoin and many other altcoins is its Turing-complete programming language. Turing-complete means that Ethereum's programming language can be used to program and run pretty much any function or task. This enables a broader range of decentralized applications to be created and deployed. It packs a complete set of tools for developers to innovate further and build applications and businesses on the blockchain. The Ethereum blockchain serves as a backbone infrastructure for an entire economic and social ecosystem. That's why the majority of blockchain applications at the moment use the Ethereum platform. But let's take it step by step and see how Ethereum has evolved since its inception. The idea of Ethereum was conceived in 2013 by Vitalik Buterin, who was 19 years old at the time. Vitalik is a Canadian of Russian origin. A math and computer science prodigy, He was drawn into computer games initially, like many of his peers. His father, also a computer scientist, introduced him to Bitcoin, which Vitalik embraced and started exploring with enthusiasm. He co-founded Bitcoin Magazine in 2011 and worked as a journalist there. He also collaborated on colored coin projects. You probably remember colored coins, which we covered in detail in our section on Bitcoin. They enable basic implementations of smart contracts and digital assets on the Bitcoin blockchain. Vitalik wanted to expand the concept of colored coins to enable larger, more flexible, and powerful applications to run on the blockchain. When he faced resistance to his idea from Bitcoin core developers, he decided to launch his own project and to design it from scratch. Vitalik is a prolific blockchain thought leader. His talent has been recognized even before Ethereum achieved global success. At a very young age, he was placed in a class for gifted children. He won a bronze medal at the International Olympiad in Informatics in 2012 at the age of 18. In 2013, he wrote the Ethereum white paper outlining his vision. In 2014, Vitalik received the World Technology Award for IT software, along with other distinguished winners such as Elon Musk, who received the award for energy. Also in 2014, he received the prestigious Thiel Fellowship and dropped out of the University of Waterloo to focus on Ethereum full-time. The Thiel Fellowship was created by the billionaire entrepreneur and investor Peter Thiel, who co-founded PayPal and Palantir, both of which became multi-billion-dollar companies. He is a prominent venture capitalist and was the first outside investor in Facebook. With his fellowship, Peter Thiel aims to sponsor talented young people under the age of 23 who leave the traditional path of college to pursue projects with high global impact. Such projects can include scientific research, startups, or social enterprises. With less than 1% selection rate, the award is considered more competitive than gaining acceptance to the world's best universities. Having received funding from Thiel, Vitalik went on to gather a talented team of co-founders and developers and to pursue his vision for Ethereum. And oh boy, was this a grand vision! The team wanted to create Web 3.0, a more decentralized and smarter generation of the Internet powered by Ethereum. Since they needed more funding, the founders launched an initial coin offering, or ICO, in July 2014, which was effectively a pre-sale of Ether, a native crypto asset of the future Ethereum platform. They managed to raise about $18 million worth of Bitcoin, which was the currency they accepted for contributions, and this represented the largest ICO at the time. This form of startup capital raising through crowdsourcing was about to experience widespread adoption and parabolic growth over the next years. We'll talk more about ICOs later on. With sufficient funding secured, the founding team had many months of hard work ahead of them until the Ethereum network went live in July 2015. In the following chapters, we'll discuss some of the key innovations Ethereum brought to the world. You'll learn about the Ethereum virtual machine, about the Turing-complete programming language for smart contracts called Solidity. We'll talk extensively about the universe of decentralized applications, and we'll describe a well-functioning ICO crowdfunding platform. Finally, we'll review the concept of decentralized autonomous organizations. Let's get into it. Welcome to Blockchain 2.0. All right, so if we want to understand Ethereum, probably the best starting point is to have a look at its white paper. So let's see how its founders describe it, shall we? The Ethereum white paper starts as follows: a next-generation smart contract and decentralized application platform. Satoshi Nakamoto's development of Bitcoin in 2009 has often been hailed as a radical development in money and currency, being the first example of a digital asset which simultaneously has no backing or intrinsic value and no centralized issuer or controller. However, another, arguably more important, part of the Bitcoin experiment is the underlying blockchain technology as a tool of distributed consensus, and attention is rapidly starting to shift to this other aspect of Bitcoin. Commonly cited alternative applications of blockchain technology include using on-blockchain digital assets to represent custom currencies and financial instruments, colored coins, the ownership of an underlying physical device, smart property, non-fungible assets such as domain names, Namecoin, as well as more complex applications involving having digital assets being directly controlled by a piece of code implementing arbitrary rules, smart contracts, or even blockchain-based decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs. What Ethereum intends to provide is a blockchain with a built-in, fully-fledged, Turing-complete programming language that can be used to create contracts, that can be used to encode arbitrary state transition functions, allowing users to create any of the systems described above, as well as many others that we have not yet imagined, simply by writing up the logic in a few lines of code. What the white paper tells us is that blockchain technology has many potential use cases beyond cryptocurrency. Ethereum takes the technology a step further, innovating upon the pioneer in the space, Bitcoin. Very ambitious plan, isn't it? Ethereum provides the tools to facilitate the creation of custom digital assets, financial instruments, and applications. Everyone can launch their own project and create a digital asset, application, or entire organization using the open-source Ethereum protocol. Digital assets are referred to as smart property, meaning that any physical asset like gold, real estate, stocks, bonds, art, and so on can be represented by a token on the blockchain. In addition, smart contracts enable complex financial instruments and applications to be created. In this way, smart property can be included in smart contracts and transacted under certain conditions programmed in the contract. Remember our trade finance example from the Bitcoin section where a smart contract can substitute an escrow account and a letter of credit provided by a bank? In transactions where product delivery takes time, a smart contract can be set up so it releases the funds to the vendor upon successful delivery of the goods to the buyer. Combining smart property and smart contracts could lead to decentralized autonomous organizations where the business logic of operating the entire organization is programmed in a complex system of smart contracts. For now, it remains to be seen how this would work in practice. As mentioned earlier, these ideas have been explored by various projects before Ethereum. However, previous projects were using Bitcoin and other blockchain protocols less suitable for the purpose, while Ethereum is specifically designed for this. The key difference between Ethereum and the majority of other blockchains is its Turing-complete programming language, which enables a variety of useful features. The Ethereum protocol and its development team do not directly create or support decentralized applications, but they provide the tools, building blocks, and infrastructure for developers to launch them. Ethereum takes the concept of a blockchain beyond cryptocurrency in an innovative and meaningful way. Next, we'll have a closer look at some of the key elements of Ethereum. At this point, you are probably thinking, oh my, another virtual thing. We had to get used to abstractions like virtual currencies, virtual assets, and now we are talking about virtual machines? Well, we live in the digital information age, so virtual goods and virtual reality are going to be more and more present in our everyday life. So it's useful to get comfortable with such concepts step by step. Virtual machines are a pretty abstract concept, so we'll try and tackle the difficult task of explaining it from several angles. Virtual machines are not an entirely new idea in distributed computing. With the continued development of the World Wide Web, the number of software products and services migrating in the cloud has been steadily increasing. Business models and information infrastructure have evolved and adapted to the new paradigm of the web. It is more effective and efficient to share and distribute computing resources rather than store and process everything on the same computer. The concept of cloud computing and virtualization is based on the separation between the different components of a computer system. At the top level, we have hardware and software, right? Then we can break down the different types of software into additional layers, such as software operating systems and software applications. A virtual machine is another construct that comes on top of computer hardware, or a standard operating system like Windows, and interacts with various applications. A virtual machine basically creates a virtual operating system environment that can be separated from the hardware. This allows an entire operating system to be copied and pasted from one hardware device to another, just like any other file. Think a video, a picture, or a text file. Such virtualization is part of cloud computing, which is very popular nowadays. Many software products and services are increasingly being delivered on demand on the cloud, which means they are internet-based and distributed. Microsoft Office, with its Word, Excel, and PowerPoint applications, which have become pretty much a software household name and Office staple of the 1990s and early 2000s, now have their cloud-based alternatives, such as Google Docs, Google Sheets, and Google Slides. More and more businesses and consumers are turning to cloud-based solutions. Salesforce is another popular software-as-a-service company which delivers customer relationship management, CRM, and other enterprise software services on the cloud. It led the way with its new business model and started competing with traditional enterprise software giants like Oracle and SAP. Given how disruptive and effective cloud computing is, all the established industry leaders soon followed suit with their own cloud solutions. This migration towards web-based services was enabled, to a large extent, by the advent of the Java programming language and the Java virtual machine. That's because they made it easier to create large-scale web applications. Applications written in Java can run on any Java virtual machine regardless of underlying computer system architecture. Ethereum introduced the virtual machine concept to the blockchain world. The Ethereum virtual machine enables standardized smart contracts and decentralized applications to be created and run on the blockchain. This is done with the help of a Turing-complete programming language such as Solidity, which was purposely designed by the Ethereum development team. Turing-complete means that it is general-purpose or computationally universal. In other words, it can be used to program and perform pretty much any function or task. This design makes Ethereum a perfectly suitable environment for decentralized applications. We can extrapolate now a long-term trend in technology from the original software applications companies like Microsoft and Oracle launched back in the 70s and 80s, to the cloud-based but still centralized services companies like Google and Salesforce pioneered in the late 90s and early 2000s, to the decentralized applications of the future. We believe that blockchain-based decentralized applications will be the new big thing in computer technology, which will complement and compete with the currently available cloud solutions. We'll talk about that more in the next sections. All right, this will do it for now. In the next lesson, we'll delve into the wide range of smart contracts and decentralized applications powered by the Ethereum virtual machine. You'll see how it opens up enormous opportunities and takes blockchain applications to the next level. See you. Hi, and welcome back. We already learned that Bitcoin is the first public blockchain system designed for peer-to-peer payments. It is the preeminent cryptocurrency. Ethereum took the blockchain technology a step further, aiming to become a global decentralized computing platform. It started the second generation of public blockchain technology. The goal of Ethereum is ambitious and enterprising. It aims to enable a large ecosystem of decentralized applications on the blockchain and thus create a more decentralized version of the World Wide Web, a project known as Web 3. Okay. So what would such decentralized applications look like? We can broadly distinguish three main types of applications outlined in the Ethereum white paper. The first type is purely financial applications, providing complex financial products and solutions through smart contracts. These can include insurance, financial derivatives, escrow accounts for trade settlement, financial trusts, and crowdfunding, among others. A good example for this type of application comes from a company called Etherisk, which is developing insurance policies based on Ethereum smart contracts. They have a working product for flight insurance, which provides automatic premium payoff to passengers in case of a delayed or canceled flight. This solution brings a clear advantage to customers as they get their premium paid off automatically with no delay once a coverage trigger event occurs. Typically, getting a refund for a delayed or canceled flight has been a cumbersome and lengthy process plagued by bureaucracy, which can be dragged on for months and even years. And we all know how often flights have issues with being on time. Therefore, Etherisk brings a clear and compelling value proposition to customers who have not always been treated fairly by airlines and traditional insurance companies alike. And this new solution is powered by Ethereum. You can see the business logic of EtherRisk's insurance smart contract on the following chart. Another major category of applications are these with some sort of financial angle, perhaps involving the use of money on the platform, but also having a substantial non-monetary component. They can be used in gaming, betting, prediction markets, and any decentralized peer-to-peer marketplaces for products or services. One such application based on Ethereum is Funfair. It provides turnkey online casino technology that can be used as a white-label solution by anyone, anywhere, to create an online casino. With the help of blockchain and smart contracts, Funfair brings transparency, security, and efficiency to players and online casino operators alike. Then we have applications which are further away from the realm of financial services but still benefit from blockchain architecture and smart contracts. Despite these applications being non-financial, services on their platforms still would have costs that need to be covered, usually with their native tokens. This category includes applications for supply chain management like tracking components across the industry supply chain, reputation systems, digital IDs, voting, and decentralized governance. You probably remember Wabi from the beginning of this course. It is a decentralized application for supply chain management, aiming to solve the problem with counterfeit consumer goods. Product authenticity verification is done by consumers themselves, who scan special RFID labels on the products with their smartphones. RFID stands for radio frequency identification. These labels are applied on the products at a designated point of origin along the supply chain and are linked to a unique digital ID for each product. With each scan of the RFID tag, the product ID is checked and verified. For each scan, users are rewarded Wabi tokens, which currently run on the Ethereum blockchain. With the reward transactions, the product ID verification is time and geo-stamped on the blockchain. Wabi tokens serve as both an incentive mechanism in the form of reward points and as a currency to purchase products secured by the system. All right, we hope that you are enjoying the journey through the extensive universe of decentralized applications of Web3 so far, and you have a good idea of the opportunities this technology opens up. We should also cover another important aspect of the Ethereum platform. Besides environment for building decentralized applications, Ethereum provides a platform for crowdfunding of such projects. Let's see how this works in our next lesson. Ethereum has made it very easy for anyone to create and issue virtual tokens on its blockchain. This is done with the help of standardized Ethereum smart contracts like ERC20. In this way, people, businesses, or governments can issue their own virtual currencies, assets, or application tokens using the Ethereum blockchain without the need to build their own blockchains. The facility of issuing new digital tokens or coins based on Ethereum stimulated a massive wave of new startup ventures innovating and funding their projects on the Ethereum blockchain. The funding comes in the form of initial coin offerings, or ICOs, also known as token generation events. In this way, startups can issue digital tokens that can be exchanged for services on their future platforms. They can also issue tokens representing financial instruments like equity shares. These two broad classes of tokens are commonly referred to as utility and security tokens. This mechanism turned out to be a huge enabler of crowdfunding on the blockchain. It even exceeded multiple times traditional early-stage venture capital, one of the typical ways used by startup companies to raise funding. Projects that run ICOs based on an Ethereum token, which is quick and easy to issue, retain flexibility afterwards to use the Ethereum blockchain for their future service offerings, or to build their own blockchain. This is a business decision which needs to be taken case by case. Some business applications can benefit from their own dedicated blockchains for industry-specific reasons or due to scalability issues. The Ethereum blockchain currently doesn't have unlimited capacity to handle all applications and their transactions at the scale needed for mass adoption. Ethereum is still at a very early stage and quite an experimental technology. Thus, further progress is needed to upgrade it to a point where its network will be robust enough to handle all the traffic of a large decentralized applications ecosystem. It should be noted also that Ethereum is not the first nor the only blockchain platform for decentralized applications and ICOs. For instance, Haryo, which many people call the Ethereum of China, is another platform. Even Bitcoin has smart contracts functionality that can be used for this, as we saw earlier when we discussed the colored coins and counterparty projects. Another platform for decentralized applications is Mastercoin, later rebranded to Omni. Mastercoin did its own ICO in 2013, raising $5 million worth of Bitcoin to build its protocol layer on top of the Bitcoin blockchain. One of the most notable examples of a project that did its ICO using the Mastercoin protocol is MadeSafe, a platform for distributing computing resources such as file storage and processing power. This application is similar in a way to popular cloud storage services like Dropbox, Google Drive, or Amazon Cloud, but it's decentralized on the blockchain, and it rents out the spare disk space of its network nodes rather than a centralized server. Storage is another distributed data storage project. It initially started building its platform on the counterparty protocol, thus relying on the Bitcoin blockchain infrastructure. Later on, the storage team decided to move the application to the Ethereum blockchain and issued a standard Ethereum ERC20 token. Another project called Civic is making a move in the opposite direction. Civic is a decentralized application for personal identity verification. They launched their ICO by issuing a token on Ethereum, but are moving their platform to the Bitcoin blockchain with the help of Rootstock. Rootstock, or RSK for short, is a new platform for decentralized applications running on top of the Bitcoin blockchain. It aims to combine Ethereum type of smart contracts with the security of the Bitcoin blockchain, which is second to none. To illustrate this point further, perhaps, we can compare decentralized applications to mobile applications. Projects can pick their platform of choice for their decentralized application in the same way they can develop mobile apps for Android or Apple phones. Android and iOS are two separate platforms with their own protocols and app stores. Any mobile app can be built for either platform, and the user interface may look the same, but the app code in each case would be different. Of course, projects would always have the option to build their own blockchains. Sia and Filecoin are two other distributed data storage applications that are building their own blockchains rather than using Ethereum or Bitcoin. We'll focus more on application-specific and industry-specific blockchains in the next chapters. The important point to make here is that various blockchain platforms for decentralized applications, or dApps for short, exist. They provide general-purpose technology for developing and launching such applications. Ethereum is the premier platform for dApps and ICOs currently. Okay, you should now have a good idea what decentralized applications are. Let's take a step further into the future to discuss an even more ambitious idea envisaged by the Ethereum founders: decentralized autonomous organizations. Decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs, are envisaged as autonomous entities that operate on the blockchain in a completely transparent and publicly managed way without any central control. These entities can also be referred to as decentralized autonomous corporations, or DACs. The relationships among investors, owners, employers, and other stakeholders, as well as the assets and resources of such enterprises, are managed by smart contracts on the blockchain, rather than by legal contracts and organizational bylaws. Imagine a set of contracts that operate to manage an organization to its mission statement and a set of logical rules. They can autonomously execute a business strategy according to plan. They can buy resources or services, hire people or machines for jobs, pay suppliers, partners, and employees, run marketing activities, logistics, distribution, sales, and so on in order to create value for their owners. Well, we're not there yet, but we already have many of the building blocks. So we can contemplate the design of a future corporation without managers, but just shareholders, money, and software, where shareholders would provide the capital and have direct control over the software running day-to-day operations. A DAO is more of a philosophical concept than an actual strictly defined type of business or social entity. It is a vision for the next evolutionary step in organizational theory and design towards more decentralization and autonomy. It can be argued that all public blockchains, starting from Bitcoin, in fact, represent DAOs to a certain extent. However, blockchains without a Turing-complete programming language have limited smart contract capabilities. DAOs need smart contracts that can represent complex stakeholder relationships and business logic. Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other blockchain protocols and systems can be regarded as general-purpose technology enabling the creation and operation of DAOs. In that sense, DAOs can be described as decentralized applications whose governance and operations run on the blockchain. The important thing, for all practical purposes, is that DAOs can potentially function with little or no human involvement in their management. All administrative and business processes can be programmed in smart contracts, at least in theory. Human intervention may be needed only to maintain and upgrade the smart algorithms. You probably know that many manufacturing processes have been automated within recent history. Think a robot arm assembling cars in a high-tech factory. DAOs represent an equivalent automation in business and organizational management. To make DAOs even more autonomous, in the future they may include artificial intelligence in the form of machine learning kind of algorithms implemented in smart contracts. Such artificially intelligent smart contracts are referred to as autonomous agents. However, implementing this kind of high-tech solutions is still pretty much in the realm of science fiction, given the very early stage DAOs are at currently. If artificial intelligence gets indeed into the mix, things can get very, very interesting. For example, machine learning may enable DAOs to maintain and upgrade their own software and hardware without any help from humans. It remains to be seen what the future holds for DAOs. Hopefully we'll avoid invoking Skynet from the Terminator movies. All right, guys, time to recap everything we learned for Ethereum. Here are the key takeaways. We started by talking about Vitalik Buterin, the polymath visionary whiz kid who came up with the idea of Ethereum at the age of 19 in 2013. Vitalik and the talented team around him built Ethereum following most of the foundational principles and technologies used in Bitcoin: blockchain, cryptography, proof-of-work consensus algorithm, peer-to-peer network, and software codebase. However, there is one key difference that makes Ethereum a second-generation blockchain as opposed to first-generation, which Bitcoin is. The key differentiating factor is Ethereum's Turing completeness. The Ethereum virtual machine and Solidity programming language enable a complete set of smart contracts that can be programmed to do pretty much any computer task or function. This powerful innovation unlocked unprecedented opportunities to create an entire universe of decentralized applications running on the blockchain. We can compare the game-changing impact of Ethereum's innovation to the way the Java virtual machine opened up enormous opportunities for development of web applications and cloud computing. We presented an overview of some potential use cases for decentralized applications and examples of some actual projects developing such applications. Besides developing and running these projects on the blockchain, they can also be funded through crowdfunding campaigns on the blockchain. Decentralized applications are still at a very early experimental stage, so many further steps are necessary before we see mass adoption. We also touched upon the even more ambitious and futuristic concept of decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs. They represent the vision of automating the management of an organization with smart contracts, which could potentially run day-to-day operations completely autonomously without the need of any human management. Shareholders would just provide initial capital to fund a DAO and a high-level mission statement like maximize profits in lawful, fair, and ethical way, possibly adding some more business principles, and the rest would be delegated to smart contracts. If in the future we have algorithms with artificial intelligence involved in such DAOs, it can get even more interesting. So far in this course, we have presented the Bitcoin and Ethereum blockchain protocols and various decentralized applications that run on them. In the next section, we'll discuss some industry-specific applications which have their own blockchains. Stay tuned as we keep exploring deeper and deeper the world of blockchain. Hey guys, welcome back on our blockchain journey. We have covered a lot of ground so far, from the history of money and why blockchain cryptocurrencies make sense, to the foundational technologies of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now that you have a good understanding of Bitcoin and Ethereum, the two largest public blockchains, which pioneered the first and second generation of this technology, we can move on and introduce some other interesting projects. As we mentioned earlier, we can broadly classify blockchains into two categories, depending on who owns them and how accessible are they. First, we have public blockchains, which are open source projects. Then we have private permissioned blockchains with restricted access to approved users only. In each of these categories, there are general-purpose blockchains, like Ethereum, and application or industry-specific blockchains. General-purpose technology is designed to provide foundational infrastructure and building blocks to create specific use cases on top of it. For example, developers can build pretty much any decentralized application using the Ethereum platform, like they can do with the Apple or Android platform for mobile apps. That said, it's pretty much a one-size-fits-all toolbox. As a rough analogy, you can use Lego blocks to build a model of pretty much anything, a rocket ship, a car, a house, you name it. But if you want a state-of-the-art car or rocket ship model, you will use a purpose-made design, components, and assembly. Therefore, some projects prefer to build their own blockchains tailored to their specific application or industry. There are multiple pros and cons to either approach. It takes much more time and effort to build a blockchain from the ground up, rather than to build just an application on top of an existing one. You also need to create a large community of miners to support and secure the network, whereas applications running on Ethereum benefit from an already established network of miners. But then again, an existing general-purpose platform may not ideally fit your intended use case, or it may hit capacity constraints that put a bottleneck on your project. The network traffic on Ethereum tends to be much higher than on smaller platforms, for instance. Application-specific blockchains focus on just one sector or market and are not intended for general use like Ethereum. That said, they can still be open-sourced and open access for everyone to join. Let's go on and have a look at a few sector-specific public blockchains. An interesting platform in the social media space is Steam. It has an innovative business model which provides incentives to users to contribute high-quality content and give feedback. These incentives come in Steam's native crypto assets, which are traded on exchanges and have real monetary value. There is a simple rationale for this. Quality content increases traffic to the platform, bringing more users. The more users a social media platform has, the more valuable it is. This is called positive network effect. Therefore, members contributing high-quality content or helping to curate content on the platform get their fair share of the value created. The platform itself is a cross between Reddit and Medium, which are popular for blog posts and social commentary on specific topics. Like Medium, people can write and publish long blog posts, and like Reddit, they can engage in extensive discussions and share content and links from anywhere on the Internet. Posts are upvoted, downvoted, and commented on by other users. DTube takes decentralized social media a step further. It is a video sharing and streaming platform similar to YouTube, built as an application on the Steam blockchain. The principles it operates on are the same as those of Steam. Content contributors are rewarded in Steam's native crypto assets, but the focus is on video rather than blog posts. The main benefits of a decentralized YouTube with embedded monetization mechanism are more fair value distribution among content creators and users, no annoying ads, and censorship resistance. Now, let's have a look at a couple of other sectors buzzing with blockchain activity: supply chain management and the Internet of Things. We already mentioned that blockchain has a strong use case in supply chain management, and we presented a couple of applications for that running on Ethereum, Wabi, and Modem. We can expand this idea to a broader use case, the Internet of Things, or IoT for short. IoT can be defined as a network of smart devices capable of autonomously connecting to the Internet and communicating with each other. You should be quite familiar with such devices already. In fact, one of them is probably in your pocket, your smartphone. Just like we have mass adoption of smartphones today, and remember that phones were not always smart, the IoT vision is to have smart meters, smart grids, smart cars, smart homes, and even smart cities. The next generation of IoT devices includes smart electricity meters, which automatically send measurements of electricity usage by a house to the utility company for billing. This is a part of an idea for smart homes, smart grids, and smart cities, where all sorts of home appliances and infrastructure can communicate with each other via the Internet and perform tasks autonomously. Other examples include wearable devices, heart monitoring implants, chips for tagging and monitoring animals, smart connected cars, and so on. Pretty much any physical object or device you can think of can be designed with some computational intelligence and Internet connectivity. IoT devices can have various sensors and technologies for collecting, measuring, and transmitting data, like the RFID tabs that Wabi uses or the temperature sensors and Bluetooth that are used by Modem. Some other notable projects containing IoT with the secure and immutable record-keeping of blockchains and smart contact automation include VeChain and Walton Chain, which are launching their own dedicated blockchains. All these projects target different industry verticals, like consumer goods, luxury goods, pharma, auto sector, logistics, shipping, and so on. We'll have a close look at some specific case studies later on. They also tailor their solutions in slightly different ways by using different types of sensors, general-purpose blockchains like Ethereum, or their own dedicated blockchains. However, the overall idea and business application are the same. They are trying to deliver effective and efficient supply management solutions through the convergence of IoT, blockchain, and smart contracts technologies. And this is a valid, unique selling proposition. Okay, great. Our landscape of blockchain applications is gradually expanding, and the horizon is nowhere to be seen yet. In our next section, we'll cover the important topic of privacy-focused blockchain technologies. Stay tuned. In this day and age, privacy is an ever more rare and valuable commodity. Technologies like the Internet and smartphones have brought unprecedented ease and speed of information discovery. Just like everything, these developments have their pros and cons. On the positive side, useful information, education, and knowledge can be spread quickly and empower people globally. People around the world who have been traditionally disadvantaged from information asymmetries now have the tools that can give them an equal opportunity to pursue their personal development goals and dreams. However, on the downside, the same technology can empower entities with dubious agendas to spy on people, like the Big Brother in George Orwell's classic dystopia 1984. There are malicious hackers who break into central servers to steal valuable private information, and nobody is fully protected against that. It has happened to pretty much all big multinational banks, multi-billion-dollar corporations, handling personal data like Experian, tech giants, and even top security government agencies like the National Security Agency of the U.S. or NSA. When there is a clear valuable target or central point of failure, hackers always find a way. Moreover, there are numerous data brokers who make business out of people's personal information. They collect it lawfully or not, analyze it, and sell it to anyone who is willing to pay, usually advertisers, but also political campaigns, as the recent case with Facebook and Cambridge Analytica showed. Where are the boundaries of personal privacy protection versus intrusion for any higher purpose is a hot topic of public debate right now. This is normal, given the technological advances of our society, discussed so far. Privacy is a desirable feature, not just by criminals, but also by regular people and businesses who don't want their personal and confidential information to be compromised and monetized by third parties. Given the transparency of public blockchains, many businesses may not feel comfortable to use them for conducting their operations. There is a lot of sensitive business information like transactions with suppliers, quantities, and other private supply chain details, as well as employee pay, which may not be appropriate to be stored on a public, transparent blockchain. Such information usually is kept as a trade secret, as it can be a source of important competitive advantage for businesses after all. Therefore, in parallel with the technologies powering the information age, solutions have been in development to secure privacy and mitigate risks of personal data breaches. These solutions mostly revolve around cryptography. You probably remember our cryptography overview from the section about Bitcoin. Here we'll have a look at several blockchain cryptocurrencies which have made advances in their privacy features beyond what Bitcoin offers. They focus, first and foremost, on delivering excellent privacy solutions to the market. It is a common misconception that Bitcoin is an anonymous currency. Actually, it is pseudo-anonymous, since all transactions can be seen by anyone using a block explorer, like those we described earlier. Bitcoin transactions don't show users' names, but they show their public address, which can be linked to the owners. This can be done at any point where users are required to do KYC or otherwise disclose their identity in order to transact. Such network nodes can include exchanges, other regulated financial institutions, airlines, e-commerce websites, or other merchants, which may accept payments in Bitcoin. Therefore, other solutions are needed to fulfill the market need for private transactions. A level of privacy similar to that of physical cash is very hard to achieve with digital money. But when there is a problem and market demand, solutions are soon to follow. Hence, here come the privacy coins. Monero, Zcash, and Dash are the top privacy blockchain cryptocurrencies in terms of adoption, capitalization, and advanced technological innovations. We'll provide a brief description of each of them next. Monero is widely considered the digital currency with the strongest privacy features, thanks to its cryptocurrency using ring signatures. Monero's cryptography is more complex than that of Bitcoin and most other crypto assets, so we won't get into all the technical details. But to give you an idea, transactions in Bitcoin are digitally signed with personal cryptographic keys so that anyone can see the address of the sender and the receiver, as well as the transaction amounts. This proves that the sender owns the money being transferred. It is similar in its purpose and effect to signing a check from your bank. On the other hand, Monero's ring signatures are described as digital signatures that specify a group of possible signers such that the verifier can't tell which member actually produced the signature. Therefore, transactions in Monero appear to be signed by a large pool of users rather than a specific user. The ring signature only proves that the transaction was sent by someone in that pool, but it doesn't disclose exactly who. The Monero protocol allows for complete user privacy in terms of amounts, origins, and destinations for transactions, and it has a mechanism to prevent double spending. In these features, it is similar to Zcash, with its zero-knowledge proofs, or ZK snarks, which we'll discuss next. Launched in 2016, Zcash brought a new privacy technology to the blockchain market called zero-knowledge proofs, with its ZK snarks protocol. Zcash provides optionality for users to either send regular transactions like in Bitcoin, or to send private transactions where no information is revealed other than that the transactions are valid. The project is led by Zuko Wilcox, who was part of David Chaum's DigiCash in the 1990s, which you may remember from our overview of the digital currency technologies preceding Bitcoin. Dash is another blockchain cryptocurrency supporting private transactions. It uses a different protocol which basically mixes many transactions together to form kind of a large multi-party pooled transaction. In this way, it scrambles the different components of each transaction and makes it nearly impossible for an external observer to put the pieces together and figure out who sent what to whom. All right, since we promised not to get into too much technical details of these complex cryptography privacy solutions, we'll wrap up on this topic now. You probably get the idea of privacy and its important implications in business and everyday life. Talking about privacy in public blockchain technology, this is a good transition to another important topic: private permissioned blockchains. These are networks that are privately owned and managed by an organization and have restricted access. But more on this in the next section. See you there. Now it's time to describe another important but largely unfamiliar to most people part of the blockchain universe: private permissioned blockchains. They are different from public blockchains like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the other projects discussed so far, mainly in one key aspect: access to the network. While in public blockchains, anyone can download some open-source software, join the network, and use it. In private blockchains, access to the network is restricted. Corporations, government entities, and other organizations can build their own private blockchains to serve their business or administrative purposes. Such private blockchains are typically more centralized and much closer to a distributed database or ledger in their architecture and functions. This is because they don't need a decentralized trust model like Bitcoin and other public blockchains. If all blockchain participants are known, have been pre-approved, and vetted, there is not much need to have complex consensus algorithms based on game theory. Network nodes can easily agree on the latest version of the blockchain database, as they all know and trust each other by virtue of being part of the same organization. As we mentioned in the previous section, public blockchains may not be suitable for everything and everyone. For many internal business processes, private blockchains may be a better option. Nowadays, the value of blockchain technology for business, government, and personal use is widely accepted around the world. Most large international banks and other financial institutions have been developing their internal blockchain projects for a few years now. Established technology companies like IBM have also joined the bandwagon. The same goes to shipping industry leaders like Maersk, which are interested in how blockchain can optimize their supply chain management. These large corporations have found that the best way to develop their blockchain projects is to cooperate in industrial alliances, consortiums, or partnerships with each other. This may involve industry incubators, where startup teams collaborate with corporations to develop solutions for industrial use. Next, we'll have a look at some of the most prominent cross-industry consortiums for blockchain development. R3 started as an alliance of 9 banks in 2015, with the aim of developing blockchain infrastructure for the financial sector. It has grown to include over 200 financial institutions in 2018. Banks reckon that blockchain technology could save them money by making their operations faster, more efficient, and more transparent. They are racing to build products using the technology that will generate new revenue, with dozens of patent applications filed for blockchain-based products by banks around the world. R3's main project is Corda, a blockchain, or as they call it, distributed ledger technology platform designed specifically for financial agreements between regulated financial institutions. The main difference between Corda and the public blockchains we are already familiar with, such as Bitcoin and Ethereum, is that Corda is based on consensus only between the parties to individual deals, rather than consensus of the entire network. Corda transactions are validated by parties to the transaction, rather than a broader pool of unrelated validators. Therefore, the entire transaction database in Corda is not copied to all network participants. This design also doesn't need a native cryptocurrency to incentivize and reward miners to validate transactions, as proof of work is unnecessary for private deployments. Corda's architecture directly enables regulatory and supervisory observer nodes. Distributed applications can be built on Corda using the Java Virtual Machine, which facilitates user adoption and interoperability with legacy systems. Notwithstanding the different design of Corda, the Chief Technology Officer, or CTO, of R3, Richard G. Brown, describes neatly the evolutionary steps that led to Corda's creation, starting with Bitcoin and giving credit to the brilliant innovation it brought to the world. Bitcoin's architecture, as I have often written, is a marvel. Its interlocking components are one of those rare examples of something so elegant that they seem obvious in hindsight, yet which required a rare genius to create. Blockchain was the tool that was invented to solve a real problem. We concluded that a blockchain such as the ones underlying Bitcoin or Ethereum, or any of the private variations, actually provide at least 5 interlocking but distinct services: consensus, validity, uniqueness, immutability, and authentication. Consensus is the first and most important feature of blockchains, and the thing that is probably genuinely new in terms of scale and scope. It allows to create a world where parties to a shared fact know that the fact they see is the same as the fact that other stakeholders see. Sure, consensus systems and replicated state machines have existed for years, but consensus systems at internet scale between untrusting actors that work in the force of powerful adversaries, that's a step forward. In Bitcoin, the shared facts are things like, what are all the Bitcoin outputs that have not yet been spent, and what needs to happen for them to be validly spent? and the facts are shared between all full node users. Validity is about the rules of the game. It defines a clear set of rules for validating transaction. Uniqueness refers to the fact that besides following the set of rules for valid transactions, such transactions also need to be unique. In other words, no spending of the same money twice at the same time can be allowed. This is the double spending problem that Bitcoin first solved in a decentralized way. Immutability is enforced by the system, not by virtue of past transactions being immutable per se, but by the fact that other network participants will not accept a blockchain with past transaction history different than the one they personally store. Authentication refers to the design feature of all transactions being authenticated with private keys controlled by users. This eliminates the need for a central authority or system administrator, which can represent a central point of failure. The conclusion of R3CTO is that the thing that is genuinely new is the emergence of platforms shared across the Internet between mutually distrusting characters that allow them to reach consensus about the existence and evolution of facts shared between them. So if that's what this is all about, then what are the shared facts that matter in finance? What business problem would we need to have for any of this work to be of any use at all? And this is the light bulb moment and the fundamental insight driving the entire Corda project. The important shared facts between financial institutions are financial agreements such as Bank A and Bank B agree that Bank A owes $1 million to Bank B, payable on demand. This is a cash demand deposit. Bank A and Bank B agree that they are parties to a credit default swap with the following characteristics. This is a derivative contract. Bank A and Bank B agree that Bank A is obligated to deliver 1,000 units of common stock to Bank B in 3 days' time in exchange for a cash payment of $150,000. This is a delivery versus payment agreement. The financial industry is pretty much defined by the agreements that exist between its firms, and these firms share a common problem. The agreement is typically recorded by both parties in different systems, and very large costs are caused by the need to fix things when these different systems end up believing different things. Multiple research firms have postulated that tens of billions of dollars are spent each year on this problem. In particular, these systems typically communicate by exchanging messages like, "I send an update to you and hope that you reach the same conclusion about the new sale of the agreement as I do." Financial institutions spend a lot of money on reconciling their books to check if all parties are indeed on the same page, and if not, they have to spend even more money to fix any inconsistencies or other issues uncovered. Then R3CTO describes the solution his project brings to the market. Now, imagine we had a system for recording and managing financial agreements that was shared across firms, that recorded the agreement consistently and identically, that was visible to the appropriate regulators, and which was built on industry-standard tools with a focus on interoperability and incremental deployment, and which didn't leak confidential information to third parties. A system where one firm could look at its set of agreements with a counterpart and know for sure that what I see is what you see, and we both know that we see the same thing, and we both know that this is what has been reported to the regulator. That's Corda. There have been plans to contribute Corda into the Hyperledger project, of which R3 is a member. Hyperledger is another enterprise blockchain development consortium which is even broader in scale and scope, with many participants from different industries. We'll look into it next. The Hyperledger project is a cross-industry blockchain collaboration launched by the Linux Foundation in December 2015. It focuses on blockchain industrial solutions for finance, banking, the Internet of Things, supply chains, healthcare, manufacturing, technology, and other sectors. Currently, it has over 190 member organizations, including industry leaders like IBM, Intel, American Express, Daimler, Airbus, Fujitsu, Hitachi, Cisco, Accenture, JP Morgan, SAP, NEC, and Baidu, among others. Hyperledger is an umbrella project which incubates separate blockchain projects focused on distinct industrial use cases and solutions. Hyperledger projects are built from the ground up to address specific business models and their issues. They are intended as a plug-and-play solution to boost the consortium members' business performance. For that purpose, the fundamental principle to all Hyperledger projects is modular approach. All components of the Hyperledger ecosystem are designed to be interoperable and interchangeable, meaning that they can connect with any other component within that framework. They also must be able to connect with legacy corporate IT systems for enterprise resource planning, for example. Ideally, they would also be able to connect with open public blockchain networks like Bitcoin and Ethereum. In their own words, Hyperledger is incubating and promoting enterprise-grade, open-source business blockchain technologies, including distributed ledgers, smart contract engines, client libraries, graphical interfaces, utility libraries, and sample applications. Hyperledger provides the underlying open-source software on top of which anyone can set up apps to meet business needs. So Hyperledger aims to provide a blockchain platform for distributed applications, kind of like Bitcoin and Ethereum do. But make no mistake, despite being an open-source collaboration, Hyperledger targets industrial applications meant to be deployed mostly as private permissioned blockchains. As they themselves say, the optimal focus of Hyperledger is to advance industry goals of distributed ledger and smart contracts. The overarching Hyperledger design philosophy for permissioned blockchain networks follows a modular approach that enables extensibility and flexibility. The modular approach they are talking about looks like this. The reference architecture of Hyperledger identifies several key layers of components: consensus, smart contracts, communication protocol, data storage, cryptography, ID management, governance, APIs, and interconnectivity. This is a major difference from the design of existing public blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum, where everything is packed in the same blockchain protocol. Therefore, you can imagine that Hyperledger provides more flexibility. For each layer, several interchangeable turnkey options are offered. This means that enterprises can choose the consensus algorithm, the smart contract programming language, level of encryption, and so on that best fit their business needs. As one of the Hyperledger white papers puts it, business blockchain requirements vary. Some uses require rapid network consensus systems and short block confirmation times before being added to the chain. For others, a slower processing time may be acceptable in exchange for lower levels of required trust. Scalability, confidentiality, compliance, workflow complexity, and even security requirements differ drastically across industries and uses. Each of these requirements, and many others, represent a potentially unique optimization point for the technology. So the main benefit of the modular is flexibility. Hyperledger develops a range of technological solutions for business applications, including distributed ledgers, smart contracts, code libraries, and graphical user interfaces. It also provides entire sample applications. These common building blocks can be reused in many different projects. Any component can be modified independently without affecting the rest of the system. Hyperledger components can be mixed and matched to create tailor-made enterprise value-added systems. This framework creates a perfect environment for innovation in the corporate blockchain space. Let's have a look at it in a bit more detail. At present, there are 10 Hyperledger projects in incubation, comprising 5 frameworks and 5 tools. Frameworks represent different approaches to building enterprise blockchains. Here's a brief overview of the main ones. Hyperledger Fabric. Originally proposed by IBM, Hyperledger Fabric aims to provide a modular, scalable, and secure foundation for industrial blockchain applications. Fabric is a base layer core infrastructure for Hyperledger projects. It exemplifies the modular architecture we described earlier, in order to allow components such as consensus and smart contracts to be plug-and-play. Hyperledger Sawtooth. Sawtooth, a project initiated by Intel, delivers another modular platform for distributed enterprise applications. It involves a novel consensus algorithm called Proof of Elapsed Time, or POET, which is optimized for efficient simulation of the Bitcoin proof-of-work consensus in a trusted corporate environment. The Sawtooth white paper goes along familiar lines. Today's business processes for information sharing are burdened with intermediaries, inefficiencies, and security concerns. Through the use of distributed ledger technology, or blockchains, Business processes between companies can be streamlined, and records can be kept in sync without the need for a central authority or manual reconciliation processes. This can help enterprises to reduce their costs and enable them to create entirely new ways of doing business. Sawtooth is a framework for building distributed ledgers for enterprise use with a focus on modularity and extensibility. Sawtooth builds upon decades of state-machine replication research and is designed to support any consensus mechanism or smart contract language. The authors also give credit to Bitcoin and Ethereum as inspiration for Hyperledger Sawtooth. Have you heard this line of thought somewhere else before? Yes, it was expressed by the R3 Corda team, another permissioned enterprise blockchain focusing on the financial sector. Good, seems we are on the right path with the milestone projects we are covering. The evolutionary process of deriving new enterprise blockchain solutions from the leading public blockchains is described neatly as follows. Since the release of Ethereum, a variety of other distributed ledgers implementations have been created to meet the needs of the enterprise. These distributed ledger implementations include software that expands upon existing protocols, for example, Bitcoin and Ethereum, and creates entirely new implementations, Corda and Fabric. The Sawtooth architecture has 5 core components: peer-to-peer network for passing messages and transactions between nodes, distributed log, which contains an ordered list of transactions, state machine smart contract logic layer for processing the content of those transactions, distributed state storage for the resulting state after processing transactions, and consensus algorithm for achieving consensus across the network on the ordering of transactions and the resulting state. These 5 core components resemble the 5 forces powering Bitcoin, which we examined in detail earlier in the course. Sawtooth has a permissioned network in order to control who can connect, send transactions, and participate in consensus. Also, some default smart contract templates are provided. They are divided by function and grouped into transaction families. This is an innovative idea. There are smart contract templates for managing network settings and off-the-shelf marketplace and supply chain solutions. There is also a tool for integrating Ethereum smart contracts with Sawtooth. Users can develop further their own smart contracts and transaction families. This approach is a little different from what we find in general-purpose smart contract platforms. In Ethereum, for example, the same generic instruction set, also known as opcodes, is used for all types of applications. So, smart contracts for financial services, media, supply chain, healthcare, and so on would use the same toolbox of programming commands. Whereas in Hyperledger Sawtooth, each transaction family has its own smart contract logic comprised of operations specific to that domain. This makes Sawtooth programming both restrictive and secure at the same time. With a smaller code base, flexibility of what you can do is restricted, but also the probability of costly errors is smaller. This design choice follows a similar logic to why the programming capabilities in Bitcoin were restricted from the outset. Furthermore, Sawtooth enables developers to write smart contracts in a variety of languages such as Python, JavaScript, C++, Rust, and Go. It is also flexible regarding virtual machines, and both the Ethereum and Java virtual machines can be used. Sawtooth does not take a fundamental position on which consensus mechanism is best. It rather offers an interface that allows for a variety of consensus protocols to be used. We can broadly distinguish 2 main approaches to consensus protocols: lottery consensus and voting consensus. The first, known as Nakamoto consensus, elects a leader through some form of lottery. The leader then proposes a new block to be added to the blockchain. In Bitcoin, for example, the first miner to solve the proof-of-work cryptographic puzzle wins the leader election lottery. The second approach, also known as Byzantine fault tolerance, uses votes among consensus participants to elect a leader. The novel consensus algorithm Sawtooth proposes and adds to its stack is proof of elapsed time, or POET for short. It is a Nakamoto-style consensus algorithm designed for trusted enterprise environment. It allows a leader node to be elected randomly based on the time that the node was waited before proposing a block. POET provides similar distribution of results to other lottery algorithms such as proof of work in Bitcoin. The probability of election is proportional to the resources contributed. In this case, resources are general-purpose processors or CPUs with a trusted execution environment. Code and data loaded inside the trusted execution environment are protected with respect to confidentiality and integrity. So basically, POET emulates the proof-of-work mining process in Bitcoin with CPUs in a trusted environment, which minimizes system resource requirements. This is possible in Sawtooth because all network participants are known and trusted by default. By contrast, participants in open public blockchains such as Bitcoin and Ethereum don't know each other and don't have to trust each other. In summary, the key innovations introduced by Sawtooth are the domain-specific smart contract layer and the POET consensus algorithm. They are essentially modifications of the Ethereum virtual machine and the Bitcoin proof-of-work consensus protocol. The project is neatly summarized by the team itself as follows. Sawtooth is a blockchain platform designed for enterprise usage. Sawtooth builds upon the learnings of platforms before it, such as Bitcoin and Ethereum, and is designed with a focus on modularity and extensibility. Sawtooth is unique from existing blockchain platforms in that it allows developers to program their smart contracts in a variety of traditional programming languages. Future Sawtooth developments will focus on increasing the throughput and privacy of transactions. Okay, let's move on to the other notable Hyperledger projects. Hyperledger Iroha builds a library of reusable components with focus on mobile development. These components include libraries for digital signatures, hashing algorithms, transaction protocols, peer-to-peer communication protocols, APIs, Apple, Android, and JavaScript development tools. Hyperledger Burrow is a permissioned smart contract platform which can integrate with the Ethereum virtual machine, EVM, in order to run Ethereum smart contracts and distributed applications. It provides interoperability between Hyperledger and Ethereum. Hyperledger Indy is an identity management system. It develops tools, libraries, and reusable components for providing digital identities rooted to blockchains that can be used across different administrative domains and applications. All right, this will do for now. We'll present some examples of Hyperledger implementations in various industries later on. Next, we'll have a look at another notable project, the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. See you in the next section. In March 2017, various blockchain startups, research groups, and Fortune 500 companies announced the creation of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, or EEA, with 30 founding members. It aims to customize Ethereum for industry players and thus boost industrial enterprise blockchain solutions using the open-source public Ethereum technology. In 2018, the alliance has grown to over 200 members, making it the largest open-source blockchain initiative in the world. Prominent members include established industry leaders across many sectors of the global economy, such as Microsoft, Intel, Samsung, Cisco, Hewlett-Packard, MasterCard, JP Morgan, UBS, Credit Suisse, Banco Santander, BNY Mellon, British Petroleum, Shell, Pfizer, Merck, Deloitte, Accenture, and Toyota, as well as emerging leaders in the new blockchain industry such as Consensus and Oracleize, among others. The companies working on the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance want to create a private, permissioned version of Ethereum that can be rolled out for specific purposes and be open only to certified participants. The purpose of the alliance is to create a standard open-source version of Ethereum that can provide a foundation for any specific industrial use case. For instance, banks could create one blockchain platform for themselves, and shipping companies could create another for their own purposes. The partners will help each other develop the foundations for different use cases such as post-trade settlement, payments between banks, and supply chain tracking, while competing on applications and services built atop the networks. These private systems are not likely to require an Ether virtual currency, although the companies are hoping to create modules that will allow users to put in and take out individual elements of Ethereum as they choose. Many companies have already been working to create their own versions of Ethereum for specific purposes. JP Morgan, for instance, has created a version of Ethereum called Quorum that the bank has been using in tests to move money between JP Morgan branches in different countries. Quorum will become part of a new private version of Ethereum being developed by the Alliance. The choice of Ethereum as a foundational technology by the members of the Alliance confirms the level of credibility it has reached in the world. As the principal blockchain architect at Microsoft put it, in every industry that we come across, Ethereum is usually the first platform that people go to. Ethereum has this massive advantage of having the public network that has been tested for several years. In its mission statement, the Alliance focuses on several key points of development. These points revolve around the maturity, security, and governance of this new technology, as well as business continuity of established corporate infrastructure. Some modifications need to be made to Ethereum's public blockchain to make it suitable for use in enterprises. Firstly, integration with existing business processes and IT infrastructure is necessary. This is important because any corporate initiative to build a smart contract platform will have to import rules and transaction history data from existing databases. Most business information currently resides in the existing private databases of large and small companies. This would need to be integrated with the new emerging blockchain technology for the sake of business continuity and sustainability. For example, a bank would need to transfer associated rules and history of loan recipients before it starts recording transactions and deploying smart contracts on the Ethereum blockchain. While the Ethereum Alliance focuses on the development of private blockchains, the importance of interoperability with the public Ethereum blockchain is also considered. Their vision is for the Ethereum's public and private networks to function like the Internet and corporate intranets. They will share standard protocols, such as for data storage and transmission, but will have different configurations for privacy and security depending on each organization's needs. As a representative from BNY Mellon put it, even if you create private networks, if you can anchor them to public networks, you get an extremely strong set of links together. Governance and compliance with existing and emerging regulatory frameworks is also a challenge that needs to be addressed by the blockchain community. This is especially important for highly regulated industries such as finance. The Enterprise Ethereum Alliance aims to become a governance and standard-setting body for Ethereum enterprise applications. Customizing smart contracts to work in established organizations requires permissions and access levels from different entities. The Alliance will design a framework for industry-wide governance and implementation of smart contracts with inputs from its members. The public Ethereum network could also benefit from the Alliance's experience in dealing with government regulation. Most technology startups work in environments unfettered by government constraints. Through their years of experience in dealing with governments and regulatory bodies, the Alliance's members have developed strategies useful for working within the constructs of regulation. Such institutional knowledge could help member startups deal with regulatory bottlenecks as they scale operations. Continued and accelerated innovation of the Ethereum technology for business is also a major focus point for the Alliance. It aims to retain compatibility with and enhance the public Ethereum network. If Ethereum's smart contracts are to reach their promised business potential and change the way we conduct transactions, then its public blockchain must include contributions from a diverse set of stakeholders. Familiar frameworks and standardization of technical requisites will clear roadblocks for developers interested in innovating within the Ethereum ecosystem. The Alliance aims to plug in new features based on use cases developed in-house and contribute to Ethereum's roadmap. In summary, the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance aims to facilitate and accelerate enterprise adoption of Ethereum-based blockchain technology. The top priorities for the Alliance now include ensuring scalability and security. The creation of the Ethereum Alliance shows a continuing commitment among big companies to make the technology work, in large part because it promises to create much more streamlined business models that require less back-office maintenance, less intermediaries, and overall enables much flatter and efficient corporate structures. The Ethereum technology is still in a nascent stage and will have to overcome several roadblocks, among which technical and regulatory, before it becomes fully functional and eligible for mass business adoption. Initiatives such as the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance are important forums for established industry leaders and disruptive startups to work and innovate together towards changing the world for the better. This will conclude our overview of industrial private blockchain projects. To recap, in the previous sections, we presented 3 leading initiatives for developing and promoting enterprise-grade blockchain technology for industrial use: R3, Hyperledger, and Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Each of them has its own community of members, developers, and other contributors, and they all have their own vision of foundational blockchain technology serving as a basis for further ecosystem development. R3's version of blockchain is Corda. Hyperledger's version is Fabric, and the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, unsurprisingly, has chosen to focus its efforts on the Ethereum blockchain technology and build enterprise-grade applications upon it. The premise upon which Hyperledger Fabric, R3 Corda, and other private permissioned blockchain projects built upon is that enterprise-grade blockchain solutions will operate in a trusted environment. This is due to the nature of how businesses tend to operate in the real world with known and endorsed partners. This premise has implications on the architecture of private permissioned blockchains, which is different from that of public permissionless blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum. The game theory settings in these 2 scenarios are different. Public blockchains, open to everyone, need a complex consensus mechanism with native crypto assets such as proof of work to ensure security of the network. In other words, to ensure that all participants are incentivized to play by the rules. Private blockchains, where all participants are pre-approved, don't need the same type of consensus mechanism, nor cryptocurrency. Instead, other factors, such as trusted business relationships, build trust into the system, which is more of a traditional approach. So, having examined both public and private blockchains, we can conclude that there is a significant conceptual difference between them, and it mainly consists of the approach of how they build trust in the system. While public blockchains have introduced a real breakthrough solution to an existential global problem, how to transfer value among unknown parties, without need for the parties to trust each other, and without the presence of a central authority, private blockchains take some of the innovations of public blockchains such as Bitcoin and Ethereum, like decentralized peer-to-peer transaction settlement and smart contracts, and bring these to a familiar corporate environment of trusted business partners. It can be argued that the pioneering public blockchains introduced brilliant and disruptive technological solutions, which, however, have their own challenges to achieve mass adoption in terms of scalability, interoperability, privacy, and governance. They are, however, the most decentralized economic systems the world has ever known. Private blockchain projects introduce their own solutions to the issues of scalability, interoperability, privacy, and governance that their public peers have, but this is at the cost of less decentralization. They bring some of the benefits of public blockchains to the traditional setting of corporate walled gardens and restricted access networks, but this creates single points of failure. What if a system administrator that is in charge of granting access to the corporate network gets hacked or otherwise corrupted? How many large corporations and government organizations have had their internal IT systems compromised in the past? The list is very, very long. In this sense, we can compare public blockchains to the Internet and private blockchains to corporate intranets. While private blockchain technology will most likely bring great efficiencies and cost savings to the established players in finance and industry, with things like optimizing their internal processes and supply chains, this would still have a mild effect in comparison to how public blockchains might be able to change the world. These 2 paths represent the difference between a gradual evolution and a disruptive revolution. So what does the future hold? As always, the true reality is probably in the middle. Private blockchains have their own merits in the current business environment and are being designed for user-friendly adoption by organizations in their present shape and form, without too much costly and unnecessary corporate restructuring. On the other hand, public blockchains have the potential to completely change the way business is done as we know it and redesign the economic landscape. To reach that point, however, they will need to address some pressing issues limiting their development and mass user adoption. These are issues we already mentioned, but it's worth repeating them because they are so critical. Scalability, interoperability, privacy, and governance. There are a number of projects currently in development that are trying to resolve each of these issues. They are being advanced by the development teams of leading established public blockchains such as Bitcoin and Ethereum, as well as by a bunch of new ambitious projects aiming to lead the next generation of blockchain technology. The race is on, and competition is heated. Who will succeed first? Do private permissioned blockchains hold the keys to corporate success? Will open public blockchains completely change the way we do business and reshape the concept of a business enterprise as we know it? If so, which public blockchains will be the winners? Will Bitcoin and Ethereum preserve their leadership, or will they get replaced by a new competitor? Is it going to be a winner-takes-all game, or are we going to have a more decentralized landscape in spirit with the fundamental principle of this new technology? After all, we already have huge tech monopolies with unbelievable market power like Google, Amazon, and Facebook. Why does the world need to invent a great new decentralized way of doing things just to replace the old corporate behemoths with new ones? What will the future business landscape look like? Perhaps we'll have hybrid implementations of public and private blockchains. Some projects have already envisioned this solution and are trying to build it into their business models. Maybe we can take a look to the auto industry for a useful example. Electric vehicles are widely proclaimed as the future, but currently we have a market with traditional cars running on gas, electric cars, and hybrids. This shows that innovation doesn't happen overnight in a way that it can completely replace pre-existing solutions. The Hyperledger project, which we introduced previously, puts it succinctly in its vision statement. Blockchain promises to change the way business is conducted and transactions are executed across industries. Precisely how and the pace at which each of these industries adopts blockchain will surely vary. Ultimately, there will be many public chains and millions of private chain distributed ledger systems designed for specific marketplaces. They will interoperate over standards and ideally use a common base of technology, much like how the Linux community uses the common kernel operating system. Potentially, each will have a different consensus mechanism, preferred smart contract language, and other unique characteristics. Well, as the saying goes, the future will tell. But let's go on and have a look at some practical examples of how blockchain business adoption is progressing. Then we'll discuss in detail the present issues the technology is facing and how they are being addressed, so public blockchains can get to the next level and solve the scalability, interoperability, privacy, and governance conundrum. We'll cover these important topics in the next sections. Stay tuned. The world has seen several innovations that have radically transformed the way economic value is created and captured by individuals and companies. Inventions like the wheel, the compass, intercontinental travel, the steam engine, railways, the automobile, the airplane, the computer, and the Internet have all played a major role in shaping the global economy. 30 years ago, the Internet came to the stage, and it took less than a decade for the masses to adopt it as a general-purpose technology. People quickly embraced it as another instrument to shorten the distance between themselves, allowing them to communicate in real time. Now, for the first time in history, a person in the U.S. can send an email to someone in Japan, and the message will be received instantly. No need to wait, no need to use a courier, and no need to pay for postage stamps. Simply by clicking a button, the message arrives in the recipient's inbox. Then, of course, a lot of other amazing use cases have followed the birth of the Internet. People started creating informational websites, watching videos online, going on the Internet for location services, communicating with friends and colleagues, exchanging files, ordering food and shopping online, along with countless other applications that are emerging even to this very day. How many industries have been completely reshaped in the process? Not one or two. Traditional libraries and encyclopedias aren't the go-to source for information anymore. Everybody uses Google, Wikipedia, Reddit, Quora, and other online services to find answers to their questions. When we say map, we don't think of actual paper maps, but refer to Google Maps, the popular GPS location service. Blockbuster, the world's largest video rental company, went bankrupt because it failed to adapt to a changing environment where online streaming and digital distribution became the prevalent form of business. On the other hand, Netflix managed to build a superb business model which was well positioned for the opportunities offered by a digital world. People do not buy music tapes anymore. Instead, they subscribe to services like Spotify and Pandora, which, similar to Netflix, managed to come up with a winning formula. Examples of industries that have been completely reshaped by the Internet are countless, and the companies that managed to win big are the ones that embraced the new technology and built their business models around it. Why are we saying all this in the context of blockchain? Well, we want to give you an idea of how profound the impact of blockchain could be a decade or two from now. Chances are it will disrupt the business world in a comparable manner to the Internet. This is a truly fascinating time to keep up with technological innovation. We have created these materials with the hope that they will inspire you and foster your interest in blockchain technology. And not just the speculative aspect of it, with the thousands of new crypto assets coming along. If you want to be truly empowered by it, you should try to understand what it actually does and how it can be applied in the real world. Think of this moment as the mid-1990s when the Internet was emerging, but very few people had an idea how it functioned and what applications it might have. Well, we already presented you with the fundamentals of blockchain and why it is such an exciting new technology. Now it is time to consider how it can be applied and integrated into our world. We are not going to talk about cryptocurrencies and market speculation. Hopefully, we didn't just lose half of our audience with that statement. Instead, we will talk about ideas and technology applications. This is something much more valuable in the long run. So in each of the next chapters, we will examine a different industry and will consider the impact blockchain can have on it in the future, and what business opportunities will arise when this comes into fruition. It isn't a coincidence that we are starting with the financial sector. As we already said, the financial services industry has been stagnant for quite some time, and the technology known as the Internet of Money is going to disrupt the existing status quo. This isn't a question of if, but more a question of when and how. Given that we want to describe how banking services could be disrupted in the future, it will be best to start by distinguishing between the two main types of banking, commercial and investment banking. Commercial banks are the regular banks we see around us, providing loans to the population and storing its savings. These are the so-called traditional banks, who are mainly involved with deposit-taking and credit-giving activities. These banks collect deposits from people and companies who have savings and then lend the money to borrowers. The difference between the interest they pay to depositors and the interest they charge borrowers is called spread and represents commercial banks' main source of revenue. In addition, throughout the years, commercial banks started offering some other services such as international money transfers, custody, letters of credit, forex dealing, and escrow accounts. Investment banks, on the other hand, deal with more sophisticated operations. They assist businesses in major corporate events, like when they are about to make an initial public offering and list their shares on a stock exchange, or when they are involved in mergers and acquisitions processes. I'm sure you'll agree that these two business models are quite different, and it makes sense to analyze them separately. So, which one are we referring to when suggesting why banks won't ignore cryptocurrencies? Commercial or investment banks? Actually, both. But let's focus on commercial banks first, since they impact the everyday life of most people. The commercial banking business model would need to be updated in a major way in the advent of cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. In his 2015 letter to shareholders, Jamie Dimon, the CEO and chairman of J.P. Morgan Chase, one of the largest banks in the world, said, "There are hundreds of startups with lots of brains and money who are hard at work on alternatives to traditional banking. Silicon Valley is coming." After the boom of 2017 and the huge amounts of capital, research, and development pouring into cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Silicon Valley and the tech startups are not just coming, They are advancing at full speed to the impact, and banking is the first sector to feel the force. But why should banks even bother? Their business model has been valid for hundreds of years, and the Internet hasn't created any significant disruptions so far. Well, this time we are talking about the Internet of money, and things are different. Traditional banks' core business revolves around deposit taking and credit giving. If people stop depositing their funds and bank deposits decrease, commercial banks would not be able to finance the loans they give to borrowers at a cheap rate, and hence, traditional banks' entire business model would become outdated and obsolete. It would be like them trying to sell videotapes and old-school film cameras in the world of online video streaming, digital cameras, and smartphones. Or like using homing pigeons in the age of instant messaging. Yes, people used to do that, and it was the standard. But guess what? The world is changing fast. We can keep listing examples that validate the point of technological disruption all day. But let's move on with the main story. In the presence of countless young, ambitious, and dynamic fintech startups, we would just like to remind our dear friends in banking of the old saying, "Don't bring a knife to a gunfight." Right. So why would we expect less people to deposit their money in traditional banks in the future? Until now, there have been very few places where people could store their money. Options were to keep it at home and have jars filled with banknotes, bury piles of cash in the garden, or simply deposit funds in the bank where money would be safer than at home, provided the bank doesn't go bust, of course. Another advantage is that bank transfers make it easy to send money to other people or companies. But how about the billions of people around the world who have been ignored forever by traditional banks and basically cut out of the financial system? If old-school banks don't want to serve them, somebody else will do. Fintech is coming, and blockchain is leading the way. The advent of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in general gave people a viable alternative. You already know that blockchain enables secure payments and store of value without third-party interference. Whatever digital money you have on the blockchain, it will be there, and nobody can take it away, provided you store your private keys properly. Therefore, banks aren't the only option for storing your funds anymore. The clearest evidence that people consider cryptocurrencies as a viable alternative comes from countries suffering hyperinflation, like the recent examples with Zimbabwe and Venezuela. The price of Bitcoin skyrocketed there and held a substantial premium over the rest of the world. This was due to the exceptionally high demand for Bitcoin in these countries. In addition, transitions carried out on the blockchain tend to be much faster and cheaper compared to traditional bank transfers, especially international ones. In the future, new solutions will emerge and current solutions will be improved significantly. So any kind of money transfers will likely be way more efficient, cheaper, and faster than existing payment systems. All of this will benefit consumers and likely disrupt traditional banks as they start losing business in a scenario where decentralized digital money becomes the prevalent form of payments and store of value. Of course, traditional banks can choose how to address the upcoming technological evolution. We believe that the smart response would be to try and adapt to the changing paradigm and embrace the new technology with all the benefits it brings. You can't stop progress, and it would be foolish to ignore it or try to resist it. Whoever chooses to be rigid or otherwise fails to adapt to the new environment risks to exemplify yet another confirmation of the principle of evolution and follow the fate of the dinosaurs, or of Blockbuster, the former movie retail giant of 15 years ago, which was displaced by services like Netflix. In the next part, we'll examine how blockchain solutions can impact some of the existing services offered by traditional banks. Stay tuned, and thanks for watching. Besides the obvious risk of deposit outflows, there are several other ways in which blockchain will likely transform multiple areas of banking. In this part, we will discuss blockchain's impact on payments, loans and credit, escrow services and trade finance, know your customer processes, post-trade settlement, and other back-office operations. This isn't a short list, but all of the topics are really interesting, so let's get started. Billions of dollars are paid in banking fees each day. Some of these fees are clearly shown to customers and are for services rendered, while others are less obvious and arise when banks carry out operations related to foreign exchange, for example. It has been reported that global banks like Santander are vastly reliant on fees from international money transfers. An internal document which leaked in 2017 showed that these fees accounted for no less than 10% of Santander's revenue in 2016. On the other hand, once blockchain technology and some cryptocurrency solutions become mainstream, they will be the obvious first choice for such transactions. Cryptocurrency money transfers take less time and do not cost nearly as much as traditional bank transfers. Currently, at this early stage of the technology, Bitcoin takes from a few minutes to a few hours to process a payment. However, international bank transfers usually take at least 3 working days to settle. Other cryptocurrencies like Litecoin enable even faster and cheaper transactions, which can provide huge savings compared to the fees and time it takes banks to do the same. So national and especially international money transfers are a service that will likely be disrupted. In one of our earlier chapters, we discussed the reasons why bank transfers are so complicated, time-consuming, and expensive. They involve multiple intermediate steps, such as working with correspondent banks, and can suffer from long lines, exchange rate losses, counterparty risks, bureaucracy, and extensive paperwork. Blockchain solutions circumvent all these difficulties and are carried out on a peer-to-peer basis without the involvement of third parties. Naturally, this makes the process much cheaper and faster. Some banking officials have shown that they are aware of the potential disruption and are taking steps towards implementing blockchain solutions for international money transfers. A consortium of ANZ Bank, BNP Paribas, BNY Mellon, Wells Fargo, and Hyperledger developers have completed a proof of concept for cross-border payments built with the Hyperledger Fabric blockchain platform. It is designed to test whether moving member bank accounts to a distributed ledger could help the interbank payments platform SWIFT reconcile in real time. Hyperledger Fabric enables real-time visibility on the liquidity of Nostro accounts, easing reconciliation and allowing liquidity savings while meeting key industry requirements such as governance, data privacy, standardization, and identity management. Separately, in September 2017, the Royal Bank of Canada, RBC, started using Hyperledger for its U.S.-Canada interbank settlements. Okay, great. Moving on to the next line of business, the deposit-taking and credit-giving model consists of 2 parts. We already discussed the deposit side. Now let's talk about lending and the transformation it could experience in the future. Today, banks continue to be the main source of credit to people and companies. Peer-to-peer lending is a popular niche, but informational asymmetries impede its implementation on a large scale. P2P lending relies on a solid idea. If people deposit their funds in banks, and then banks use their customers' money to lend it to other people, doesn't it make more sense for depositors to lend their money directly to borrowers and earn a higher rate of return on their money? Banks seem to be a redundant middleman in this equation, don't they? Their main added value comes from the fact that they arguably have expertise in sorting out good from bad borrowers, and also specialize in dealing with bad debtors once they stop servicing their debt. It is more likely that in the future, platforms involving smart contracts will make things easier and more transparent. Informational asymmetries between borrowers and lenders will be reduced due to the clarity deriving from the blockchain. Pre-agreed terms will be respected, and there will be some sort of public database in which people will be able to see who's been a good borrower in the past and lend them money. Think of an online marketplace. Sellers and buyers in such marketplaces have ratings. Reputation is the very foundation for being successful in the long run. Well, imagine a world where borrowers will have reputation and all of their previous relevant actions will be recorded on the blockchain. This would certainly reduce informational asymmetries. Lenders would have more information regarding the type of borrower they are about to lend money to. Moreover, this information would be immutable and easily accessible. This would create a competitive market where lending services are easily accessible to people because they are less expensive and faster. Banks are burdened by huge administrative costs, which inflate the final interest rates they charge borrowers. In a P2P lending market facilitated by blockchain and smart contracts technology, lenders wouldn't have to cover nearly as many admin costs and would be happy to receive a fraction of the interest rates charged by banks. Another area blockchain will likely disrupt is trade finance and escrow services. In the world of today, there are many parties trading with each other but not trusting one another. Banks help ease such asymmetries by providing letters of credit and escrow services. Think of a retailer in Europe who wants to import clothes from China. He's managed to find a factory producing clothes and they provide a good price point for the first shipment. Its total value is €500,000, which is not a negligible sum. The problem is that the retailer hasn't worked with the supplier before and cannot be certain that the Chinese manufacturer will deliver the clothes once the money's been sent. At the same time, the Chinese manufacturer doesn't have a guarantee the European retailer will send the money once the goods have been shipped. Sounds like an impasse, doesn't it? Well, the solution that has been established as of now is to use an escrow account. The European retailer will deposit the funds in a trusted bank, which will then release the funds only when the producer has shipped the goods. In this case, the bank's reputation removes informational asymmetries on both sides and facilitates the trade. The bank guarantees with its name and regulatory license that the process will be as legitimate as possible. However, banks charge a percentage of the total transaction value for this service. Platforms based on smart contracts will certainly transform this line of business. The two parties in a business transaction will be able to design a mechanism that transfers the title to goods and money automatically. The conditions according to which the deal will take place will be programmed into a smart contract, and both parties can be certain that these are immutable and will be executed automatically. As you can see, plenty of exciting changes are coming our way, but there's more. In the current environment, banks have to engage in Know Your Customer or KYC processes. Authorities all over the world expect banks to collect information about their customers and verify their identity. The aim of these regulations is to prevent money laundering and impede the financing of crime and terrorist organizations. As you can probably imagine, this is a lengthy process. Some banks work with millions of clients and they have to fill in tons of forms and investigate any suspicious cases. This is a significant investment on their part. Every bank has to go through this process when it starts working with a new client of a certain size. A much more efficient way to do this would be to organize a unique distributed database, which can be shared among banks and regulators. In this way, they would be able to save themselves all the research effort that has been carried out by their colleagues. A decentralized blockchain solution would be optimal for these purposes, given that the immutability of records means client transaction history is stored in a secure and unbiased manner by all banks who share such blockchain platform. It would also increase transparency, but only to entities who have authorized access, as we believe such a solution is most viable to be implemented as a private, permissioned blockchain. Actually, such solutions are already being developed and tested. Here are a couple of examples. As of 2017, only 44% of Filipinos were utilizing bank accounts, a metric that is quickly increasing thanks to rapid economic growth in the Philippines, but is still hampered by inefficient mechanisms for checking the identity and history of new account applicants. Know Your Customer laws require asking for the same data over and over, much of which is not available in digital or verifiable form. To solve this, the Bankers Association of the Philippines, in partnership with Hyperledger and a coalition of major banks, undertook a proof-of-concept exercise. Its purpose was to build a prototype that implements identity verification using Hyperledger Indy. The platform streamlines onboarding of new accounts by allowing customers to enter information only once in a privacy-preserving way and reuse that data for new account opening. Banks can trust that the history of that data is solid. If successful, this could serve as a test for a nationwide ID system. In October 2017, another similar initiative by a consortium of a Singapore regulator and several banks, including HSBC and Mitsubishi UFJ, announced that they have completed a proof of concept for a KYC blockchain. The functionality, scalability, and security of the prototype were tested between February and May 2017. Results showed that the blockchain functioned well, even with a high volume of information flow. It proved to be tamper-resistant to third-party intervention while securing confidentiality by only allowing access to those with legitimate authentication. Similarly, banks' bank offices will have a much easier time when blockchain is implemented in the context of post-trade settlement. An improved process, trusted by both counterparties, will reduce settlement times because both sides share and have control over the same distributed ledger system and can be certain that the prearranged conditions are preserved. Moreover, there will be less mechanical errors deriving from system failure. All market participants could share the same automated settlement system on the blockchain. Of course, all of this will lead to audit and reconciliation efficiencies too. Individual parties involved in a given trade will not have to do unnecessary replication of records and perform audits to ensure overall consistency. Ultimately, banks will be able to have leaner and less expensive back-office structures, which will work much faster. Okay, great. There are some impacts we expect blockchain technology will have on traditional banking business. Next, we'll discuss a case study about trade finance and blockchain. Thanks for watching. Hi, and welcome back. In this section, we will talk about a specific initiative by IBM and several global banks, which goes on to highlight what we discussed previously. Innovation in traditional finance is already on its way. The specific initiative we will examine is called Batavia, and it involves a partnership between IBM and UBS, joined by several other major banks such as Bank of Montreal, CaixaBank, Commercials Bank, and Erste Group. Its main goal is to tackle the inefficient processes in the field of trade finance. As briefly mentioned previously, trade finance is a bureaucratic disaster right now. A lengthy process involving multiple verifications carried out by different participants. In most cases, a single deal involves a buyer, a seller, a buyer's bank, a seller's bank, a transportation company, and local authorities. The entire process requires plenty of paperwork and isn't automated because all participants have their own separate IT systems, which require human intervention for reconciliation and verification. The process is lengthy, taking weeks in some cases, and expensive for companies, given that they have to pay man-hours and can't use the proceeds of the deal in the meantime. Therefore, a trade finance platform like Batavia definitely makes sense and feels like a breath of fresh air. Companies will be able to use the platform to enter into agreements with each other using standard forms. What is even more important is that the degree of transparency and trust in the system will increase due to its secure and immutable ledger. The platform is designed in a very innovative way. All parties involved will be able to track the progress and whereabouts of the goods exchanged. Another key feature is that money can be paid to different participants in the trade at different stages as goods move along the supply chain. For example, a company will be able to pay its supplier once goods are in the hands of the logistics firm. Then the logistics firm will be paid once the shipment arrives at its destination. Batavia is an open platform encouraging companies, banks, and authorities to join forces and collaborate towards a more efficient outcome for all. Such initiatives promote trade and make it more efficient, thereby creating value and stimulating economic growth. This is a great example of a platform that has been constructed using blockchain technology and will potentially disrupt the existing status quo in trade finance by increasing efficiency and effectiveness for all parties involved. A recent study by the financial consulting firm PwC showed that insurance companies are less likely to be familiar with blockchain technology and the way it could impact their business. The people carrying out the survey didn't think this was surprising because insurers have been traditionally slow at catching up with technology innovations. The insurance industry doesn't seem to be as vulnerable to technological disruption as traditional banking. Insurance is a highly specialized business where risk assessment and the ability to pool a substantial number of insurance contracts with similar risk profiles is a critical success factor that is difficult but not impossible to replicate automatically in a decentralized P2P marketplace. Hence, P2P and decentralized insurance underwriting are way more complex to implement than traditional banking. On the other hand, the advent of blockchain technology represents a potentially great source of efficiency and innovation for insurers. And this time, the incumbents are not too late for the party. Some insurance companies are already taking advantage of blockchain technology to position their businesses for success and increase profitability. Earlier, we mentioned airplane displays and automatic payoffs with EtherRisk, but that's far from an isolated case. For example, Allianz demonstrated a beta version of a platform facilitating the settlement of catastrophic swaps and bonds. Such a platform makes it easier for the holders of financial instruments to receive or send a payoff in the case of a triggering event. This means a shorter waiting time for both parties, less uncertainty for people buying these instruments for insurance purposes, less verification errors, and an overall improved customer experience. Lloyd's in the UK has not waited too long to start experimenting with blockchain-based products already. It partnered with the shared workspace provider Virumi and blockchain digital specialist SafeShare to offer insurance products to Virumi's hosts. Virumi is an Airbnb-style company for office space accommodation, and the idea is to allow Virumi's hosts to underwrite insurance contracts, protecting their rented property. The product uses blockchain technology to confirm and execute the obligations of each party. And do you remember Everledger, the company we mentioned earlier in the course? We said that Everledger uses blockchain to track the origin of diamonds, which also helps insurers when pricing related insurance products by mitigating the risk of fraud and blood diamonds entering the supply chain. Purchased diamonds typically come with a certificate to prove their quality and origin, but there is a history of fraud from missing paperwork. Blockchain could greatly help insurers when they need to verify the history of diamonds, works of art, jewelry, and luxury goods by preventing any fraud attempts. There are a number of blockchain applications that will shape the development of the insurance industry in the future. For now, we know that blockchain can help by reducing uncertainty, lowering back-office costs and reducing bureaucracy, automating payoff execution processes, saving time and manpower, and by improving customer relationships and satisfaction, as blockchain-based smart contracts are objective and pre-programmed to execute automatically. Moreover, insurance contracts on the blockchain can help insurers improve their capital adequacy ratios due to better risk management, faster execution times, and improved visibility over payoffs due to policyholders. Overall, the main industry feeling is that permissioned blockchains can be a great solution for the future of the insurance sector. Such permissioned blockchains can fit into the current business model. If blockchain solutions are integrated with the existing framework, insurers, regulators, and customers can all benefit from the advantages we discussed here. In the beginning of this chapter, we said that there are two types of banking: commercial and investment. We discussed the potential impact of blockchain technology on traditional commercial banking services, but we didn't say much about investment banking. We'll do that briefly here. Investment banks typically have the following core business lines: capital markets, issuing stocks and bonds to raise capital for their corporate clients on the primary market, selling them to investors, and trading them on the secondary market for clients or for the bank's own account. Advisory services, consulting companies during specialized processes such as mergers and acquisitions, as well as corporate restructurings. And asset management, managing clients' funds professionally in an investment portfolio. Okay, let's examine each of these areas. Capital markets are all about raising capital for companies in the form of equity or debt. It's not hard to imagine that equity and debt securities can be represented by tokens on the blockchain and issued and traded there. In fact, this could be a much more efficient way to do that. Clearing and settlement can be done directly and almost instantaneously rather than waiting several days and paying fees to intermediaries. Here's a real example: a pilot project for a bond trading platform developed by Hyperledger Sawtooth, which we introduced previously. They identified the following issues with legacy systems. Record-keeping practices differ between institutions, and reconciling ledgers is often difficult, expensive, and time-consuming. Historical bond ownership data can be fractured and incomplete. Centralized data management solutions have monopolized their offerings. Data can be altered retroactively, leading to financial fraud, and centralized systems risk single points of failure. To streamline the process of transferring bonds, Hyperledger Sawtooth created a user interface and smart contract platform that allow investors to track and transfer bonds in real time. Here, users can create, buy, sell, and settle their portfolio of bonds. While the smart contracts were customized specifically for bonds and their unique identifiers, they can be tailored according to a wide range of financial instruments. There are many advantages to migrate financial markets to the blockchain. It promotes data consistency across different market participants. It helps maintain comprehensive, ordered, accurate, and immutable record of historical ownership. In addition, decentralization, transparency, and trust are inherent in the system. Naturally, this can be expanded to any type of financial instrument used for capital raising or risk hedging. Smart contracts can be very useful to structure any kind of derivatives or other exotic financial products that are traded on global capital markets. In the future, all established financial markets platforms could be migrated on blockchains as they provide a more efficient financial infrastructure. Actually, this future may come sooner than most people expect. In July 2017, London Stock Exchange Group, in a partnership with IBM, announced that it will create a blockchain platform designed for digitally issuing shares of Italian companies. Hyperledger Fabric will form the basis of the platform. NASDAQ has also been very active in developing blockchain trading platforms. The Australian Securities Exchange, ASX, has announced that it will replace its current clearing system with blockchain technology. And the list goes on. Global capital markets are moving to the blockchain. Besides efficiencies to establish financial markets, blockchain also provides access to the newly emerging crypto asset class. Interestingly, some major investment banks like Goldman Sachs and Barclays, among others, have been exploring opening cryptocurrency trading desks. It seems that this new asset class soon may find its place next to traditional asset classes on the bank's trading floors. In advisory services, the blockchain impact is a little bit more far-fetched. As the space is so new, companies are very early stage and mostly fall below the radar of established investment banks. Okay, great. What about blockchain and asset management? This area is moving ahead quite dynamically too. The new crypto asset class, led by Bitcoin, is emerging and gaining recognition among asset managers worldwide. The interest among institutional and retail investors alike is growing strong, and the offering of related investment products is following closely the market demand. Bitcoin futures were launched on two of the largest global commodity exchanges in Chicago, CME and CBOE, at the end of 2017. NASDAQ is planning to launch a similar product too. Bitcoin and Ethereum exchange-traded notes are listed in Sweden. A Bitcoin investment trust, sponsored by Grayscale, is also available to qualified investors. And Bitcoin exchange-traded funds, or ETFs, on the New York Stock Exchange have been in the pipeline, but it seems more time is needed for such a product to come to fruition. This is just the beginning, and the way ahead is long and uncertain, but also exciting. Crypto assets are extremely hard to value, so we'll see how the space evolves. But one thing is clear. The asset management industry is moving in a direction where crypto assets will play an increasingly important role. So we can expect that new exciting developments are in the making. Okay, this will do for now. Given that finance is a heavily regulated sector, next we'll conclude with a note on blockchain and financial regulation. Thanks for watching. The rise of blockchain and crypto assets in 2017 caused significant headaches to regulators around the world. Price volatility, significant interest from retail and institutional investors alike, the launch of Bitcoin futures on major regulated exchanges, along with a daily presence in mainstream media, meant crypto assets are becoming validated as a new asset class of their own. In the traditional finance world, regulators oversee financial markets to make sure there are adequate rules in place that balance the interests of all parties involved. On one hand, they need to protect retail investors. These are private individuals who are potentially vulnerable due to their lack of experience and expertise in evaluating market risk and making investment decisions. On the other hand, regulators should also help maintain efficient and orderly capital markets that allow companies to raise enough capital to fund their operations, boost innovation, and, ultimately, stimulate the economy. This means the job of financial regulators is a really important and demanding one. They need to constantly keep up with new types of financial engineering and sometimes exotic structures and instruments like various financial derivative products and their risk profiles. They need to constantly keep a watchful eye on publicly traded corporations and institutional investors for potential mischief by their management, which can involve false accounting, insider or otherwise rogue trading, Ponzi or pyramid schemes, and other regulatory violations. The list of examples in history is really long, and the people's creativity when money is on the line is unlimited. We already mentioned some huge multi-billion-dollar scandals involving Enron, WorldCom, Bernie Madoff, and pretty much all major banks. Moreover, regulators need to be especially careful with large financial enterprises that can represent systemic risk, meaning that if they get in trouble, this could endanger the entire financial and economic system. So, you can see that financial regulators have a huge responsibility and an important social mandate. Naturally, as the crypto asset market is getting bigger, it has started to attract their attention. The open question now is how the balance between upholding investor protection and keeping technological innovation unhampered can be preserved once again. And here, this is a very challenging task because blockchain crypto assets are at the forefront of technology, finance, economics, and legal science at the same time. Certainly, the unsophisticated investor public needs to be protected. Just like in any other market, there is fraud and scams are being perpetrated. These things, unfortunately, have always been a part of society. There is also irresponsible behavior by market participants who have difficulty understanding the risks involved. Well, the good news is that the crypto assets market is not considered to pose a systemic risk. This is the common view among central banks around the world right now. This is due to its very small size compared to the global equity and debt markets. How crypto assets are treated in the existing regulatory framework, given the mix of currency, commodity, and equity features they appear to have, is a totally different and complex question. On one side, everybody has heard of cryptocurrencies and uses this term to refer to the entire crypto asset space. But they are not all currencies. Actually, commodities may be closer in their nature to the crypto assets out of all the established asset classes. This is so because their market value is determined by supply and demand for the utility or use case they enable. And this should be the case with many crypto assets too. For example, the Ethereum tokens give access to the computational power of the Ethereum network and to data storage on the secure, immutable Ethereum blockchain. This looks like a real use case, similar to many commodities in our modern economy. Think about oil, electricity, and cargo or freight. These are all tradable commodities with substantial utility in the modern economy. Perhaps Ethereum and some of its blockchain peers will follow suit. And how about Bitcoin? It is gaining a widely recognized status of digital gold. Its utility, store of value, medium of exchange, and unit of account is similar to that of gold or traditional currencies. The thing is that Bitcoin's volatility profile is much closer to that of gold than to that of traditional currencies, which tend to be more stable. The Chicago Mercantile Exchange, or CME, one of the largest regulated financial and commodity derivative exchanges in the world, seems to share this view, evidenced by its listing of Bitcoin futures contracts in December 2017. In contrast, the value of equities is fundamentally underpinned by the stream of future cash flows the underlying business is expected to realize. This is not necessarily the case with most crypto assets at present. Of course, traditional equity shares can be represented by tokens on the blockchain, as we already mentioned. This can be done with pretty much any asset. And how about the venture capital aspect of crypto assets? which at present mostly represent stakeholder interest in startup projects. And by stakeholder, here we mean anyone with an interest in venture or ecosystem. For example, the primary stakeholders in a typical corporation are its investors, employees, customers, and suppliers. The status of crypto assets in the current market and regulatory landscape is an open and complex topic, which we by no means can cover completely here. We'll just mention that when it comes to crypto assets, the global regulatory environment is very diverse and is evolving dynamically. Some countries are more conservative, others are more open and liberal, just like with any other economic and political developments. In our view, the reasonable approach would be to have ongoing dialogue between regulators and market participants so that everyone is on the same page and contributes toward an efficient outcome for society. It seems that many regulators and government authorities recognize the value of blockchain technology and want to gain a good understanding of it before further steps are taken. This approach makes sense, and we can see some positive initiatives are already taking place. In April 2018, 22 countries of the European Union signed a declaration on the establishment of a European blockchain partnership. Mariah Gabriel, Commissioner for Digital Economy and Society, was the person who promoted the partnership and stated that she believes in the technology's potential to transform the digital world. In the future, all public services will use blockchain technology. Blockchain is a great opportunity for Europe and member states to rethink their information systems, to promote user trust and the protection of personal data, to help create new business opportunities, and to establish new areas of leadership, benefiting citizens, public services, and companies. The partnership enables member states to work together with the European Commission to turn the enormous potential of blockchain technology into better services for citizens. This partnership will be a vehicle for cooperation among EU member states to exchange experience and expertise in technical and regulatory fields and prepare for the launch of EU-wide blockchain applications across the digital single market for the benefit of the public and private sectors. This will contribute to Europe continuing to play a leading role in the development and rollout of blockchain technologies. Awesome! Such initiatives benefit society as a whole. See? A powerful technology like blockchain can serve for the good of people. It's up to us to choose how we will embrace it as a society. With that said, we'll leave the regulatory conundrum open and encourage everyone to be reasonable and try and understand blockchain technology for themselves before taking any action. Actually, this is exactly the aim of our educational materials, and we'll be extremely happy if we can contribute to the ongoing discussion and increase social awareness of blockchain technology in our own way. Thanks for watching. Hi, and welcome back. This is going to be a very interesting lesson, so please pay attention. We will discuss the potential impact of blockchain technology in the retail industry. But first, we'll discuss a term that has been previously mentioned in the course, the Internet of Things. IoT, which is how the Internet of Things is frequently referred to, is a concept that describes the interconnectivity through the Internet of different devices we use in our daily lives. We don't simply access the Internet from a computer anymore. There are different smart devices surrounding us that have built-in Internet-based functionalities and are connected to other devices or the cloud. We all know what smart TVs and smartphones are. Nowadays, many appliances are being produced with smart functionalities. Air conditioners that are connected with smartphones and track people's location to turn themselves on when you come home from work. Security systems connected to the Internet, notifying you if suspicious activity is registered at your home, and many others. Wearable devices are at the heart of the most recent discussions of the Internet of Things and the retail industry, and one of the first implementations of such wearable devices is security and identification, and this, without a doubt, means that blockchain technology can play an important role in this field. Many people wear badges at work, and these provide security, identification, and in some cases valuable insights related to location, which can be extremely helpful for security reasons. It isn't an intuitive idea, but the badge itself is some sort of a smart device, playing a role in the Internet of Things. The chip it contains provides information about its holder, about his or her position, and any type of relevant data that has been stored in the system. Modern badges are even more secure. They require holders to use biometric identification such as fingerprint or eye scan. How is this related to the retail industry? Well, this goes on to show you that a simple chip inserted in a product can contain vast amounts of information. And if the information contained in this chip is recorded on the blockchain, it becomes immutable and unforgeable. In the same way, such chips can be added to most retail products. It is likely that many clothes, footwear, bags, perfumes, sunglasses, cosmetics, luxury goods, medicines, and so on will benefit from a transparent authenticity verification platform that will have scale and will be mass adopted. This would allow customers to scan footwear through a barcode or a chip inserted inside and receive valuable information about the product. They could be interested in learning the item's true producer, the country of origin, the source of materials and labor used, when the item was produced, and possibly the producer's recommended price. This could help remedy unethical practices like sweatshops and child labor in some developing countries. Moreover, famous brands like Nike suffer from a lot of counterfeit products. And the problem is that customers are not always able to distinguish Nike's original products from imitations. A blockchain-based verification process could help this issue. Nowadays, consumers have become very conscious about their health, the social impact of their actions, and they prefer products that have been produced the right way. In this context, the perspective of blockchain-powered verification and proof of authenticity becomes extremely useful. Consumers will be able to confirm the authenticity of the products they purchase. Gradually, unethical manufacturing practices and the market for counterfeit goods will shrink significantly. This is even more critical for cosmetics, medicines, and other healthcare products because quality of production and adherence to standards are not only desired but vital. A public blockchain-based registry could assure people that the medicines they buy have been produced by legitimate companies with solid reputations under the right conditions and standards and using appropriate ingredients. With such transparency, producers stand behind their products with their reputation and license to operate. They can be held accountable for bringing a faulty product to the market or breaking the rules otherwise. Such a registry would allow consumers to verify the entire life cycle of the products they buy. From a social standpoint, it would be possible to show consumers that the clothes that they wear have been produced in an adequate environment and certified by organizations verifying the decency of workplace conditions. And this is really important for a large part of the consumer population in our day and age. They want to know more about the life cycle of the products they use and are interested in. Quite importantly, when buying fashion products or cosmetics, customers want to know when an item has been produced. They don't want to be sold goods that have been produced a year ago, so such a type of certification would be useful from this perspective as well. All right, excellent. In our next lesson, we will talk about the impact of blockchain on media downloads such as music or films, software installations, and other products that have to do with intellectual property. This will do for now. Thanks for watching. Intellectual property management is another field where the implementation of blockchain-based solutions could have an important impact. IP is a hot topic in the current Internet age. By using a distributed ledger to manage IP rights, artists, authors, and businesses can have tamper-proof evidence of ownership of their IP and copyright protection. They can also use smart contracts in an ecosystem that allows smart IP rights management. Let's consider what each of these developments means separately. One of the most important aspects when talking about IP rights is their registration and protection. In most legislations, IP rights, trademarks, and copyrights are valid from the moment of their inception. A blockchain-based registry with timestamps that show when an IP right has been generated could present a proof of first use. This would make it much more difficult for vulture firms to file for patents for technologies that have been created and used by their original authors but have not been registered yet by them. A timestamp on the blockchain's immutable ledger would be a transparent and proof to the whole world of the rightful IP ownership. Blockchain-based solutions open a world of possibilities for IP-related products such as music, films, software, and pretty much any form of authorship. First of all, blockchain platforms would facilitate content creators and artists to monetize their work in a decentralized system based on digital money and smart contracts. It would be possible to build systems and frameworks triggering automatic IP payments based on usage with great precision. For example, music and video streaming could be charged by the minute or even the second, with micropayments processed instantaneously. As in the other industries we've discussed so far, these systems could work in a direct peer-to-peer way without any unnecessary intermediaries. Kodak's launch of a blockchain-based platform registering photo image rights and triggering automatic payments to authors whenever their images have been used is a great example of such an initiative. Smart contracts make the whole process much faster, secure, and efficient. Such solutions could be especially effective in situations where a little-known artist creates a product and needs to rely on a third-party platform to protect his or her IP rights. Similarly to Steemit, which we mentioned earlier, the StreamSpace project aims to build a decentralized platform governed by its community of content creators and users. The main idea here is that the centralized model, in which monopolies like Netflix and Amazon decide how much to charge customers and what percentage of royalties to pay to authors, is not optimal for the latter. StreamSpace offers authors the independence to choose their commercial strategy on their own and charge customers using StreamShare tokens. Another project, Blockchain Media, .bc, is building a music content rights registry that will help musicians express their rights and wishes for commercializing their art in an interoperable file format. Data is maintained across a distributed network that utilizes Hyperledger sawtooth blockchain technology. This solution facilitates the record-keeping of music and media rights into the works of artists themselves. .bc maintains partnerships in the music and wider media industries to enable seamless data exchanges between more than 63 million globally recorded works from independent and major label artists and the .bc ecosystem. It remains to be seen how such decentralized marketplaces will develop in the future, and if they will reach critical mass of users. One of the main challenges ahead of them is the governance model of a decentralized community of disparate stakeholders, which is, in fact, a common issue for all decentralized systems. Regardless, thanks to blockchain technology, we will likely see a significant disruption in the way artists manage their intellectual property. Chances are the playing field will be more level in the future, and artists will have better opportunities to publish, distribute, and monetize their content on their own in an environment that also protects their IP rights. We have already mentioned several times that blockchain can provide great improvements and efficiencies to the food industry supply chain, and to pretty much any supply chain for that matter. But since the food we consume is such an essential part of our daily lives with vital implications, and the food industry is such a big part of the global economy, we will focus on it here and analyze how blockchain technology can help deliver better outcomes for everyone. In fact, many of the food industry leaders of today have already recognized this and are launching pilot projects and initiatives to implement blockchain solutions in their business models. We'll examine some case studies of such projects here. We'll start with a very important question. Do you like fish? Whoever does knows how important it is for fish to be delivered and served fresh. The issues in the traditional seafood industry supply chain include illegal fishing practices, mislabeling fraud, improper food storage conditions, and laborious and error-prone manual record-keeping. These problems negatively impact producers, retailers, consumers, the world's natural resources, and the economy as a whole. Here is a blockchain project aiming to resolve all this. Intel is building a blockchain solution using Hyperledger technology to implement a modern approach to seafood traceability. Leveraging the Hyperledger sawtooth framework, The seafood journey can now be recorded from ocean to table. IoT sensors can be attached to any seafood that is entrusted to someone else for transport, with trackable ownership, possession, and telemetry parameters such as location, temperature, humidity, motion, shock, and title. The final buyer can access a complete record of information and trust that it is accurate. A blockchain-operated seafood supply chain can help prevent fish caught illegally or stored improperly from entering the market. It can level the playing field for suppliers and reward good practices. Vendors and consumers will know what they're getting and get what they're paying for. Therefore, blockchain can increase transparency and trust throughout the system. Moreover, smart contract automation can save time and operating costs. Another huge proponent of blockchain technology is none other than Walmart. And again, the application is focused on the food supply chain. Big retailers like Walmart have suffered along with consumers from contaminated food entering the market on many occasions. To realize the seriousness of the problem, consider the following example. A decade ago in the United States, a deadly strain of E. coli in tainted spinach ripped through 26 states, killing 3 people and making more than 200 others ill. The outbreak showed what can happen when sourcing food and tracing contaminations goes horribly wrong. The case was described by Walmart executives as follows. Consumers, in general, stopped eating spinach. Restaurants pulled it off the menu. If you could track and pinpoint where that came from faster, you could alleviate all that and ensure consumer confidence continues. This is not an isolated instance. Over the years, there have been multiple cases of food safety issues on a large scale. The 2017 salmonella outbreak in the U.S., linked to papayas from Mexico, resulted in 235 affected people, out of which 2 died and 78 were hospitalized. You also probably remember the notorious 2008 scandal in China with infant formula mixed with melamine, a toxic chemical, which we discussed earlier. And the list goes on. So let's see the solution Walmart is implementing. As a pilot project, it teamed up with IBM and Tsinghua University in Beijing to digitally track the movement of pork in China on a blockchain. For that purpose, they are using Hyperledger technology. It will enable retailers to track the movement of meat from producers to processors to distributors to grocers and finally to consumers. According to IBM, this initiative represents a substantial improvement over earlier projects that solely use barcodes and radio ID tags. The missing piece was a shared forum where companies could see each other's transactions and develop trust. That missing piece is something like the blockchain. Information to be stored on the blockchain, where fraud and inaccuracies are much harder to get away with, includes details related to farm origins, factory data, expiration dates, storage temperatures, and shipping. Blockchain technology can substantially streamline the industry supply chain and promote material efficiencies over the legacy model. Given the great promise of this pilot project, Walmart has substantially expanded it to include more food products. Other consumer staples giants, such as Nestle, Unilever, and Dole, have also joined the initiative. It seems that everyone in the space likes the idea of improving supply chains with automatic tracking of important information, such as temperature and quality of goods, shipment and delivery dates, and safety certifications of facilities. All right, hopefully we have made a clear case for the utility of blockchain technology in food supply chains. This will do for now. See you in the next section. Stay tuned. Google is a true internet giant. As of the 31st of December, the company's revenues were over $110 billion, and this resulted in a $13 billion net income. We should also bear in mind that revenue grew a staggering 17% year-on-year. The firm continues to expand, and its supremacy in search is unrivaled. Most of us use some of Google's services on a daily basis, and it is not hard to do it. After all, it owns the most popular web search engine, video search engine, email service, location service, and the most popular operating system for mobile devices in the world. Pretty much anything that they do is not only world-class, but in most cases, best in class. In this video, we will focus on Google Search, YouTube, and Google AdSense, given that the company makes 84% of its sales from advertising and only 14% of revenues are related to hardware and cloud services. There are two main reasons for Google's search dominance. The first one is habit, and the second one is superior data science and AI. Google established itself as the household name in search years ago, and people continue to use it when they need to find information. Moreover, the best way to come up with strong machine learning algorithms is to have a lot of user data in order to shape search results according to a person's preferences. Put simply, Google is able to find results that suit your search better because you've used their search engine in the past. How could blockchain disrupt Google's search dominance? It will be very hard to do it, and it will surely take some time. But it's not an impossible scenario. A growing number of platforms are trying to challenge Google's dominance. Privacy-focused search engines that do not sell user data, like DuckDuckGo, have a good chance to disrupt the current status quo. But to do that, a search engine like DuckDuckGo would need some sort of integration with a platform collecting customer data, the so-called identity coins. Thus, by combining privacy-focused search with a similar quality search experience, users will have peace of mind that one company does not own all their search queries. A further incentive, a decentralized search platform of the future, could offer users our tokens. Part of the advertising revenue coming in would serve as a reward for the platform users. This could be a nice incentive that would help the platform find its first adopters and grow faster. We have seen similar models being implemented by blockchain startups like the Brave browser, with its native basic attention token discussed previously. YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world, and of course the largest video search engine. Competing with YouTube is hard for many of the same reasons it is difficult to compete with Google Search. They have tremendous amounts of data and can deliver users the video content they want to see. However, it is also true that many content creators have been reportedly unhappy with royalties they receive from YouTube. The current revenue split is 55-45, where content creators take home the larger half. In addition, as of now, viewers are not rewarded in any way for the ads that are being shown. How could blockchain disrupt YouTube's dominance? In such a context, it probably makes sense to try to challenge YouTube's authority by introducing a model with stronger incentives for both content creators and viewers. Incentives in the form of cryptographic tokens, along with attracting some high-quality content producers, could help divert some traffic away from YouTube. Actually, DTube is a video sharing platform based on the Steam blockchain. It promises users several enticing incentives: a monetary incentive, earning tokens when contributing content; a decentralized platform resistant to censorship, users vote on video quality; and finally, the platform is ad-free. Not sure if this is the precise business model that will last and win against YouTube, but the first stone has been thrown. Viley is also developing a blockchain-based platform for video sharing, and there are more likely more decentralized competitors coming into the space. Finally, we would like to discuss AdSense, Google's display advertising service, allowing third-party sites to incorporate ads from advertisers Google finds for them. In this case, Google acts as an intermediary, driving website traffic to advertisers looking to post ads. Of course, Google collects a percentage of this ad revenue. In general, people have a love-hate relationship with ads. Sometimes they find them useful, but in the majority of cases they are not. Moreover, the fact that so many websites make money exclusively from ad revenue has transformed the way content is displayed on the Internet in not necessarily the best possible way. Many websites, even reputable ones, are full of clickbait, trying to maximize the number of impressions users are displayed and boost ad revenues. This leads to a worse customer experience and promotes the wrong type of behavior, where website creators are not really interested in providing meaningful information, but in tricking visitors to click more. How could blockchain disrupt AdSense? Well, it is not impossible to see platforms such as Medium gaining even more traction in the future. An even better solution is a platform which combines one of the strongest features of Medium, user claps, with tokenized incentives. In fact, such a platform already exists, and it is Steemit. Of course, it remains to be seen how ads could be incorporated in such a model, but a platform optimized for user experience and helping people find relevant content without clickbait would be a significant improvement with respect to the current status quo. We should also mention that Google is working on its own blockchain technology and solutions, just like the other tech giants. We are looking forward to seeing how these efforts progress, and if Google will manage to maintain its web dominance in the brave new decentralized world of blockchain is promising. In our next video, we will try to predict Facebook's fate in the blockchain era. Thanks for watching. Of the four tech giants, Facebook's business is the one threatened by the advent of blockchain technology the most. People have grown wary of the amount of data Facebook collects. One company controls information about the emails, biography, interests, acquaintances, relationships, travel, thoughts, and even love interests of a third of the global population. In April 2018, the Cambridge Analytica scandal confirmed and highlighted these worries. The way Facebook collects data right now is the epitome of centralization. Currently, Facebook is the second most popular platform used by digital advertisers. Its revenues were $40.6 billion in 2017, and the company managed to turn almost $16 billion into net income, an amazing 40% net income margin. Its core businesses are the social media platforms Facebook and Instagram, and the messaging apps Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp. Studies have shown that Facebook use does not improve people's happiness. On the opposite, it makes people feel worse. However, it should also be pointed out that Facebook, being a social network, benefits from really strong network effects. The platform creates value for its users because it connects them with many of their friends, relatives, and acquaintances. Okay, how could blockchain disrupt Facebook's business? A decentralized version of Facebook is likely to gain momentum. There are many people who simply wait for something different to come on stage. The cornerstone which future platforms should embrace is decentralization. If users unite around the idea that no single company should have that much control over their personal data, a decentralized platform's success becomes very likely. Right now, even though they don't admit it, Facebook manages user experience in order to boost advertising revenue. Of course, this isn't optimal for user happiness, and in fact, there are studies that have shown that people feel better when they spend less time on Facebook. A decentralized platform would have the obvious advantage that it can align incentives for users and enhance their experience, as well as store information in a decentralized way. Facebook's network effects are really strong. More than 2 billion users already use the platform, which makes things much more difficult for new competitors. A decentralized alternative would need early adopters who would then spread the word and invite other users. In all likelihood, incentives through tokens could significantly help attract such early adopters. Steemit is leading the way in creating such a platform. It is a blockchain-based social media where everyone gets paid for creating and curating content. In Steemit's model, users are rewarded for their participation with its native tokens. The current market capitalization of its network is around $1 billion. Instagram is one of Facebook's jewels it acquired for $1 billion in 2012. It is its fastest-growing business line, even more so after the introduction of Instagram Stories. All comments related to Facebook are valid for Instagram with one major exception. Instagram is a platform, which makes things pretty straightforward for users. They upload photos, and that's it. The amount of data users provide on Instagram is not as much as that posted on Facebook. As with most blockchain-based alternative social networks and decentralized applications, a decentralized version of Instagram could incentivize users to participate on the platform by offering them tokens. Many people will remember Facebook's extravagant $19 billion acquisition of WhatsApp a few years ago. The reason Mark Zuckerberg decided to go through with it was that WhatsApp brings an enormous list of contacts who use the messaging app in a context which is quite different from that in Facebook. Nevertheless, WhatsApp collects a lot of personal information, and quite importantly to Facebook, it creates a bridge between people's Facebook profiles and their telephone numbers, and even more alarmingly, their contact lists. Messenger is Facebook's native messaging service, which is quite popular among Facebook users and is a powerhouse in the messaging space on its own. Messaging apps are important for Facebook's social media dominance, and blockchain-based competitors are definitely a threat. Kik, a popular messaging app with over 300 million users, completed an ICO in 2017 in an attempt to create a decentralized messaging platform. Telegram, another popular messaging app, managed to raise a reported $1.7 billion in an ICO from private investors in 2017 and 2018. It will be interesting to see how these projects develop in the near future. Of course, it's not all grim for Facebook. Combining Facebook's platform with blockchain technology and cryptographic tokens could boost its customer value proposition. For example, this could greatly facilitate payments and marketplace functionalities on its platform. Or it could help Facebook create tokenized crypto-economic incentives for its users to participate actively on the platform, similar to the way Steam it does. In fact, Facebook is already actively exploring blockchain opportunities and has assembled a dedicated R&D team for this purpose. A great case study for them would be China's dominant WeChat messaging app with 800 million users, which is actively used for payments. But one should also consider that at some point society could really get fed up with a huge social media company owning all their data and now trying to get into their wallets. In all cases, in the next 5 years, Facebook will either cement its position as the leading global social network, or it will face competition from new and fast-growing decentralized social media and messaging alternatives. Now, let's focus our attention on Amazon. We are not going to talk about the largest river in the world, which is somehow the less famous Amazon nowadays. Instead, we will focus the future prospects of the largest retailer in the world. Amazon.com has grown to become a true e-commerce and web services powerhouse. Their 2017 revenue was almost $178 billion, and the company's sales have been growing at a really fast pace historically. It is very impressive to see a company that big continue to expand its business at such a fast pace. Jeff Bezos' company is certainly impressive from that point of view. Its core business divisions include the world's #1 portal for e-commerce, Amazon.com, Amazon Web Services, an on-demand cloud computing platform leader in its industry, Alexa, a virtual assistant developed by Amazon, Audible, an audiobooks marketplace, Whole Foods Market, a U.S. supermarket chain, and Amazon Prime, the streaming video and music division of Amazon. As of 2017, at least 50% of the company's sales came from third-party vendors selling items on Amazon's e-commerce marketplace. These are manufacturers and resellers who list their products and sell them to people visiting Amazon's website. Of course, Amazon receives a commission for such services. It is important to mention also that Amazon sells its own products too, and has a practice of copying successful products of third-party vendors on its platform and offer them under its proprietary brand, Amazon Basics. This could make things difficult for any third-party vendors with whom Amazon decides to compete directly. Amazon Web Services is another massively successful venture, which accounts for less than 5% of Amazon's total revenues, but contributes at least 25% to 35% of its profits. Reports suggest that Amazon Web Services is a global leader in cloud computing, supporting approximately 42% of the entire web, mainly because of its low cost and ease of use. This is more than double the combined market share of Microsoft, Google, and IBM in the same segment. All right, how could the advent of blockchain technology disrupt Amazon? The biggest threat for Amazon would be a disruption to its e-commerce business. There are many blockchain projects building decentralized marketplaces, although most of them are not exactly for the consumer products you'll find on Amazon. These new challengers mostly focus on virtual goods like computer game items, spare computer capacity, electricity, and so on. One notable new entrant in the e-commerce space, and a direct competitor to Amazon.com, is OpenBazaar. It was launched in 2016, backed by venture capital investors including Andreessen Horowitz and Union Square Ventures, and offers a fully decentralized peer-to-peer e-commerce marketplace where users can pay with multiple cryptocurrencies. It is less feature-rich than Amazon and other established market leaders, but it has zero platform fees and it doesn't control its users' personal data. One of the reasons why Amazon is so successful is that it controls all the customer data on its platforms, which is analyzed and used to optimize consumer targeting, conversion rates, and revenue along the way. As with most internet businesses, network effects are key in e-commerce too. Amazon has the critical mass and network traffic of many buyers and sellers. This is similar to a shopping mall in a prime central city area with high density of people around. It also has the advantage of consumer habit and many user features on its side. This is a great market position to be in for Amazon, and hence it's among the most highly valued companies in the world by equity investors. However, the convenience for users comes with costs for them that could be substantial. These costs are both monetary and in terms of personal data. And as we know, data has become one of the most valuable commodities in the Internet age. Amazon fully controls the platform and all information that passes through it. It can also restrict access to any third parties at will. Decentralized e-commerce marketplaces could offer many advantages to users, including lower or no fees, control of their data, and unobstructed access to the platform. Let's see how far such platforms can go, and if they will be able to compete meaningfully with Amazon and the other centralized services we use today. At this stage, it seems that vendors may have more incentives to migrate or diversify their distribution channels to such platforms in order to mitigate business risks and lower costs. On the other hand, consumer traffic may be trickier to attract, as many consumers tend to put convenience first and don't care that much about their privacy, at least for now. But this trend is likely to start changing with more public awareness and interest going into that direction, especially in the light of recent scandals with Facebook, Experian, and other companies with widely reported data breaches. Tokenized crypto-economic incentives in the form of bonuses or discounts and lower prices certainly can help attract consumers to new platforms. Moreover, tokens have the potential upside of value appreciation that goes along with the growth of the marketplace and network as a whole. In this way, a decentralized marketplace can share the value of its network effects with its users. This is the power of blockchain to align incentives across all participants in a network. Whether decentralized e-commerce will take off, and in what shape or form, only the future will tell. We can see the rapid growth of new entrants or a successful adaptation by incumbents like Amazon that may find good ways to incorporate blockchain technology or cryptocurrencies in their business models. In any case, decentralization has its merits from which users should benefit. A good example how e-commerce giants are turning to blockchain comes from Alibaba. Alibaba's Tmall platform is adopting blockchain technology in its cross-border supply chain to track and verify the origin of products and mitigate the risk of counterfeit goods being sold to consumers. The impact of blockchain on Amazon Web Services? At first sight, it shouldn't be that dramatic. It looks like AWS has already created Hyperledger and Ethereum templates that will help its adaptation to the blockchain era. This is a fast and easy way to deploy blockchain technology in a corporate environment. Decentralized web storage services could be a potential threat for this business, but again, such new entrants have a long way to go. AWS provides secure storage at a very competitive price, and even U.S. government agencies like the CIA use it. So it would be hard for projects like Filecoin, Storage, SIA, MadeSafe, and the rest to gain traction with most of the established AWS user base, at least initially. Such decentralized storage solutions are more likely to be used first from other emerging decentralized applications in the blockchain economy. Nevertheless, the idea to distribute file storage across a network of consumer devices, utilize their spare capacity, and reward them for that with cryptographic tokens is very interesting and innovative. This is a continuation of the shared economy and spare capacity utilization trend we have been observing recently, and it can be a great opportunity for people looking to rent file storage space, and for those who have excess storage capacity. After all, Airbnb does a similar thing with real estate. Okay, great. Let's take a short pause here and continue with the last of the four tech giants, Apple. This will do for now. Thanks for watching. The release of the first iPod in 2001 marked the beginning of Apple's renaissance. The company went on to create some of the most impactful and beloved consumer electronics products the technology world has ever seen. The iPod, the iPhone, the iPad, the iMac, and iTunes skyrocketed the company's value and turned it into the biggest company in the world by market capitalization. Apple's 2017 revenue was a bit more than $229 billion, and a significant portion of that revenue was turned into profit. In 2017 alone, Apple managed to sell 216,756,000 iPhones, 43,753,000 iPads, and 19,251,000 iMacs. The sale of iPhones accounted for 62% of Apple's revenues in that year, and I'm sure you'll agree that at first sight it appears as if Apple is a hardware company and shouldn't be significantly threatened by the advent of blockchain. After all, what does decentralization have to do with selling electronics hardware, right? One of the fundamental beliefs of Apple's legendary co-founder Steve Jobs was that computer systems, and later mobile devices, should operate with a centralized ecosystem. According to him, consumers choose products that put together the best combination of hardware and software, and customers shouldn't be the ones deciding what type of software runs on their devices. This is what they pay consumer electronics producers to do for them. This insight that consumers value convenience the most makes a lot of sense and has been a key driving force behind Apple's success. Jobs also believed that iPhones, iPods, and iPads are predominantly software-driven, and that is them so unique apart from their beautiful design. This philosophy, though, runs contrary to the ideas of decentralization currently gaining momentum with blockchain technology. If people start feeling that decentralized software applications and the economy overall is the preferred way forward, and Apple continues to exercise the same centralized authoritarian practices, this can be a potentially pivotal moment. Currently, Apple enjoys an incredibly loyal customer base among several generations of consumers. Apple's audience is so captive that it resembles the fan base of a sports club. Apple converts never change sides. But this following must be nurtured continuously with exciting new products and features in order to maintain its momentum across new generations of consumers. Shifting consumer tastes could weaken Apple's competitive edge. For the first time since the introduction of the first iPod many years ago, Apple cannot boast capturing consumer mindshare and leading the way with its exciting new technology. Instead, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the rest of the blockchain crypto economy are doing this now. In a scenario where decentralization becomes as trendy as we expect, Apple will have to loosen its grip on its walled garden and allow its devices to operate with decentralized applications, or it would risk losing market share to a competitor that serves the needs of the market better. So that's a very interesting development to be monitored, how a decentralized economy would impact Apple's business model, and how would Apple react or adapt to public decentralized applications, cryptocurrency payments, and any type of blockchain-related open-source software. On the positive side, Apple already uses blockchain technology according to a patent it filed to create and store timestamps and protect secure elements such as SIM or micro SD cards, storing confidential information on its devices. Essentially, blockchain could allow Apple to boost the security of its devices and applications even more. Right now, Apple's devices have a best-in-class encryption. Remember how the CIA battled with the company over the encryption of an iPhone? Well, adding blockchain technology into the mix, Apple could be able to raise the bar even higher. Apple could also find opportunities in incorporating blockchain or cryptocurrency solutions in its Apple Pay mobile payments and digital wallet service. Or it can use such solutions to improve the content rights management and value distribution on its iTunes music platform. Given the maturing and saturated smartphone market, blockchain may be exactly the right ingredient Apple can use to boost its growth once again. Out of the big four tech companies we discussed, Apple bears the least business risks from blockchain disruption, given that around 80% of its hardware. And who knows, it may even manage to reinvent itself once again and come up with its next blockbuster product precisely in the blockchain space. Imagine a hypothetical Apple iWallet, a new, high-quality, user-friendly hardware wallet for securely storing crypto assets, competing with the likes of Ledger Nano and Trezor. All right, if you have followed this course thoroughly so far, you should have a pretty good understanding of what blockchain technology is, how it works, and what are its applications and use cases. Perhaps you are excited about the disruptive potential of this new technology, with all its incredible advantages. Ready for this brave, new, decentralized blockchain world? Well, not so fast. We are not quite there yet. There are some critical issues that need to be resolved first. Decentralized systems are great in many aspects, but they are inherently disadvantaged versus centralized systems in the important aspects of scalability and governance. Running consensus among all nodes on the network just takes too much time and energy. Contrast this with a network with just one central server. Surely it will run faster. But we have already discussed the disadvantage of the central server model. It has a central point of failure. Therefore, there is a trade-off between scalability and speed on one hand and security on the other hand. Blockchains at present are notoriously slow compared to centralized payment processing networks such as Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal. Bitcoin's blockchain currently can process only up to 7 transactions per second. Ethereum's blockchain is a bit faster and currently can process up to 30 transactions per second. Compare this to Visa and MasterCard, which can handle about 50,000 transactions per second. PayPal has registered a peak throughput of 450 transactions per second. Clearly, one of the main scalability bottlenecks for both Bitcoin and Ethereum is the proof-of-work global consensus mechanism. Their current architectures would need some modifications in order to scale to mass-adopted general-purpose technologies. Of course, protocol improvement proposals are being submitted constantly by the global community of developers, and the core development teams are keeping busy working on upgrades. But the technical complexity is only one side of the issue. Another side is political, and here is where the governance issue comes into play. With such broad communities of stakeholders, it is extremely hard to reach consensus on the future development of a project. Moreover, the relationships between various participants are quite complex. Blockchain networks are not corporations where the separation of ownership, power, and control among shareholders, management, board, and other stakeholders are much clearer. At least in this early stage, the governance lines in the blockchain community are pretty blurred. The list of important stakeholders includes founding teams, foundations, or other formal governing bodies, developers, miners, and crypto asset holders. All these stakeholders jointly contribute to the value of the network. To that end, they form an ecosystem in which each stakeholder group needs the other groups, and they all benefit from their mutual involvement in the system. In economics, this is called a positive network effect. The larger the network, the more valuable it is. But the great diversity of the network poses issues when decisions need to be made and everybody needs to agree to a course of action. This has been demonstrated on many occasions. Some of the most famous ones, the split of the Ethereum network after the DAO hack between Ethereum and Ethereum Classic in 2016, something we discussed previously, and the Bitcoin scaling debate in 2017. The latter unfolded over a large part of 2017, with the hot topic being Bitcoin protocol upgrade proposals regarding increasing the block size limit and implementation of a technology called segregated witness, both for the sake of scalability improvement. During that debate, a huge divide in the Bitcoin community ensued, which couldn't be resolved and resulted in a split of the network known as a hard fork between the original Bitcoin and the new Bitcoin Cash. So that's how we have today Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, as well as Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. Decentralized governance is quite a complicated matter. Political systems have been trying to arrive at an optimal balance of power and representation for ages. And even after so much trial and error, this balance is tricky to maintain efficiently. Representatives are necessary to streamline decision-making, but also create a center of power and render a much more centralized system than perhaps originally envisaged. So how governance in the blockchain community can be streamlined without compromising on its foundational principle of decentralization? This is the next big question after scalability that the new generation of blockchain technology is trying to resolve. Another key issue for blockchains is interoperability. Currently, different blockchains don't talk to each other and even have serious difficulty fetching data from the internet. For that, they need special intermediaries called oracles. Oracles provide interface between smart contracts that live on the blockchain and any external data they need access to. Such data may be a critical condition for the correct execution of the smart contract. Therefore, centralized oracles, being sort of middlemen, are not an ideal solution for a technology which tries to cut out middlemen and promote decentralization around the world. The next generation blockchains definitely need to be able to interconnect with each other and with legacy IT infrastructure in order to achieve global success. Privacy on the blockchain is another critical issue that needs to be addressed. For example, the financial sector is so heavily regulated that customer privacy must be preserved at all cost, and sensitive information can only be shared with regulators on a need-to-know basis. Similarly, many corporations interested in deploying blockchain technology in their internal processes probably wouldn't like their business secrets to be recorded on a transparent and immutable public ledger. The same goes to the private financial dealings of many high-profile or high-net-worth individuals. Privacy is highly valued in the Internet age, and blockchains must be able to provide this option to users if they are to achieve mass adoption. Now that we have defined the main issues, let's look at their potential solutions. On the forefront of blockchain innovation, we have novel consensus algorithms like proof of stake and its variations, as well as other cutting-edge technologies like lightning networks, state channels, sidechains, sharding, plasma, multi-layer protocols, atomic swaps, and decentralized exchanges, to name a few. We'll look into them in more detail in the next lessons. They are being developed both as solutions for upgrading existing blockchain protocols like Bitcoin and Ethereum, and as foundations of the architecture of new emerging blockchain protocols like Cardano, Tezos, EOS, Polkadot, Cosmos, Icon, WanChain, RChain, Aeon, Zilliqa, and many others. It's getting very, very interesting. We are going to have a sneak peek into Blockchain 3.0. Stay tuned. First and foremost, blockchains need to address the scalability issue. What do we mean exactly by scaling in the context of blockchains? A core security feature, but also a capacity limitation of public blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum, is that their protocols require every transaction to be processed by every single full node in the network. Every operation that takes place on the blockchain, like a payment or a deployment of a smart contract, must be replicated by all full nodes. This is what makes public blockchains secure, autonomous, and decentralized at the same time. Participants don't have to rely on someone else to tell them what the current state of the blockchain is. They figure it out for themselves. This puts a constraint on the blockchain's transaction throughput. It cannot be higher than the processing capacity of individual nodes, some of which may be quite limited. For example, some nodes may use less powerful computers, like consumer devices, However, they are still very important to keep the network as decentralized as possible. We don't want all mining to be concentrated in large industrial-scale mining facilities, which would reduce decentralization and hence diminish the core value proposition of blockchain. This would make it resemble the current state of the Internet, which is basically an oligopoly dominated by tech giants like Google, Amazon, and Facebook, or the current shape of the financial sector, an oligopoly dominated by huge multinational banking groups. Therefore, some modifications and upgrades are needed in order to scale blockchain technology to a global user base of billions of people commensurate with that of the Internet, and at the same time keep it as decentralized as possible. Blockchain scaling solutions are commonly categorized in two types: on-chain or Layer 1 solutions, called so because they involve modifying the main underlying blockchain infrastructure, and off-chain or Layer 2 solutions, which develop additional network infrastructure that connects to the main blockchain but operates separately from it. To give you a useful analogy, imagine that we have a speedway, and we want to upgrade it for faster commute of vehicles between two cities. Perhaps this speedway passes through a picturesque natural landscape with mountains, lakes, and rivers. The road may be a bit narrow and its pavement may be a little rough and uneven, so it doesn't allow for very high speed. The road may not also follow a straight line between the two cities and have a lot of turns, uphill and downhill sections in order to go around lakes and climb mountains. Now, there are two main approaches to upgrade this road to allow for faster travel and higher throughput of vehicles. We can either make it wider and improve the quality of its pavement, or we can build additional infrastructure like tunnels and bridges to enable quick passage through mountains, lakes, and rivers. Or we can do both, as all these solutions are complementary to each other. This is the path Ethereum is following, for example. There are a number of projects working on various scalability solutions for Ethereum, employing many talented developers. They go along the following lines. Layer 1 on-chain solutions include switching from proof-of-work to proof-of-stake consensus algorithm and implementing a technique called sharding. Layer 2 off-chain solutions include state channels, a lightning network called Raiden, a new concept layer for scaling smart contracts called Plasma, and another solution for processing complex computations called TrueBit. Next, we'll have a closer look at them. You can imagine that these new technologies can be quite complex, but we'll try to explain them without getting too technical, we promise. In this course so far, we have presented in detail two consensus algorithms: proof of work in the Bitcoin section and proof of elapsed time in the Hyperledger section. You may want to review them if you are unclear on the principles they operate on. Consensus algorithms need to be suitable for the ecosystem they support, and there is a big difference between what is suitable for an open, permissionless public blockchain such as Bitcoin and Ethereum and a private, permissioned blockchain such as Hyperledger. The difference stems from the need for trust in the system, or lack thereof. Different levels of trust call for different consensus algorithms. Therefore, proof of work is suitable for Bitcoin and Ethereum, but proof of elapsed time is not. On the other hand, proof of elapsed time is a great solution for the Hyperledger framework for permissioned blockchains. An alternative to proof of work for public blockchains could be proof of stake. In fact, Ethereum's vision since inception has been to move to proof of stake, and this is expected to be implemented in 2018 with the Casper upgrade. Proof of stake leverages a game theory principle of staking resources in order to mine new blocks, and this logic is similar to proof of work. The main difference is that while in proof of work miners stake external resources such as electricity and computer hardware, in proof of stake they pledge internal resources represented by their stake in the network's native crypto asset. Thus, in the case of Ethereum, mining nodes would need to stake the Ether cryptocurrency in order to validate new transaction blocks. If they don't follow the rules of the protocol, miners would lose their security deposit of crypto assets. This form of collateral should provide sufficiently strong incentives for miners to act with integrity. The potential benefits of proof of stake versus proof of work are many. It doesn't consume enormous amounts of electricity, and therefore it is much more sustainable and environmentally friendly. It also should provide a higher transaction throughput, as network consensus can be reached faster, perhaps almost immediately. Proof of stake and proof of work can also be combined in hybrid consensus algorithms. For example, the proof of work hash puzzle can be made easier for miners with larger stake in the native crypto asset, or who have been holding their stake for longer. Actually, a hybrid consensus system is the way Ethereum pushes forward its roadmap towards transition to proof of stake. In Stage 1 of the Ethereum Casper upgrade, all of the proof of work mechanics continue to exist, but additional proof of stake mechanics are added. In this implementation, 1 out of every 100 blocks is a checkpoint validated with proof of stake consensus. Participants who wish to be proof of stake validators can deposit their Ether cryptocurrency at a special smart contract address, a Casper contract. This address will provide them with a special validation code, which is kind of a cryptographic key. The idea is similar to the keys used to sign and send transactions we discussed in our cryptography section earlier. With this special code, validating nodes can sign and send messages with which they vote and participate in the proof-of-stake consensus process. In order for a new transaction block to be approved for inclusion in the blockchain, at least 2/3 of the active validator pool has to commit to it. If a situation arises in which 2 incompatible blocks with conflicting sets of transactions are mined at the same time, the miners responsible for that lose their deposits, which represents a huge incentive to act in good faith. The cost of attacking the proof-of-stake consensus mechanism could potentially be even higher than buying a lot of expensive computer hardware for mining and engage in repeated attacks on a proof-of-work consensus system. In proof-of-stake, validators also get mining rewards in the form of transaction fees. This effectively delivers a stable yield on the stake they have deposited. It is similar to the interest rate people get from a bond or a bank deposit. This return on investment, or ROI, is also similar to the way proof-of-work miners get block rewards when they mine new blocks to compensate them for their investment in physical hardware and electricity. For a detailed description of this process, please check again our Bitcoin consensus section presented earlier. As Vitalik Buterin, the founder of Ethereum, put it, proof-of-stake can be thought of as kind of virtual mining, whereas in proof-of-work, users can spend real dollars to buy real computers which expend electricity and produce blocks at a rate roughly proportional to the cost expended. In proof-of-stake, users spend real-world dollars to buy virtual coins inside the system and then use an in-protocol mechanism to convert the virtual coins into virtual computers, which are simulated by the protocol to produce blocks at a rate roughly proportional to the cost expended, replicating the same effect but without the electricity consumption. Most new projects trying to build next-generation blockchains use some variation of proof-of-stake consensus mechanism. The potential challenges for proof-of-stake come from the fact that it is newer and largely untested protocol on a massive scale. After all, proof-of-work is a much more established and battle-tested consensus mechanism. That is evident from the 10-year history of Bitcoin. That's why the majority of alternative public blockchains or altcoins use it at present. Whether it is sustainable to support a future global transaction network at the scale of the Internet based only on proof-of-work is another question. Perhaps proof-of-stake will be more suitable for that. Or even more likely, we will have many different consensus algorithms in use, each suitable for a different context. We'll see. Sharding is not a completely new technique in computer science and has been used for scaling existing distributed databases such as MySQL and MongoDB. The idea is to split all the tasks on the network into multiple chunks that are processed by different nodes. In this way, any single node will be involved in the validation of only a part of the blockchain, but not all of it. This would result in improved throughput and reduced storage requirements. Implementing sharding in the blockchain world involves partitioning the state of the blockchain into multiple so-called shards. The state of the shared ledger can be split and tasks can be divided, for example, along account balances, smart contract code, transaction broadcasting, processing and storage, or in other ways. There are some challenges to be resolved before sharding can be fully implemented in blockchains. These include inter-shard communication and consensus on the history of each shard. Currently, sharding is an active area for research in the blockchain space, and some protocols are trying to implement it to varying degrees. The plan for the next-generation scalable Ethereum includes implementation of both proof-of-stake consensus algorithm and sharding. As Vitalik put it neatly, the basic approach is to solve scalability challenges via an architecture in which nodes from a global validator set, in our case created through proof-of-stake bonding, are randomly assigned to specific shards, where each shard processes transactions in different parts of the state in parallel, thereby ensuring that work is distributed across nodes rather than being done by everyone. Layer 2 solutions are built on top of the main blockchain infrastructure. They do not require changes to the base-level protocol. Rather, they exist simply as smart contracts that interact with off-chain software. Payment or state channels are one of the more established blockchain scalability solutions. The idea here is to use side channels or chains for processing transactions off the main chain. Once transactions on the side chain are processed and the state of the channel is finalized, it is written back on the main blockchain. In this way, a lot of the transaction processing load is outsourced to a faster side chain, thus minimizing the amount of total validation effort by miners. Here's a useful illustration to clarify this idea. Imagine that two friends go to a bar and open a tap. In this way, rather than paying for each round of drinks separately, their respective orders are recorded by the bartender and settled at the end of the night when the friends are about to leave. Similarly, when two parties make transactions between each other in a payment channel, they will not record each transaction on the main blockchain. Instead, only after they finish all their dealings on the side chain, their respective account balances will be recorded on the main blockchain. In a bit more technical terms, the process works along the following steps. First, a part of the blockchain ledger, including the account balances of the parties involved in the payment channel, is locked in a smart contract. This smart contract includes the agreement and business logic of transactions between the participants in the channel. Then off-chain transaction processing between the parties takes place. The state of participants' account balances is updated only between them for the time they use the channel. This allows any number of transactions to be processed without requiring registering transaction within the main blockchain, and it makes the process fast and scalable. Once the parties have finished their dealings between them, the payment channel is closed and the final state of their account balances is written back on the main blockchain. This is a very effective solution in rendering a faster and lighter blockchain network. Payment channels are a good solution for micropayments and Internet of Things transactions, among other applications. They can minimize the cost base of transaction processing on the network. Payment channels are used in the Bitcoin's Lightning Network and Ethereum Raiden Network. On a side note, Raiden is the god of thunder from the popular computer game Mortal Kombat. Lightning networks provide a useful platform for lightning-fast transactions where participants don't need to open a bilateral payment channel with each person they want to transact with. Instead, the platform provides a network of such channels that reach everyone connected to it. Thus, a user just needs to open one channel to connect with the Lightning Network and then transact with anyone else connected to it. The Bitcoin Lightning Network has recently been deployed and is already operational. There are also some decentralized applications that use state channels to a great effect. Do you remember Funfair, the online gaming platform running on Ethereum we presented earlier? They have built state channels called Fate channels to enable fast and efficient transactions and facilitate scalability of their platform. Plasma. Plasma is a new concept introduced by Vitalik Buterin and Joseph Poon in a research paper titled Plasma: Scalable Autonomous Smart Contracts, published in August 2017. It is similar in a way to state channels, as it aims to build a platform for conducting transactions off the main blockchain while it's still connected to it. The novelty here is that Plasma allows for so-called child blockchains, attached to the main Ethereum blockchain through a set of smart contracts. Each child chain, in turn, can have its own child subchains. This architecture enables many complex operations to be done by smart contracts only at the child chain level, with minimal interaction with the Ethereum main net. In this way, the scaling of entire decentralized applications can be managed. With Plasma, we can avoid the replication of every single smart contract operation across all full nodes on the Ethereum network. This solution would spread around the workload of transaction processing and make the Ethereum network much lighter and more efficient. In Plasma, child blockchains can have their own consensus algorithm, which can be different. Plasma also provides a security mechanism which guarantees that users can always withdraw their funds and assets from the child chain to the main Ethereum blockchain. For securing Plasma chains further, another mechanism can be deployed whereby validators or block producers on child chains commit deposits in a smart contract on the Ethereum main net, which binds them to play by the rules at the peril of losing their deposit. If we compare the state channels technology to the Plasma technology, state channels should still allow faster and cheaper transactions, while Plasma should allow more functionality and flexibility. Both technologies can actually be combined with state channels built on top of Plasma chains. TrueBit. TrueBit is a new technology introduced in a research paper published in November 2017. It is designed to facilitate very complex calculations on the Ethereum blockchain. This is different to increasing transaction throughput, which scaling solutions like state channels and Plasma aim to resolve. To understand the use case of TrueBit, we need to keep in mind that computations performed on the main Ethereum blockchain are costly. Again, this is because they are processed by all full nodes on the network at the same time. To compensate miners for their computational work, Ethereum has a reward mechanism called gas cost, which is essentially transaction fees paid by the users who call transactions. Moreover, each Ethereum block has a maximum gas limit that sets a cap on how much total computation can be done by all transactions in a block. Therefore, some tasks that are too computationally intensive cannot be included in a block, even if they were the only transaction for that block. For example, a smart contract running on Ethereum may need to verify that a transaction has been done on another blockchain, such as Bitcoin. This may be necessary for some applications that want to connect the two blockchains. Such verification could be a too big computational task to be performed on the Ethereum main net. In this case, TrueBit can help. It essentially outsources the work on performing the verification to a third party. To guarantee that such third parties act in good faith, they are required to lock in a deposit in an Ethereum smart contract, which would be foregone if their job is not done properly. We call this party a solver. To enforce correct operation, the scheme makes use also of another third party which checks the work performed by the first one and has monetary incentives to do this properly. We call this party a challenger. In case there is a difference between the results obtained by the solver and the challenger, they are required to identify the exact operation which causes the disagreement. This should narrow down the computational work to a small task that can be performed on the Ethereum main net, and that would clearly show where the truth is and which one is the correct result. TrueBit can be a useful solution to allow complex machine learning algorithms to run on the Ethereum blockchain, thus enabling artificially intelligent smart contracts that can be used to run decentralized autonomous organizations. Remember that we covered this topic in our Ethereum section. Finally, we should note that in all systems there is an inherent trade-off between scalability and speed on the one hand and security on the other. For high-value transactions, perhaps it will always be better to process them directly on the main blockchain for the sake of security. Small-value transaction may be better served using the off-chain scaling solutions we discussed. The next generations of blockchain technology will probably implement combinations of the solutions presented here in order to address the scalability issue. Besides scalability, there are several other dimensions in which blockchain technology is evolving and upgrades are being developed. Interoperability is a very important area, which is the focus of many research and development efforts. Various mechanisms for building bridges between different blockchain protocols are being tested. These include the so-called atomic swaps, decentralized exchanges, and interchain communication protocols. Atomic swaps represent a direct trade of crypto assets belonging to one blockchain, such as Bitcoin, to crypto assets belonging to another blockchain, such as Litecoin. This is done on-chain as opposed to the majority of popular crypto asset exchanges which match and settle transactions off-chain, like standard financial exchanges. This or other direct cross-chain transaction mechanisms are being deployed in the emerging decentralized exchanges, which are expected to become the main trading venues in the future. Rootstock is another important development introduced recently, which is building a smart contract platform for Bitcoin. The Rootstock platform is connected as a sidechain to the main Bitcoin blockchain. It introduces smart contract tokens called smart Bitcoins, which are pegged to the original Bitcoins. They are compatible with Ethereum, use the same programming language, Solidity, and are compatible with the Ethereum virtual machine. So this can provide a level of interoperability between the Bitcoin and Ethereum networks. Rootstock also implements a version of the Lightning Network called Lumino Network, which can increase its transaction throughput to thousands of transactions per second. As we discussed previously, privacy is another important feature for both businesses and individuals. One of the most powerful new privacy-enhancing technologies are the zero-knowledge proofs, or ZK snarks, pioneered by Zcash. Ethereum recently integrated this technology in its own protocol. This should create a privacy layer for Ethereum, which could greatly enhance its functionality. For example, it can enable decentralized voting applications on Ethereum, which inherently require privacy. Anonymous Ethereum tokens can have many other applications as well. Actually, many of the new emerging blockchain protocols plan to include privacy features and considered zero-knowledge proofs as one of the best options for this. Such projects include Tezos, Polkadot, and Rootstock, among others. Finally, governance is the last pressing issue we will address. Most solutions in that area revolve around proof of stake and various voting and staking mechanisms. Also, new blockchain architectures with different protocol layers, instead of just one protocol in charge of everything, are being designed to address the issue. In this way, transaction validation rules can be decoupled from network protocol rules, for example, and each dimension can evolve separately. Stakeholders can vote on upgrades of different parts of the blockchain protocol independently, which would promote more flexibility in decentralized governance. Next, we will look into some emerging projects aiming to deliver third-generation blockchains. Besides the upgrades in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other established blockchains, there are many exciting new projects coming along and trying to build the blockchain of the future. We already briefly mentioned Tezos. It is described as a generic, self-amending cryptographic ledger. This means that it deploys a decentralized consensus mechanism not only to transaction validation and updating the state of its blockchain, but also to how its protocol and network are governed and evolve over time. To do this, it plans to deploy a delegated proof-of-stake consensus algorithm and to split its blockchain protocol into 3 distinct layers. Network protocol, in charge of broadcasting transactions across its network. Transaction protocol, which defines the criteria that make a transaction valid. Consensus protocol, that specifies how a consensus is reached around a unique chain of transactions. This should render the governance of the Tezos ecosystem efficient and allow it to evolve and update frequently to incorporate any features considered suitable by its community of stakeholders. In this way, Tezos can potentially include all the newest and best features developed in the blockchain space at any given time and keep itself on the forefront of technological innovation. Such features may include new types of consensus algorithms, privacy features, on-chain or off-chain scalability, and interoperability solutions, and so on. Tezos is being designed as a smart contract platform, allowing for decentralized applications in a similar way that Ethereum does, but it uses a different programming language and aims to bring some improvements upon existing platforms in that area as well. Its main net hasn't been launched yet, but is expected to come live in 2018. Polkadot, led by Gavin Wood, who was one of the founders and Chief Technology Officer or CTO of Ethereum, focuses on resolving interoperability among blockchains. Polkadot aims to provide network infrastructure for interconnecting different blockchains. They want to build backbone infrastructure called a relay chain that connects other side chains referred to as parachains. Such side chains or parachains can be other existing blockchain networks like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Hyperledger, among others. Since the primary objective of Polkadot is to provide cross-chain interoperability with other blockchains, it is not envisaged to support customized complex smart contracts for decentralized applications in the way Ethereum does, for example. The aim is to keep the relay chain as simple as possible, so its operation is optimized to provide efficient interconnectivity. Polkadot is expected to come online in 2019. Cosmos, developed by Tendermint, is another notable, long-awaited project focused on building cross-chain interconnectivity. It uses decentralized exchange technology, and its release is scheduled for 2018. Aeon is yet another project trying to build an interconnected blockchain with bridges to external networks. They want to implement a novel hybrid delegated proof-of-stake, proof-of-work consensus mechanism, building on top of a lot of research and development done so far in the industry. They leverage concepts from Ethereum, Java, machine learning, and other fields of modern computer science in their pursuit to deliver a next-generation blockchain technology. Aeon partners with two other prominent projects focused on building interconnected networks of blockchains, Icon and WanChain, both from Asia. WanChain also implements privacy features using ring signatures, the technology we presented earlier with Monero. These projects draw parallels to the SWIFT system for international payments, where each country has its own currency system, but multiple banks from any country can connect and interoperate through the SWIFT network. Zilliqa, another exciting new project, aims to build a blockchain implementing sharding, the scalability solution Ethereum is exploring too now. It also provides smart contract programming capabilities compatible with Ethereum's Solidity language. Another new project which is trying to implement sharding is rChain. They are building a smart contracts and decentralized applications platform with a virtual machine and programming language, leveraging concepts from Ethereum and other recent innovations. rChain is also building a proof-of-stake consensus protocol similar to Ethereum's Casper. Cardano and EOS are two other notable projects trying to resolve the limitations of existing blockchains all at once, tackling simultaneously scalability, governance, interoperability, and so on. They are both based on delegated proof-of-stake consensus mechanism and enable smart contracts. They are currently being developed and carry very high expectations by the blockchain community. The pipeline of ambitious new projects is very long, and covering them all is beyond our scope here. So apologies to anyone who may feel left out. We just wanted to give our audience a taste of what is out there in terms of R&D activity, innovation, and up-and-coming new projects. Okay, we can probably draw a conclusion here. That blockchain is an exciting new technology, which is still in its infancy, and naturally needs to resolve some issues and mature before it reaches mass global adoption. As you can see, there is a lot of ongoing innovation in the blockchain space taking place at an accelerated rate. This new field has managed to excite a lot of smart people, which see enormous opportunities opening up. Talent and money are flowing in with a strong momentum from all parts of the world. The trend is similar to what we have seen in previous industrial revolutions like steam power, railroads, automobiles, electricity, computers, and the Internet. They have all gone through the cycle blockchain technology is experiencing now. Besides the well-known issues of scalability, interoperability, governance, and privacy, user-friendly interface also needs to be addressed. But hey, we all know how early prototypes of each of the technologies we just mentioned looked like and how they performed. We also know how they evolved afterwards to reach mass adoption. For the closest comparison, just have a look at the early web interfaces and capabilities. In the dawn of the Internet, it used to take 24 to 48 hours to transmit a text message because it was routed from one dial-up connection to another. And now we have instant global messaging. When email first came along, it used to take 2 hours to cross the Internet and reach the recipient. Now we can live stream high-definition video around the world. In 1992, there were only a couple of websites on the Internet. And look how many things we can do online now: communication, education, shopping, entertainment, business, and the list goes on. And on top of that, pretty much everyone has a smartphone now and can use these applications. Even many people who don't have access to a bank account can access all the capabilities of the modern Internet. Blockchain is not a panacea. It is not a solution for every single problem in the world and certainly shouldn't be treated like a get-rich-quick scheme. Nothing is perfect, and so is not the blockchain. Like any technology, it has strengths and weaknesses, and also, just like any major innovation, it goes through a hype cycle, as can be seen here. If we look at the recent past, all new, groundbreaking, disruptive tech concepts from the Internet age have followed the same cycle. Internet search gave a huge boost to the web, and Google emerged as the big innovator and winner in that area. Baidu then brought the concept over to the Chinese market. Then e-commerce revolutionized the global retail industry, and Amazon led the way there. Alibaba followed and took over the Asian market by storm with a similar concept. Then social networks emerged and redesigned the paradigm of social interaction and communication around the world. Facebook led the wave of new global competitors there, followed by Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Snapchat, and many others targeting different subsegments of the social network space. Tencent brought the business model to Asia and even improved upon it with its WeChat platform. These social networks proved an important point. The social element is a very important piece of the puzzle for any media company and almost any other business venture nowadays. It empowers long-lasting customer relationships and boosts network effects, which create economic value and provide sustainable competitive advantage to any business. Blockchain builds upon this aspect even further. Meanwhile, the Internet of Things gained momentum with the advent of smartphones and upgraded communication networks. Cloud computing has been developing in parallel, also enabled by the faster and more robust Internet connectivity. This changed the way IT services are delivered both in the corporate and the consumer space. The next wave of technological innovation was led by big data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, all very powerful technologies. Huge amounts of human and financial capital poured into all of these technologies, to an extent driven by the hype factor, but these investments also spurred a lot of innovation and economic growth. The combination of all these technologies is bringing really powerful new solutions and improvements to the world. The latest new frontier in technology and business is blockchain. Like its predecessors, it quickly became a buzzword due to the familiar hype cycle and human psychology. However, it is a real groundbreaking technology, and this fact has already been recognized by most established business, technology, economic, political, and social leaders around the world. Like its predecessors, it is expected to deliver huge economic benefits, and perhaps its potential to change the world is even greater. For public crypto assets, the process of price discovery is currently ongoing, and the market swings in wild speculation up and down, unable to reach consensus on the present value of these new technological networks. However, blockchain crypto assets have the potential to gain global recognition as a new class of digital assets or commodities. They can have various functions like medium of exchange, unit of account, and store of value, like standard currencies or gold. They can power the economy similarly to the way oil, electricity, and internet bandwidth do. They can also enable distribution and trade of various economic resources and risks like company shares. Since they exhibit features of various established asset classes, perhaps they don't belong to any pre-existing category, but should be considered a separate asset class of their own. Bitcoin futures contracts, a standard type of commodity trading contracts, are already trading on major global exchanges like the Chicago Mercantile Exchange or CME. Similar contracts are trading also on CBOE and are expected soon on NASDAQ. Bitcoin exchange-traded funds, or ETFs, an established investment vehicle used for many assets and commodities, have also been in the pipeline for some time and probably will be listed on the New York Stock Exchange at some point. These developments manifest the status Bitcoin is gaining globally as a form of digital gold. Perhaps other crypto assets will follow suit based on their further development and adoption. For example, Ether, the token giving access to distributed computational resources and storage on the Ethereum network, could be the next crypto commodity traded on established financial ventures around the world. Blockchain technology brings a new paradigm, which is a huge improvement upon the current status quo in many industries. The new era of decentralized economies powered by blockchain started with Bitcoin. It clearly showed to the world how value transfer can be managed in a decentralized, self-sustaining way, unlike any other financial or economic system before. Then came Ethereum, which is widely considered the greatest milestone in blockchain technology since Bitcoin. It built upon the fundamentals of Bitcoin and brought about Blockchain 2.0 with many use cases beyond cryptocurrency. It enabled decentralized applications with huge potential economic impact. Ethereum's innovation paved the way to future sophisticated and autonomous decentralized economic and social systems. The new field of cryptoeconomics emerged, combining economic game theory, cryptography, and blockchain with the power of the Internet to create new types of connected global ecosystems. We are currently at a stage where a new third generation of blockchain technology is emerging. Again, it builds upon the previous generations most clearly manifested by Bitcoin and Ethereum, the key building blocks of modern blockchains like consensus algorithms, cryptography, data structures, network protocols, governance mechanisms, virtual machines, programming languages, and so on, are being tried and tested, modified and experimented with in the pursuit of the optimal solution. And perhaps there isn't even a single optimal solution, and the future global economy will have a myriad of different blockchains fitting different purposes. Most new blockchain designs evolve towards more complex architecture with multiple layers and modules that facilitate scalability, interconnectivity, governance, and privacy. The trajectory of this trend resembles the way the Internet evolved towards a universe of interconnected public and private networks. And now we have the public Internet and millions of private intranets. We also have multiple blockchain applications focused on solving different problems in various sectors of the global economy and society. The main difference with the current Internet is that Web 3.0 should be more decentralized, fair, and censorship-resistant. These new concepts hold promises to fundamentally change the way business corporations and other organizations operate as we know them. The potential benefits for societies around the world are huge, from banking the billions of unbanked people to optimizing the performance of current industry leaders. All these improvements can not only create a lot of new economic value, but can also help distribute it in a better way, rewarding all participants in the ecosystem for their fair share. As much as there is enthusiasm and optimism about the bright future, it is also important to understand that there is still a lot of hard work ahead in order to bring blockchain technology to the next level. We hope you have enjoyed this amazing journey in the world of blockchain and crypto assets. Our mission with creating this material is to try and increase awareness and understanding of blockchain technology and its useful applications. This new game-changing technology holds so much potential and exciting innovation that it shouldn't be ignored. It is also impossible to cover everything going on there right now. Blockchain is at a very early stage, and at the same time is evolving so quickly that new interesting and technological and business developments come up almost every day. We believe that blockchain technology is here to stay and expect to see some new major breakthroughs soon. May Satoshi and Vitalik be with you. Thanks for watching, and we hope to see you soon.